can see the rooster tail coming off the back of Granado's bike as he looks at the inch of track and more. But through into turn 16, it's all one big left-hander. Andrea Iannone loves Aragon. Andrea Iannone has done the double. That's Aragon to keep his title hopes alive here with a round to spare. Andrea Iannone takes victory ahead of Eric Granado in second. Archie McDonald extends, well, has a championship lead at least over Eric Granado. Jordi Torres comes home in fourth place. Miguel Galvez Villegas, the TV presenter here in Spain, on checkered flag duty here for the Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup. But Eric Granado will be ruined this weekend. He came into it with an 10-point advantage, I beg your pardon. He leaves with it as a deficit. We are going to Austria. We are going to the Red Bull Ring to decide a champion. And you know what? 4 riders can do it, and I'm not sure which one is going to do it. Andrea Iannone, in this kind of form, has taken a huge leap in towards title contention this weekend.
Yeah, he has. He's been absolutely textbook, has he? And a brilliant ride from him in that second race. He just called the tune, didn't he? Everyone else was really trying to catch up with him. Here is Oscar Gutierrez, who has come back to pit lane. And, well, what a disastrous day for Gutierrez. Pole position, second in race 1. You'd have to say a podium there was there for the taking, but a bit of a rash crash out at the start of the race. Lap 2, breaking down into turn 12, has really disrupted his championship chances. Gutierrez will be ruining that mistake. Granado, though, I would say that's a pretty good recovery from yesterday, Keiko.
He will be very, very happy with that recovery, I've got to say, Neil. 7 points the deficit between him now and Archie McDonald, but the bigger picture is that Archie McDonald leaves here as championship leader. He did not come into this as championship leader. Archie McDonald has been superb this weekend. If he couldn't win it, finish the race, finish on the podium. It's consistency like that takes the title.
Yeah, just hearing in our headsets from Elliot York, who's down preparing for the Park Friday interviews, that Oscar Gutierrez is absolutely furious. He's been screaming, coming back, speaking to his team, really not pleased with whatever is happening or whatever's going on under there. He feels maybe that slight technical issue coming to the grid might have disrupted his concentration, but ultimately, it wasn't a life mistake, I don't think, what caused that crash down into turn 12.
I mean, at the end of the day, it looks like he's made that mistake. He was obviously pushing the front and the braking to try and come through on Andrea Iannone, who's looked unbeatable on the braking all weekend. The only thing he is breaking is the glove off his hand, and I think that's going to get launched into the crowd. Andrea Iannone is still one of the most popular riders in this MotoGP paddock, and he clears the fence with some ease. Where's the other one going? The crowd love it. This is what Aragon is all about. I can remember back to similar scenes of this back in 2010. We had 71,000 in on race day. You can see a very, very impressive morning crowd already here. Andrea Iannone is warming them up very, very well. Is he going to toss it over the fence? We'll never know, because we've cut away to a very, very angry Oscar Gutierrez, who is down there with one of the top officials from the Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup Series. And this is Gutierrez coming to the grid. He was already livid, but then he's made that mistake all on his own, Neil. This was the mistake. This is the mistake that we're talking about. Under braking, he's in deep, he's offline already, and then the front just washes out in the dirty stuff. And before he can even stand up, head in his hands.
Yeah. Well, bit of finger pointing going on there at some officials. See someone from Midi Racing there is saying, Oscar, you know what, I think it's best that you just go and calm down and cool off before maybe you say something that you'll later come to regret. Thing is, people, you go in like that into turn 12. I mean, it's very easy for me to say this up in the commentary box, but you pick it up, and worst case scenario, you're still going to finish, what, 4th or 5th?
The other thing is, Neil, that Oscar Gutierrez has got lots of experience. He knows his way around Aragon. Turn 12 is a hard place to pass. You have to be level with the rider going into the braking area. You cannot just rush up the inside. It's off camber, and like we said, it's one of the hardest braking areas on the circuit. This one is going to run and run. I can't wait for the Part Ferme stuff. Andrea Iannone is your winner for Nitty Racing, ahead of Joe Rascal Racing duo Eric Granado and Archie McDonald. Those two are atop the standings as well. Jordi Torres in fourth for Joe Rascal Racing. So Joe Rascal Racing in second, third and fourth. Maxwell Todd, the Saddleman race, did a great job completing the top five. Filippo Ravelli, Jake Lewis, Travis Wyman, Dimas Ekipatama, your known finishers. Oscar Gutierrez, a headline crasher. Championship standings, Archie McDonald moves to the top of the standings on the whole this weekend. He now has a 7-point lead over Eric Granado. Oscar Gutierrez 26 adrift, 1 point ahead of Andrea Iannone. The top four covered by 27. We have 50 up for grabs next time out in Austria. And these are your live pictures as Andrea Iannone takes the longest pull down lap ever, comes back to pit lane. That'll be a big round of applause. Nitty Racing will be very, very happy with this one. Angie Koo might have to split the boys up if they are unhappy with each other for whatever reason. It's the kind of rivalry we want, O'Neill, going into a title decider next time out.
Yeah, absolutely. We will not want to miss the Austrian Grand Prix in 3 weeks' time. Make sure that you tune in for both races.
What is going on?
Fair to say that the Maniac is well fired up, and why wouldn't you be after a performance like that? That was, I think, easily Iannone's most impressive performance, most controlled performance of his bagger's career so far. And obviously, with the slight delay to the race start, and with MotoGP Warm Up coming up, we might have to roll through some of these interviews a bit quicker than normal, just so you know. But as you can see, he's been pushed towards Elliot York, I think, pretty sharpish to give his comments. But great to see the Maniac looking so happy, so fired up, and I think we're going to go straight down to speak to him.
Yeah, let's get down to it. In Part Ferme, Andrea Iannone, a third win of 2026, down there with Al.
Great performance, the perfect weekend here in Aragon, a double win and bring yourself back into title contention. Just describe how that race was, pretty much perfect from the get-go.
What a Sunday, what a weekend. I'm really happy. So, sincerely, the bike is quite perfect. I possibly managed the race like I want. So, from the beginning, I waiting for pushing, but I won't stay in front. I won't defend my position. And at the end, I do my strategy. When we are at the last 4 laps to go to the end, so I start to push. And I improve a little bit my pace, and it's a correct strategy. I really enjoy, and so I enjoy this moment. I want thanks to Harley Davidson and also my team, Nitty Racing, everybody. Ciao, guys. Enjoy the party, Bandre. Ciao, thank you.
What a personality. 9:28 in the morning, and Andrea Iannone has already declared, what a Sunday, what a weekend. We can't argue with him. Brilliant performance by him, and every time Oscar Gutierrez tried to come through, perfect, measured, calm response.
Yeah, it's 9:29, too early to be getting on the Prosecco, Kiko.
Oh, that's already started.
Some might think he already started before the race, judging by that Part Ferme interview, but that is just the Maniac's personality. He is larger than life, and well, boy, does he know how to ride a motorcycle. As we said at the start of the show, winner now in this category, at this circuit, the Moto2, World Superbike and the baggers. That just shows what an all-rounder Andrea Iannone is.
Yeah, he's a great guy, great character, and maybe not the easiest of customers for us journalists or the team around him when it's all going a bit wrong, but
in the past.
Yeah, in the past.
Yeah.
But Andrea Iannone, I think, has really found his home. And as he says on his rear end, kind regards to the opposition, and he is absolutely loving every minute of this one. We are going to leave you with the highlights very, very soon, and we're going to rush through the podium ceremony too, I'm sure, to be on time for MotoGP Warm Up, because obviously this delay has just crept into that build-up time for Matt Burt, Lewis Sotheby and Jack Appiado. We're going to be coming up here in commentaries very, very soon. That's Andrea Iannone, a race winner in the Bagger World Cup, and is he in title contention? 27 points back, Neil. I think you've got to say yes with 50 left.
Yeah, stranger things have happened. It's going to be big pressure on the shoulders of Archie McDonald, even Eric Granado as well. And as Granado has shown this weekend, it's not completely out of the question that that pressure maybe makes itself known. But yeah, we've really spoken about it, but McDonald is 8th podium of the season from 10 races. That is serious consistency, and that is the reason why the young Australian is up at the Championship Summit.
He's doing a great job as well, Archie McDonald. A lot of these tracks, this is the first one he knows, so a lot of these tracks all brand new to the Australian. He is going to be on the podium very, very soon in P3. He will be the first one taking his step here. The Prosecco bottles, both the inflatables and the real stuff, already cracked open for these guys to celebrate. These guys, of course, have all day to enjoy now the Motorland Aragon surroundings and the paddock and the atmosphere here. It is a special atmosphere here. There's a lot of people coming from all parts of Spain that don't normally get the chance to go to a GP. It is one of those ones that does bring in the fans that are in maybe not the biggest population centres, the likes of Zaragoza, Vitoria, and the south of the Basque Country, also over in Palencia and Leon, and there's a lot of fans. We spoke to a fair few of them over the course of the weekend that do make this trip over because it is a convenient one, and a convenient one for them as a 5-hour drive.
Yeah. Scenery around here that I think is a match for any circuit that we go to in the entire world, Phillip Island included, especially early in the morning when the sun is coming up. As trophies get handed out to Archie McDonald for 3rd, Eric Renato for 2nd, and Jason Kell, Harley-Davidson's technical director, hands it over for Andrea Iannone for his 3rd victory in the Baggers World Cup.
I've always thought Aragon is a good place that if aliens ever did land from Mars, this would be something familiar. And talking of other planets, Andrea Iannone is the winner. That means the Italian national anthem. For the Maniac, who is well and truly in title contention. Eric Renato gets the Prosecco flowing straight away. Archie McDonald follows suit, and it's the only P3 he's had all weekend. Andrea Iannone, the last to crack it open, but you can be sure there'll be some party if Andrea Iannone does pull this off when we get to Austria. For myself, Kiko Giles, and Neil Morrison next to me up here in commentary, and Elliot York down in Parc Ferme. What a weekend of FIM Harley-Davidson Bagger World Cup action. We'll leave you with the highlights to play out. MotoGP continues. Grand Prix Sunday continues. Thanks for joining, and enjoy the rest of your MotoGP weekend. That's day 13 of 2026 comes from the arid plains that flank the spectacular Moto2 Aragon track. Sandwiched in between Zaragoza and Barcelona, Aragon was voted the best Grand Prix it first during the calendar back in 2010. A record 22 sprint win made it a super Saturday for Marc Marquez, but can he be the start of the show on Sunday? Time for MotoGP. Good morning and welcome to what is another gloriously sunny day here in eastern Spain. Welcome to race day number 13 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. After a bit of a lull in proceedings with just the British Grand Prix taking place since mid-July, things are going to get very intense, very hectic in the rundown to find out who will be crowned 2026 MotoGP World Champion. Still firmly in the hunt, delivering just what the home fans were hoping he would do in the sprint here yesterday. Marc Marquez, the reigning world champion, continuing his undefeated record in sprints around one of his most favourite circuits on the Grand Prix calendar. Bumper home crowd are expecting another dream double from the factory Ducati rider as he goes in search of an 8th MotoGP success here this afternoon. He led home yesterday. His brother Alex, Marco Bezzecchi, after his record-breaking exploits in qualifying yesterday, put a checker flag in third place to cut Jorge Martin's World Championship lead down from 31 to 29 points. Warm-up gets the action underway next live in the company of Matt Burt, Lewis Sullivan, the comfortable Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Lewis, he was impeccable once again in that 11 lap sprint, a real aggressive move to seize the advantage at the first corner from Marco Bezzecchi, and from that point onwards, he never looked back.
Yeah, the sprint distance yesterday was, what, a good 55, 56 kilometres, but it was the first couple of hundred metres where Marc Marquez ultimately made the decisive move that you could see. Part of the reason why he has such a good record around Moto2 and Aragon, anti-clockwise circuits generally are. Marc Marquez territory, Moto2 and Aragon certainly falls into that category. He has now won 3 sprints out of 3. Partly down, of course, to that early move on Marco Bezzecchi, who admitted that he braked too early. But you do wonder, wherever he would have braked, Marc Marquez would have just braked that little bit later. The beauty of being in second place, heading towards that first corner. So one half of the double is done for Marc Marquez in Aragon. Part 2 to come today as he looks to eat further into Jorge Martin's championship advantage.
And I'm sure you're aware, some very special breaking news overnight. Our first glimpse of the future, our first glimpse of our future Australian Grand Prix venue in Adelaide. Sorry to see Phillip Island go next year. We're delighted and super excited to see the addition of the official Adelaide circuit unveiled overnight. Set on the streets of the Formula 1 F1 circuit. 4.13 kilometres it will be in length. 15 corners, retaining some of Adelaide's former Formula 1 track with the iconic corner names Brewery Bend, Stag Corner. We're expecting a lap of around 1 minute 26, top speeds around 340 kilometres an hour. Exciting times for MotoGP fans all around the world. Exciting time, particular for MotoGP fans down in Aragon. Can't wait to head down there in 2027. Back in the present, Marco Bezzecchi, big beside the 2 factory Aprilias, the only 2 in that top 9 yesterday on the grid. It went for the soft to Michelin rear tyre. No regrets as far as Bez was concerned. Marc Marquez said, impossible, no way the Ducatis could run on the soft over that 11 lap sprint distance yesterday that had encountered what he thought was going to be the same level of degradation and the same level of wear he experienced at Silverstone. And of course, it does give the Ducatis a bit of an upper hand coming into this afternoon's full Grand Prix. Both Alex and Marc Marquez first and second in that sprint. They were on the medium rear tyre, which does give them data and information and knowledge ahead of this afternoon's 23-lap. Michelin Grand Prix of Aragon.
Yeah, we have an Aprilia and 2 Ducatis on the front row of the grid later on. A pair of Aprilias on the second row. Today, with many already, particularly as Matt mentioned, the Ducatis forced in their minds to go for the medium, which makes the tyre choice for the Grand Prix this afternoon very, very easy.
So this fan has won 19 of 29 sprints in the red colours of the factory Ducati team, going for his 14th sprint and Grand Prix win double this afternoon. Never really looked like he was any danger of surrendering that lead he sees from Bezzecchi up the first corner. Eventually taking the checker flag ahead of Alex by 1.1 seconds. Bezzecchi still suffering with that damaged left knee, so it was causing him pain throughout the sprint yesterday. It's going to be tough for him over 23 laps this afternoon. I think he'll be able to come away with another pair of podiums. That will represent a very strong weekend for Bezzecchi. Regroup once again, get himself fitter and stronger ahead of his crucial home Grand Prix in Misano coming up in a couple of weeks' time. Pedro Acosta had a cracking ride. Well, he was fourth. He was actually reeling in bed late on the factory KTM, and Acosta telling the media here last night, feels like he's got a genuine chance of fighting for the podium. But here this afternoon, he's never, still keeping that proud record going of never finishing outside the top 5 in the sprint or a Grand Prix in the top class here in Aragon. One of these standout rides yesterday. There were two, weren't they, from LCR. Diogo Moreira fighting inside the top 6 for so long before he got passed late on by Ferdinand Aldeguer. And he put their 7th in the sprint for Moreira. And Joan Zarco, 3 months off the LCR Honda and back with a bang. 9th on the grid, 9th in that sprint. What could the boys do this afternoon? Let's get the thoughts of LCR Honda boss. Luca Chicano with the track.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a dream return for the LCR Honda squad. Now back to full strength with Joan Zarco and Diogo Moreira. Lucio, we obviously spoke on Friday after Joan's unbelievable efforts to get into the top 10. And yesterday, both riders inside the points in the sprints. I'm sure you had a big smile on your face last night.
Finally, because I promise you it was a hard time. Not having Milan restart with Cal, it was an amazing experience for all of us. We all love Cal, but of course our main project is with Juan, so we are very pleased to have him back and to see that he is already back there on his original position.
Joan, on Friday evening, a little bit concerned about the possibility of some cramping, going through the full rigmarole of MotoGP riding for the first time in 3 months, but seemingly that the body reacted more positively than he had hoped.
Correct. I must say that we have to be grateful to the MotoGP Healthcare Center because they made physiotherapy, they made special treatment with ice and then other techniques, and then definitely yesterday after the sprint I asked him if he have some problem. He said that actually he's feeling better than Friday.
Diogo again, incredibly impressive. Top Honda, so easy to forget. This is only his 13th MotoGP event. We had Cal in the box on Friday, and he said that he believes in 3 to 4 years' time, Diogo has the qualities to be fighting for a world championship in MotoGP. I mean, surely now, Lucio, there can be no arguments around him deserving the promotion to be a full factory rider in the full factory team for 2027.
Well, you know what Diogo is doing, it's absolutely remarkable. It's incredible. And moreover, what is important, for me, is to listen also the comments from the other riders, because I understood from my racing career that you can judge a rider by outside, but actually if you race, much better, you understand much better, the quality, the real quality of the riders. And then, listening Mark Marquez, Carl Crutchlow and other riders express their appreciation on the way how Diogo is riding the bike it means a lot for me. Regarding Diogo's future, of course we are open for whatever solution. The reality is that LCR is receiving all the support with factory material, with all the HRC engineers, so we are like a factory team. The other position for sure is a position of perhaps more prestige, but at the very end, the concept that Honda is trying to develop since a couple of years is to have two teams but equally treated. So we are very proud, and we are open for whatever decision
take HSE regarding the future of the other.
It's certainly a very positive Saturday. Let's hope we can have both guys in the top 10 again today, Luke. I'm sure that's the hope and the dream. Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Lucio. Checking hello at Diogo Moreira, the 24 Brazilian, the rode the wheels off that RC213 we did yesterday. Showing his braking powers, he said that's where he was really able to make up time for that yesterday. So equal best in, as mentioned, his third sprint points finish with Le Mans and with Balaton Park, and a cracking ride by Joan Zarco. Let's not forget initial reports coming out after that serious injury he suffered in Barcelona were that that injury so severe it might have actually ended his 2026 season. So to have him back out of schedule, to have him back at all, and fast and competitive, chapeau to the 36-year-old.
Yeah, we can't say enough good things about John Zarco's efforts yesterday. He's certainly going to put himself through the physical test this afternoon, though, with the double distance Grand Prix, of course, and the intense heat here in Moto3. Aragon. It'll be a physical Grand Prix today, even if you were 100% fit. Never mind if you're working your way back towards it, as Joan Zarco is, and keeping from listening to Sean yesterday and to Lucio Cecchinello is that he has no pain in that knee. It's perhaps more the cramping that he might have to worry about later on. So positive signs for Joan Zarco, because there must have been a concern with the severity of the injury that he might not be the same rider after such a long layoff. Scott Crutchlow said to us on Friday, maybe the long rest has done him some good, because Joan Zarco is still every bit as fast as he always was.
Double the distance. Unfortunately, he has to go through the long lap twice this afternoon. A double long lap as a result of him cleaning out, unfortunately, Luca Marini and Pecco Bagnaia in that incident in Barcelona. He still, though, feels that he's got the pace to get himself from those two long laps into the point scoring places. So we'll be keeping a close eye on Zarco's progress throughout this afternoon's lap. So Pedro Acosta is that leads the morning session, a 1:47.616. Talking about riders who were racing out of their skin yesterday. Acosta, having had two tumbles so far this weekend, including one at turn 8 in Q2. That was his last experience before he's back in action in the sprint. Acosta shining once again at 40 factor KTM for his best qualifying in 500. Another top performance. He thinks he can get himself in that fight with Mark, Alex and Bez. Is he being over optimistic, or do we think he's got a genuine chance at it? I mean, his pace in the latter stage of that sprint yesterday was really, really impressive.
I think that's what given him the confidence for today, is that he was the fastest rider on track at the end of the sprint. Of course, we don't know how much extra pace Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez might have had up their sleeve had they needed it. But Acosta was going very nicely towards the latter stages, lapping in the high 146s. So, yeah, Acosta, a genuine dark horse this afternoon from the second row of the grid. Took advantage early on in the sprint from the battle involving Aprilia's Jorge Martin and Raul Hernandez. One thing that Pedro Acosta does have to be aware of, though, this afternoon, if you've been on KTM social media channels, you may well have seen it. I think we're going to show you it in the build-up to the Grand Prix this afternoon. Pedro's going to have to be careful where he parks on the grid, because if you've seen it on social media, when they came to the grid at the end of the warm-up lap yesterday, Pedro Acosta actually overshot his pit box and had to wheel his bike back into position and then knocked some of the seatlinks off his KTM when he was climbing back aboard it. So something for Pedro to look out for today.
Yeah, beating off some of his own rear seat area, which he did say had an impact on the performance of his RC16 in some of the right-handers. Very encouraging signs though for Acosta. I think he said it was his first time in his MotoGP career. He did his fastest lap of the sprint or a Grand Prix on the very last lap. So yeah, that does bode well for a potential podium challenge this afternoon for the Spanish rider. Marco Bezzecchi, well, what a familiar sight again with his name at the top of the standings. Unfortunately, not at the top of the standings in yesterday's sprint, although he did, on reflection, seem pretty happy to come away with 7 very important World Championship points. Did take a couple back on his teammate Jorge Martin, took the checker flag in 5th place. Martin thanking his Aprilia team for trying to find him not just the confidence in the front end. I don't think there's a lack of confidence in the front end this weekend, or a lack of trust, which has been a bugbear in recent races. I think the fact he's been suffering a little bit with this weekend is there's been quite a significant early drop. He only gets 3 or 4 laps optimal performance out of that front tire before he's managing locking, before he's managing sliding, which is a pretty precarious place to be with some of the hard downhill lean angle braking zones around Aragon.
Yeah, you imagine the early laps too are going to be super important today in this Grand Prix, given The heat that's, of course, surrounding Motoland Aragon next to the air, but of course the track temperature is going to be going through the roof later on today. If you find yourself stuck in traffic early on, that front tire temperature, the front pressure is going to go through the roof as well, which is going to make your life super, super difficult. So if you are a Jorge Martin, even if you're a Pedro Acosta, a Fabio Gian Antonio, potentially, who we only saw for a lap in the sprint yesterday, who will fancy making forward progress, the start is surely going to be their biggest opportunity to do it. Bezzecchi, though, is making a bit of a statement in this warm-up session, and it was a bit of a feature of some of the races early on in the season that Bezzecchi dominated, is that he would go out and blitz them in Sunday morning warm-up and set the tone for the Grand Prix to come. Bezzecchi is currently 6/10 clear of the field.
Speaking of Didier, his championship aspirations suffered a minor setback yesterday when he failed to see the checker flag at the end of that 11-lap sprint. He spoke on Friday about how kind of narrow the racing line was here in Aragon. If you do straight slightly off the optimal racing line, not a lot of grip around. He said it was like ice, and it was those icy-like conditions when he was marginally offline in a pretty hectic early battle yesterday, which saw Gian Antonio flash out of contention at turn 16. No points on offer yesterday for the Italian, which sees him slip 46 points now behind series leader Martin.
Costa nearly running into the back of one of the other KTMs. I think it was Paul Espargaro who was up ahead of him. Managed to miss him, fortunately for Pedro and for Paul. Of course, the young KTM charger, the current KTM test rider, Paul Espargaro, who was 17th in the sprint yesterday, and all sorts of chaos going on up ahead of him. Luca Marini crashed in front of him on the first lap, and then Fabio Quartararo's Yamaha blew up in front of him. Here was the near contact into turn one of trio KTMs approaching turn one, and Pedro Acosta leaving his braking just a fraction too late.
From Acosta, second fastest behind Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi maintaining this strong weekend record, has not finished outside of the top three at any phase of the weekend so far. It's Marc Marquez, who's third fastest. Acosta there just putting his arm out to qualify.
He was looking at the screen there, wasn't he, when he was braking tail, and then suddenly realised he had a face full of Paul Espargaro's Tech 3 bike as he approached the first corner.
Good launch that by Bears. So we need one of those if he's to fend off another attack at the first corner from Marc Marquez this afternoon. Just, I'm not going to say he got caught napping, but I think he said he just braked that a little bit too early. You just cannot give a millimetre, can you, to Marc Marquez? I think by hook or by crook, Marc was going to send it on the inside of Bezzecchi, even if that had allowed Alex to come through, if it allowed a couple of other riders to come through. He knew we could not let Bezzecchi get away at the start of that sprint. Ultra aggressive, just as we knew he would be. Undefeated in sprints, 3 out of 3 for Marc. What about maybe 3 out of 3 in Grand Prix for the Bologna factory? 33 points. The 93 is now at the top of the World Championship. Here's the We Are 93 fans, the 73 fans, as always, out in their numbers. We got to get top vantage points around this Aragon circuit. I told them about 6 o'clock this morning. A lot earlier than myself and Lewis for venturing out to the circuit. But it has been a rather eventful day for some of us in the construction today, because we're minus a set of car keys, which might be a little bit problematic as we try to head back to Barcelona late on this afternoon.
If you're anywhere in Alchemy and you find some, then do send a message to Matt. Otherwise, he's going to need a lift to the airport later on.
If you see me coming a lift at some point back to Barcelona, you're to the charge. Yes, it is me. Marc Marquez in third fastest this morning. There's 2 riders in the 400. They were Bezzecchi going across to third and fourth respectively in that sprint yesterday. Luca Marini, who was feeling a bit beaten up this morning, has probably bashed himself around with a first lap get off at turn 16 yesterday's sprint. So battered yesterday was Luca that he excused himself from his media obligations, which is unusual for Marini. Shows how the battle of his cage was. He's got the bed the right side this morning though. Bit of adrenaline kicking in. Luca was 6th quickest on the factory Honda. Fabio Quartararo, who's had a weekend to forget so far, 5th, just 1 place ahead of him. So he's back in test rider mode for Yamaha. They've got a different chassis spec here this weekend, of course, trying to find a way out of the hole that they currently find themselves in, and certainly not helped by the fact that yesterday in the sprint, a very high profile engine going pop for Fabio Quartararo. At that stage he was nowhere near the point scoring places, but yeah, Fabio's having a bit of a nightmare weekend here in front of the Spanish fans.
Yeah, he did say he felt some warning signs from the very beginning of the sprint that not all was well with the V4 powered Yamaha underneath him. Unfortunately, it went top halfway through the sprint, hitting Paul Espargaro, a face full of Yamaha engine smoke. Marc Marquez, I don't know how much attention Marc Marquez pays to the times of the morning warm-up, but he was 3/4 of a second behind Marco Bezzecchi in that session in third place. So has Bez just signalled his intentions in that 10-minute warm-up session, which they all did spend, with the exception of Alex Rins, they all did spend on the medium combination, which is expected to be the race pick later on.
Saying the fastest TV journalist in the world, and that was some warm-up session, wasn't it, from Paul Espargaro. I don't know if there's a doing a 47.358 from Policio. I'm sure as soon as this afternoon's Grand Prix of Aragon finishes, he'll be out of his leathers, he'll be back in his smart civvies and picking up a microphone and analysing what happened with his TV colleagues at DAZN here in Spain. Marco Bezzecchi, job done. Nice little confidence boost. Always nice to get your Sunday race day underway with top spot secured. And that's exactly what Bez has done. I think it's fair to say both Mark and Alex, they spoke on Friday about this. They sort of re-emphasised it after yesterday's sprint. Despite beating Bez, those two, they do feel that if you look at the longer runs throughout the weekend, if you look at the race pace, they do feel that actually Bezzecchi has been slightly stronger than the two Spanish brothers.
Yeah, all of Marco Bezzecchi's Grand Prix wins so far this season, which he had 4 of them. He was never on the sprint podium in any of those 4 weekends. Of course, didn't crash out of the lead of the sprint in Buriram, where he probably would have been, but he was 4th in the Brazil sprint, won the Grand Prix, 4th in the Mugello sprint, and won the Grand Prix. And of course, he crashed in the Austin sprint too later on, went on to win that. So Bezzecchi being slightly off the pace in the sprint isn't particularly new, and that does not mean that he isn't the rider to beat later on.
He was second in the sprint and second in the Grand Prix here last year with Alex. We'll be hoping that history doesn't repeat itself and he can go one better in this afternoon's main Grand Prix. Already a win at the course this season in front of his home crowd on Spanish turf. What a win that was for Alex at the Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto. Back-to-back wins in Jerez now, of course, for Alex. A glimmer of hope, a small light at the end of a dark tunnel for Fabio Quartararo, 5th quickest in that warm-up session, although I'm sure he'll say, come on guys, it's a 10-minute warm-up session, it doesn't mean anything in terms of where we're going to figure this afternoon in the main Grand Prix. And in bounce-back mode is Fabio Di Gianantonio. A costly error, denying him points in that sprint yesterday, has seen him slip 46 points behind championship leader Jorge Martin, 13 now behind Marc Marquez in the battle to be top Ducati in this year's World Championship. Fabio Di Gianantonio, bit of a low-key morning warm-up session for him as well, down in 21st place with a 148.465. Only Ayagura's injury replacement, Lorenzo Savadori, was behind Digia.
Unable to tell you at the moment precisely what he was up to in that morning session. Pecco Bagnaia, though, one of the other Ducati riders, did see him spending much of the warm-up session in and out of the pits. So he came in midway through for a tyre change, and Bagnaia ended the sprint at the end in 17th place on a 47.9. Bagnaia, his miserable weekend. Good news for Pecco is that it's very nearly at an end. By the time we get to about 3 o'clock this afternoon, Bagnaia was just 11 in the sprint yesterday. No points for Pecco so far this weekend. Of course, he finished on the podium here 1 year ago. Marco Bezzecchi, though, by some margin, actually topping the warm-up session. Pedro Acosta, the only other rider to do a 46 this morning. Marc Marquez 3rd, ahead of Paul Espargaro, a fine 4th. Quartararo up in 5th, ahead of yesterday's early crasher Marini 6th. Raul Fernandez, Fermin Aldeguer, Johan Zarco 9th, where of course he finished the sprint, and Alex Rins 10th. He had a big headache yesterday, which hopefully is better today. Joan Mir 11th from Brad Binder, Alex Marquez and Diogo Moreira. Jorge Martin, the points leader, 15th from Frankie Morbidelli, Pecco Bagnaia, and the 2 Pramac Yamahas, with Miller ahead of Toprak Razgatlioglu. Bastianini has also had a miserable weekend, 20th for him, ahead of his fellow Italians, Fabio Di Gianantonio and Lorenzo Savadori.
Well, Marc Marquez has a clean sweep of all of our 3 sprints so far here at Motorland Aragon, which means he's never lost on a Ducati in the sprint format, and he's never lost on a Ducati so far here on Sunday's main Grand Prix. The winner in 2024, the winner in 2025. Who will be at Aragon Victor though in 2026? Can Marco Bezzecchi and Aprilia gate crash the Marquez party here in Aragon? Join us later to find out who will be our winner in Chapter 13.
Let's go.
Te veo, Carmelo.
estar aquí con vosotros. La verdad es que os hace mucha ilusión estar en casa. It's so great to be here with all of you. We've got an amazing day here for MotoGP. So let's go to here, so our riders. Let's go. ¿Vamos por aquí? Hi. Voy a empezar contigo porque me hace mucha ilusión. I don't know if it's happy and I don't know, different for all of you when you race at home because the people support you a lot.
Yeah, you just need to hear the people on the stand. It's beautiful to race at home. Actually, you know, we normally race pretty a lot in Spain, like Barcelona, Valencia, Jerez, and then here. But you know, the people that come here is people from all the small parts in Spain. You know, it's kind of in the center, and it's super nice to have also a lot of French people coming to cheer for the French from the French guys, and no, it's super nice to be racing at home.
Es difícil estar aquí encima del camión sin caernos, pero tengo que decir que me hace mucha ilusión ver cómo cuando vuelves, da igual que sea como comentarista o como piloto, la gente te apoya desde el jueves.
Lo que es difícil es estar haciendo lo que estás haciendo ahora, porque técnicamente estar aquí no escuchas nada desde fuera, estás como un poco aislado. Y a ver, esto es muy complicado, sé que le doy mucho crédito a Amanda, pero bueno, es otro mundo, es otra cosa. Estar aquí pilotando es mucho más relajado porque tienes más tiempo para ti, pero luego tienes mucha intensidad en poco tiempo, que es cuando sales a pista. Pero bueno, tenemos un público espectacular que viene aquí a animarnos y nos está arropando mucho durante todo el fin de semana a los pilotos de casa y es súper agradable pilotar aquí.
Disfruta mucho de Aragón.
Muchas gracias.
A ver, vamos por aquí, también tenemos a Pedro. Hello, Pedro. ¿Qué pasa, guapo? Ayer you were the fastest in the end of the sprint, big great, a huge sprint. I don't know if the plan is the same for today.
Yeah, first of all, let's try to don't fuck up in the grid because yesterday I lost my position, you know, and I have to run back. But anyway, yeah, the idea will be to don't lose so much at the beginning. Try to be close to Mark, Alex, Marco, and the top guys, and then let's see if we can do something at the end. I think we are ready to battle for a podium. Maybe not for the victory, but we will try to be close.
Cuéntanos ese mistake en el grid porque luego has creado un momento divertido en ese vídeo con Capello.
Sí, a ver, hay que dejarlo todo claro. Mi posición de parrilla estaba en una línea negra y me hizo ahí como espejo el sol. Y yo solo veía una línea y digo, bueno, esa tiene que ser la mía. O sea, la mía es la de delante de los chavales. Y cuando paso por al lado digo, coño, si sexto estaba yo y veo que me pasa Alex y se pone delante, digo, mierda, qué cagado. O sea, la cagada más vergonzosa de mi carrera. Pero bueno, al menos me pude poner mi sitio rápido, no perdí mucho tiempo, solo rompí una ala de la moto. Pero bueno, para todos los problemas que tuve ayer, salvemos los papeles.
Totalmente, y tú siempre regalándonos estos momentos bonitos y divertidos, así que gracias, Pedro.
Lo intentamos, hay que dar un poco de show para los fans.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Hola, Beco. Porque queremos hablar contigo. You won here the first victory in MotoGP. I don't know if this makes a special decision for you.
Yeah, back in the days I was riding in a very smooth way with a lot of confidence, so the bike was working super well, and really the first time here was fantastic against Mark. That is the strongest here, and nothing. I just try to repeat now. I know that technical side we are not in the same situation, but we will try to do the best.
La verdad es que lo comentabas que sería muy bonito ver otras de esas batallas porque fue increíble. ¿Qué necesitas a nivel técnico para poder hacerlo? Porque esta mañana te veíamos salir en el warm up, volver a entrar, no sé si estabas probando precisamente para buscar alguna solución.
No, hemos tenido algún problemas con el neumático trasero y nada. Por poder luchar necesito algo más normal de momento.
Buena suerte.
Gracias.
Fabio, how do you feel after a crash? Because the most important thing is like, how do you feel on the run?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm glad that I'm good. I have amazing partners. Alpine Star Schwei protected me in an amazing way. I have no scars and everything, so I'm good. Thank you.
No sé cómo de especial también es para vosotros llegar a un circuito donde se escucha tanto al aficionado es verdad que tú no sé si este fin de semana estás pensando también en este mundial, porque solo son 46 puntos, está realmente ajustado.
Sí, sí, bueno, primera cosa, este circuito es increíble, siempre me ha gustado, está en un sitio muy, muy único, con esta vista que tenemos. Y luego sí, la afición que tenemos también en España es increíble, muy latina, ¿no? Parecido a italianos, así que disfrutamos mucho el fin de. Creo que tenemos una buena moto para intentar luchar. Creo que los 3 primeros tienen algo más, pero intentamos.
Mucha suerte, gracias.
Sí.
But yesterday you got the podium. I don't know, it was incredible for you to work, but I don't know if today you have a chance for maybe to get the win.
Well, starting from pole position for sure will be tough because Mark is always there, but also Alex. They showed a wonderful speed, but I'm there. I will try my best to achieve the best result that I can.
Estamos hablando de Mark, no sé si precisamente pudiste ver la estrategia que planteó en la curva 1 o pudiste sacar algo de verla en ese pilota.
Sí.
¿Nos vas a dar alguna pista de lo que pudiste ver?
Sì, cioè io l'ho visto quando è arrivato all'interno ovviamente, quindi dopo ho riguardato il video e tutto per vederlo meglio, però Marco è molto forte a sinistra, in frenata e quindi è stato un bel sorpasso. Vediamo oggi cosa si può fare.
Él nos dijo ayer que esperaba una carrera bonita contigo y con Alex Marquez.
Speriamo, dai, se sono in mezzo a loro vuol dire che sta andando bene.
Gracias, Gil.
Ciao.
¿Ahora están escuchándonos o no? ¿Sabes? Porque I don't know if this weekend is the kind of thing where like you have to add points, not make mistake, and think on the championship.
Yeah, well, every weekend you have to take the maximum points for sure. I'm struggling a bit this weekend, so yeah, let's try to do a great start, trying to follow the fastest riders, and then try to finish and yeah, try to do the maximum.
Lo que no sé si es una parte positiva que podemos sacar es tu posición, evidentemente, que pase lo que pase, sales líder de Aragón, y además es un fin de semana especial porque se corre.
Sí, obviamente correr en Aragón después del año pasado no haber podido es especial. Sufriendo en general todo el filme, pero sí, lo que tú dices, ¿no? Al final lo importante es sacar lo máximo, irnos líderes de aquí y bueno, habrá carreras mucho mejores.
Seguro que sí, Jorge, muchas gracias.
Hasta luego.
Okay. Alex, you did an incredible sprint yesterday. Mark told us, like, for him, you are the rival with Betseki.
We'll see, we hope. I think that we are close but not enough. Still, you know, especially Betseki and Mark, they are a little bit faster than us. Maybe just 1/10 or 1/10, you know, in the end of the race is 2 seconds nearly. And later on, you know, also Pedro did a really good thing yesterday, so we'll be tough. We'll try to be on the podium. We'll try to make a good start, a good set laps, and later on try to manage the tires. So will be tough, but will be interesting to see how we can manage the situation.
Va a ser muy interesante estar pendientes de esta carrera, como tú dices. Lo que sí vi yo con mis propios ojos es que ganaste la primera carrera, la del jueves, porque fuiste el que más firmaste de todo el paddock.
Sí, al final dentro de todas las cosas que tenemos que hacer el jueves siempre hay que buscar un momentito ahí para la afición, que se lo merecen. Increíble siempre que estamos en casa. Tenemos 4 carreras, pero las 4 son únicas, las 4 tienen algo y es un placer.
Mira, justo vamos a pasar aquí por la grada. No sé, el año pasado si recuerdas, pero a mí no se me olvida esa celebración que hicisteis los dos en este stage. ¿Qué le dirías al público que te está escuchando?
Bueno, es algo increíble, espero que llegamos a la grada más bonita y más divertida del circuito, con perdón a las otras, pero aquí se lo pasan muy bien con música, siempre esto es una discoteca móvil y se lo pasan bien, así que siempre lo vamos saltando y es muy bonito.
Pues ojalá sigáis saltando en esta grada. Gracias.
Gracias.
I don't have too much to say because here you just have to listen. It's incredible.
Yeah, of course, as you see, the crowd and the fans are amazing, and yes, I mean, you feel the support of the Spanish fans to all the Spanish riders, because when we were there on turn 8, 9, also were supporting Martin Acosta and all the Spanish riders. Here, of course, we were in our grandstand, Marquez grandstand, and yes, looking forward to do a great race for all of them.
Ayer estuvimos viendo la carrera en tu grada y claro, nos decía la gente, ¿cómo no vamos a creer? 7 victorias aquí, el triplete en las sprints, es que claro, lo han celebrado todo prácticamente aquí contigo y ellos nos decían, no nos puede dar más alegrías, pero sí puedes, ayer les diste una no.
Bueno, que cada carrera, cada partido es diferente, y cada circuito y cada año sobre todo también hay cosas nuevas, salen rivales nuevos y hoy habrá un Marco Bezzecchi que seguramente querrá resarcirse de ayer, vendetta, que se dice en italiano, y creo que tiene el ritmo suficiente para hacerlo, pero bueno, intentaremos ponerle las cosas difíciles y sobre todo pues a ver si podemos brindar una buena carrera a todos ellos.
Oye, de hecho hablabas de ese rival al que ayer, bueno, hiciste una perfecta estrategia de salida. ¿Crees que es posible repetirla hoy?
Bueno, es lo que odio de las sprints, que enseñas las cartas y ahora pues ya te las conoces, tienes que enseñar unas diferentes. Es verdad que la carrera larga tienes más tiempo para gestionar la carrera de manera diferente, pero bueno, todo dependerá de esa salida, de esa primera curva.
Bueno, y el mago tendrá que hacer otro truco.
No, bueno, déjate de magos que ya están en el circo.
Gracias.
Gracias.
like one here in 2020. I don't know what is the first thought like come to your mind when you think that picture.
Well, I mean, it came really great memories from that victory that weekend, especially here in Aragon. So yeah, it was a really sweet moment.
Ya, porque claro, para ti es como un gran premio de casa, pero real, eres aquí de aquí cerquita, claro. ¿Cómo se vive? Esto hace que sea un fin de semana que empieza con mucha más ilusión.
Sí, desde luego. Al final mis abuelos son de aquí y en verano, ¿no? Cuando no había cole, que era pequeño, pues pasaba todos los veranos aquí en la piscina con los amigos y la verdad que es súper emocionante, ¿no? Poder venir aquí y bueno, sentirte como en casa.
Pues, ¿qué les dirías a todos ellos? Porque te están escuchando ahora en las pantallas, las radios, así que todo tuyo.
Agradecerles, chicos, muchísimas gracias por el apoyo y nada, a seguir, a disfrutar del domingo.
Gracias, Alex.
Gracias.
Fermin, how do you feeling about 2 days after 2 days of war, after this injury? How do you feel on the back?
To be honest, I'm surprised with my physical condition. For sure, after 2 days, today was more difficult to wake up, but yeah, it's the last day. We have to do the last push. I think we have a good opportunity to do a good race in front of the Spanish people, and we will do our best.
Decías, había sido más difícil levantarse, claro, entiendo que después del fin de semana está un poco más, pero sorprendido a bien por volver a verte bien. Cuando dices a ver si podemos hacer una buena carrera, ¿crees que hoy se puede sorprender?
Sí, a ver, saliendo el 11 siempre es complicado de llegar a lo mejor al potencial que podemos tener durante el fin de semana, pero ayer pudimos acabar en sexta posición. Yo creo que hoy es un objetivo otra vez bastante claro. Si podemos acabar dentro del top 5 mejor, así que a disfrutar, que es lo importante.
O sea, por ese top 5, muchísima suerte y a disfrutar.
Gracias.
Diego, I don't know if this kind of circuit is a typical circuit like you like it because it's anti-clock track.
I think so. I mean, on the past, I always make good races here, so at the end it's more easy to enjoy also, no? So yeah, is that why this weekend I was on the front always, also on the sprint yesterday? So yeah, it's a track I like to ride, so I think it's more easy for me.
So good luck and enjoy the track.
Thank you so much.
This is a typical circuit that is not your favorite, not for Yamaha, but even with this, the people supporting you on the stage, this is real special for you, I can imagine.
Yeah, really special because especially the races we are doing lately are really bad, so it's really nice to see the fans supporting, and I think it's great to see the flags and the caps, so I'm really happy for that.
¿Crees que en una carrera larga como hoy puede cambiar para ti un poco la sensación o crees que será muy difícil?
No, todo el fin de semana no hemos tenido ritmo, no hemos tenido sensaciones, así que hoy tocará sufrir, intentar hacerlo lo mejor. Hemos hecho muchísimos cambios durante el fin de semana, así que intentar salvar los medios.
Pues salvar los medios, está bien, suerte.
Gracias.
Raúl, special weekend for all Spanish riders, but I don't know if this kind of weekend start different, but maybe you can do a surprise today.
Yeah, this is the key. We need to do our best for sure. It's not the weekend that we expected, but anyway, it is part of the sport. It is something that we expected in terms of difficult moments. So yeah, we will try to make our best, and let's see for sure. Today we changed something on the bike, and I felt more comfortable on the warm-up. So yeah, let me see if we can get more points than yesterday.
Porque evidentemente siempre disfrutáis todas las buenas carreras, pero no sé si correr en casa todavía tienes más ganas de conseguir algo bueno.
Bueno, sí, está claro, sobre todo viniendo de una sintonía de carrera muy buena, pues esperaba llegar aquí y hacerlo un poquito mejor, pero bueno, sabíamos que podían llegar esos fines de semana difíciles, así que nada, hay que sacar el mejor, intentar hacerlo un poquito mejor que ayer y ya está, sumar, es importante.
Pues a sumar, mucha suerte, Raúl.
Gracias.
Thank you so much, Aragon. Now you have to enjoy the day, so make some noise for your riders. Muchas gracias a todos, Aragon. Ha sido un placer estar aquí con vosotros. Espero que hayáis disfrutado y que sigáis disfrutando ahora de las carreras.
Vamos a gritar más fuerte. Bueno, pues qué gran por aquí. Joan Fargo, vamos a buscar a Joan Fargo. Espectacular, mirad ahí con la pierna. Esa Joan, impresionante, ¿eh? Tienes que dar la enhorabuena. El viernes te probabas por si podías participar en este Gran Prix. Y luego, pues corres la carrera sprint y sumas un puntito ahí, ese noveno puesto. Pues venga, estamos muy contentos. O sea, bienvenido de nuevo, que hacía falta que Joan Fargo volviera a la parrilla. Vamos a buscar ahí corredores por aquí y venga, Raúl, cuéntame cómo estás. Bien, una temporada que sabes lo que es ganar, ya tenés que el año pasado una carrera, este año un par de podios más o tres. El sábado ganaste 2 carreras expresas, la temporada perdida. Pero al final fue que la temporada se desvió esa demanda. Venga, va. Raúl Fernández, aplausos ahí para Raúl Fernández. Bienvenido. Qué extraordinaria carrera. Vamos a buscar ese pasado familiar. Tocó el de casa. Rins, un momento. Alex Rins, un momento. Venga, un saludo desde Porfa. Venga, saludo. Una carrera especial para ti, Aragón.
Una carrera súper especial y dar las gracias a toda esta afición que nos está petando.
Venga, ahí está Alex Rins que se nos va. Ahí estaba también el piloto que sustituye a Ai Ogura. Recordemos que es Lorenzo Savadori, el piloto italiano, el piloto de pruebas del equipo de Aprilia, que también ahora ha sido inscrito. Se nos va. Miramos fotos. Más a Frankfurt.
ends with the Michelin Grand Prix of Aragon as MotoGP's European Tour rolls into the rolling hills surrounding the magnificent Moto Aragon track in eastern Spain. It's the 17th Grand Prix at Aragon, which is close to the picturesque town of Alcanar. Home fans are dreaming of another Marc Marquez masterpiece in Motorland. It's time to race in MotoGP. It's a very good morning to you wherever you are watching all around the world. Welcome to the 13th round of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. Title chase now is going to get very, very hectic and intense over the next few weeks as we have a scheduled 10 Grand Prix in the next 14 weeks, taking us all the way through to the end of November. Will there be a final round showdown at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia? It's another beautiful, beautiful day here in eastern Spain as we get set for Chapter 13. Those fans are here for just one thing and one outcome in MotoGP later on this afternoon. They are hoping, they are desperate to see if Marc Marquez can claim an 8th MotoGP success here and continue his unbeaten run on a Ducati. 3 Ducati sprint wins so far in his career, and he won the Grand Prix here in 2024 and 2025. 2 of 7 Sunday successes in the Premier class for the reigning world champion. As always though, our race day action gets underway with Moto3, and welcome to the David Almanza show, everybody, because the 20-year-old Spaniard has been dominant so far throughout this weekend, leading all 3 practice sessions, and yesterday a 156.347 secured the Dynovo Intact rider pole position number 4 of the Camel 3's 4th pole position in the last of 7. He was one of 5 leaders in the Grand Prix here last year. It was David Almanza. He's on a real heavyweight front row of the grid, joined by the Aspar duo of Marco Morelli. And we welcome back runaway world champion leader Max Quiles. We were missing Quiles with a broken right collarbone last time out at Silverstone, a collarbone he fractured in a nasty high side crash in Q2 at the British Grand Prix. Quiles back, and he's been back in some style as well. He completes that front row as he looks to extend a mammoth 85-point world champion lead over Alvaro Carte. Almanza, though, is the head and shoulders clear favourite after a stunning weekend so far. Your race day coverage kicks off in the company of Matt Burke-Lewis, who'll be in the commentary box, Jack after yard down in pit lane. Lewis just said it has been so far the David Almanza show. It would be a surprise if he didn't get the job done here this weekend and complete and total and utter domination of this Aragon Grand Prix.
To cope with some pressure in qualifying yesterday. Didn't get a lap in the early stages because Brian Ariarte, who we're now looking at, practicing along that penalty that he's deserved in this bonus Grand Prix, really got stuck into him on the first lap of qualifying. Then Almanza got caught up by some yellow flags. He had one time lap at the end of qualifying to try and get the job done. That single time lap was a new all-time lap record to secure him pole position.
He came to Aragon fresh off the back of just his 2nd ever Grand Prix success. He did take advantage of Quiles' absence last time out at Silverstone to take what was just his 2nd victory in 54 starts. It's been an astonishing performance so far this year by Almanza. Just shows his rise to prominence. 134 points he's collected so far this season in only 8 Grand Prix. That's the exact same number of points he scored in the whole of 2025. There's still got 10 rounds remaining. And a rider who was in hot water with the F1 MotoGP Stewards here this weekend, Eddie O'Shea, also has to serve a long lap penalty with Brian Ariarte, but he was also slow on line during official practice.
Ariarte starts 6th on the grid, back at the 2nd row. Eddie O'Shea, he lines up on the front of row 7 after he was unable to get himself through qualifying 1 yesterday. So both of those will have to come through the long lap penalty loop in the early stages. You saw Brian Ariarte practicing it there. The long lap loop is on the outside of turn 9.
Ariarte's weekend started off in painful fashion, a real nasty crash we had at turn 3 in FP1. A rare mistake last time out for Ariarte as well, when he was right in the heart of that podium battle at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, when he crashed out very late and did remount to take the checkered flag in 19th place. No points on offer though for the rider. 4th in the World Championship, 104 points. See his back of Quiles. He was on that golden run before the Silverstone collarbone fracture, wasn't he, Quiles? Victorious in Hungary, third in Brno, victorious again in Assen, and then second in Germany to build on, well, that stage with a championship lead in excess of 100 points. Cut down though to 85, as mentioned, with Carpe his closest challenger.
So here is Almanza then, 97 points off the World Championship lead. Not really thinking of a World Championship challenge. Of course, the illness and injury already this season has kind of put paid to that. Is potentially a Moto2 ride on offer for David Almanza, though. We did hear from Jürgen Ling yesterday, who is certainly a senior in the Moto2 Intact project, with the likelihood that Manu Gonzalez is going to stick around in that team, with a young rider likely to join in, with a young rider from their own camp. The likeliest contender to that is Almanza, another opportunity to showcase his credentials today.
Was fourth here last year. Almanza trying for back-to-back podiums for the first time in his Grand Prix career. He'll have some stiff competition on that front row to get alongside him. Morelli in second place, the 19-year-old Argentinian, third front row. Second or two in the last three for Morelli. And here is Quiles, who has impressed on his return. Of course, that plate's been screwed. The right collarbone after the heavy crash he had in qualifying at Silverstone, it really hasn't disrupted any kind of his speed or his rhythm, has it? A 1:56.390, getting himself on that front row in third place in what was a super tight Q2. Not even 500 of a second dividing Almanza, Morelli and Quiles on that front row.
Yeah, and Max Quiles, despite having collarbone surgery exactly 3 weeks ago, do we expect Max Quiles to take any kind of backward step? I don't think we do. That is not really the Max Quiles way from the outside of the front row. From the outside of the second row with a long lap penalty to serve is Brian Ariarte. He's giving his thoughts now to Jack.
Yeah, long lap penalty for Brian Ariarte, but I don't think it could be too much of an issue. There's two guys very fast at the front, but you've shown all weekend, Brian, that you've got a similar pace as well. So what are the tactics going into this one?
Well, just try to be calm, arrive wherever we can arrive, and yeah, still at the long lap will penalty us. So yeah, a more difficult race for me today, but we will try to manage on our best race.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Red Bull Catermeyer rider Brian Ariarte. 3 podiums in his last 6. That does include those 2 brilliant victories in Mugello and most recently at the Sachsenring in Germany. Quiles was third on the grid here last year, second eventually in the Grand Prix. And what was a super tight finish. We hope it's going to be more of the same here this morning. He lost by just half a tenth to David Munoz. Munoz sadly still recovering from the serious injuries he picked up in Balaton. His seat once again this weekend going to the impressive 18-year-old David Gonzalez, who was 14th at the British Grand Prix last time out on debut.
Yeah, made his first Q2 appearance yesterday, albeit a crash once he got there. Matteo Bertelli then lines up in 4th. Because we've seen him on a Moto3 podium very recently. 8 consecutive points finishes now for Bertelli, which is his best career run and the best qualifying for Bertelli since he was on pole position at Tornas de Rio Hondo in Argentina early last year.
Yeah, that's best qualifying of 20 starts then for Bertelli. Cracking ride by the KTM rider.
Let's head back down to the grid then and rejoin Jack.
Yeah, Rico Salmello joins me here on the 4th row of the grid. The Finn in good form at the moment. What is the plan for this? Because we've seen Aragon races in the past with that back straight can be very difficult to get away.
Yeah, well, let's see how the race is going to be. Well, here we hope there's going to be a big group. But yeah, let's see. Maxima and Almanza have really good pace, so yeah, just try to catch up with them and see how the race goes on. Manage the tire well, and then we'll see how we finish.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Rico. Looking strong is the 18-year-old Finny was second fastest actually on Friday afternoon. 5 top 10s so far this season, including last time out at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Salmello with a bit of work through from the back of that 4th row. The bit of 4th row he shares with Jesus Rios and Guido Pini, who's confirmed this weekend, one of a few Moto3 riders that will be graduating up to the Moto2 pack next year.
And he's very tall for Moto3, so I think it's not the full time from Guido Pini's point of view. He will be heading to Speed RS on board a Boscoscuro next season. We mentioned Matteo Bertelli a moment ago, and his best qualifying since the very beginning of last season. What can he do from 4th on the grid? He's spoken to Jack.
Yeah, that's a good question. Comes to the 2nd row of the grid. Great job yesterday, Matteo. I imagine you're quite excited for this.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Near to the light, it's really special, you know. But yeah, I hope to do a good race. I try to do a good start and stay with the 3-4 riders that they have a really good pace.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to 22-year-old Italian Matteo Bertelli, third in the Saxon Ring, 10th last time out at Silverstone, back-to-back top 10s for the first time in 18 months for Bertelli. Well, it has been a dominant weekend, hasn't it, for David Almanza? Can he get the job complete on the most important part of the weekend? It's race day, David Almanza on pole position. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Peter O'Toole.
Yeah, and stood next to us at pole position, as you say, Peter Hurtle. Fastest in both sessions on Friday, fastest in both sessions on Saturday. He's in red-hot form, Peter. Can David do it today?
I hope a lot. He did it already in Thailand first race. He was an all practice first and also very tight in front of Kiles in the race. So I think there's a realistic possibility to win also today, but we are happy with podium, and important is that both riders finish the race. In David Gonzalez in points and in best case David Almanza on podium. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the David show down at Dino intact. Almanza has been very, very impressive, hasn't he, so far this campaign. When you think a combination of injury and illness has seen him not competing 4 Grand Prix so far this year, he's still third in the World Championship. Victories in Thailand, second victory last time out in Silverstone from the second row of the grid. Here is the very tall, the very lanky Guido Pina, confirmation that he is on the move up into Moto2 next year, a multi-year contract to join Speed RS. He'll be alongside Luca Lunetta.
An Italian lineup for Luca Boscascuro's squad next season. Of course, he's losing Celestino Vietti to Aspar next season, which we'll cover off when we get into Moto2. Pini, though, who's been out in qualifying 1 in the last couple of Grand Prix, a timely return to Q2 for the 18-year-old Italian.
He scored just 5 points in his last 7 Grand Prix, has Pini. It's been a rather alarming slump since that breakthrough first victory at Austin in Texas. What a race that was when he pinched it at the very last corner. 5 minutes then until we're underway in Chapter 13 in 2026. Blazing sunshine, scorching heat is going to be the order of the day. We're expecting ambient temperatures into the mid-30s, possibly a little bit more when the Moto2 riders go all-out attack here in Aragon at 2 p.m. local time.
Well, we saw on screens earlier on that Marco Morelli is looking to become the first Argentinian winner in Moto3. So is Valentin Peroni, who starts from 9th on the grid and, of course, comes here off the back of a return to the podium. His first in 11 back in Silverstone last time out. That's, of course, from the front row. He comes from the back of row 3 this time, which he shares with Alvaro Carpe and Adrian Fernandez.
He'll be the first Argentinian since Sebastian Porto back in 2004 to have back-to-back Grand Prix podiums. There's an accolade that Peroni is chasing from the back of that third row, which also features Carpe and Adrian Fernandez. Carpe second, keep in mind in the World Championship, 146 points for Carpe. Second place, still knocking on the door of that first win here in Moto3. Carpe then goes from 7th place. Here
Round 13 of the Moto3 World Championship in 2026 begins with David Almanza on pole position, his 5th of the year, from an equal career best second of Marco Morelli and Max Kiles, 3 weeks out from collarbone surgery. On row 2, we find Matteo Bertelli, his best qualifying since the second race of last year. Adrian Cruz has DNF the last 3 Grand Prix and taken out 2 of them. He's 5th ahead of Brian Ariarte, who has a long lap penalty. Alvaro Carpe, Adrian Fernandez and Valentin Peroni together on row 3 before we find Jesus Rios, his 5th top 10 qualified of the year. Guido Pini and Rico Salmello joining Salmello, one of 3 rookies next up, with Hakim Danish and Casey O'Gorman 14th. Joel Kelso is 15th ahead of Cormac Buchanan, who had a big crash yesterday. He came through Q1 along with David Gonzalez. Joel Esteban also came through Q1 and crashed once he got to Q2. Eddie O'Shea was along that penalty with 19 days. He's ahead of Lucy and Scott Ogden. Clayton Patana, it's worst qualifying so far as a Moto3 rider, 22nd ahead of Boucher Moodley, Leon Pastora, Seth Matani and Nicola Carraro. Every rider in the field is on the medium for a medium rear combination, with the exception of Matani and Carraro at the back of the grid on the solid grid.
Well, Kiles was so good in the first half of the 2026 campaign. He had the luxury of missing 1 Grand Prix and still holding that commanding 85-point lead in the World Championship. So much anticipation, so much excitement and expectation. David Quiles has moved up to Moto2 next year. He'll be partnering with Celestino Vietti. David Almanza then, can he leave Aragon taking second place away from Carpe in the championship? Golden opportunity this, isn't it, for Almanza, as Uriarte once again rehearses his long lap. Close to the white line on the outside there, wasn't it? That looked all relatively clean, neat and tidy. Marco Morelli there, just moving through your picture on the 97 Ascar machine, second on the grid for Morelli. Silverstone 16th, he was AWOL, wasn't he, for much of that British Grand Prix weekend. And the fourth time in 20 appearances, he has failed to score a point, ending what was a really impressive run of Morelli. He'd been scoring points in 14 successive Grand Prix, dating all the way back to Sepang last year, so a bit of a blip for the Argentine. Let's see what he can do. KTM, the big favourites here in Aragon. 7 KTMs occupying the top 7 places on the grid. The only Honda that's qualified inside, or 2 Hondas inside the top 10. Fernandez in 8th place, and the Leopard Honda. Keep an eye on Rios, with the Coach Sniper's team star there in 10th spot on the grid.
The front runner in recent years in the Junior World Championship, of which they race here in Aragon, so he knows the circuit awfully well. David Almanza, though, knows it well as well. Fastest in every section he's competed in so far, but the points up for grabs now. This is where David has to deliver.
And he's been the 24th different rider to win back-to-back races in the Moto3 World Championship. He's the big favourite, gets himself ready in the zone. There's been so many injury problems, so many illness issues. Severe bouts of tonsillitis for Almanza to deal with in the first half of the season. We hope that they're all firmly behind him. Distant memories now as he looks forward and looks to the future, looking forward to clear tarmac, heading on that short run down to the first corner here. Around the Aragon circuit, measuring just over 5 kilometres in length. It's fast, it's technical. Who's going to be the fastest rider in Moto3 here, though, in Chapter 13? Lights out, we're racing Moto3 here in Aragon. What a great start by Quiles from that front row onto the grid. Brilliant note by Almanza, who charges away from pole position. He will lead Morelli then into the first corner. Quiles almost running to back of Morelli on the run down to that first turn. But it's as you were, really. It is Almanza, Morelli and Quiles first, second and third, just as they were on the grid.
Yeah, my eyes are playing tricks on me, and there was a slight move from Almanza then before the lights went out. Hopefully from his point of view that wasn't the case. The big move behind is from the 2 Red Bull KTM IO machines. They've both cleared. Adrian Cruz says they're now up into 4th and 5th.
So the dream start to what has so far been a dream weekend for Almanza. He's coming under immediate pressure. A bit of drama further back, yellow flags out at turn 4. In fact, a tight first sector. Tricky when the field is all bunched together on the very early lap with Almanza. Will lead them down into 8 and 9.
Losers, but Telly uses places. That's Cruz coming back through there on Alvaro Carpe to retake fifth place. It's Alvaro right at the back of the field who has got down. It's going to be on his own, or whether he's taken someone with him, but there is the Italian up on his feet.
Running him out now, 2026 is Carrara, qualifying in 26. Last on the grid in 4 of the last 5. Almanza going ultra defensive there, tight inside lines. He drops down into the heavy braking zone of 12. That's Carpe back through on Cruz, says. Those two have already exchanged about 3 or 4 overtakes on this first lap, and that's a beautiful move by Uriarte. Lovely that by Uriarte. Instant revenge, though, coming from the rally. What an early lap this is between those two.
Well, Uriarte gave a bit of a dress rehearsal for that one in qualifying yesterday. He took that move on Almanza in the early stages of Q2, so that has been coming from Brian Uriarte, who needs to make early progress, of course, with his long lap to come.
The tally down 5, 4th to 9, got the start he was hoping for here in this Aragon Grand Prix. Quiles with the slipstream on Almanza, not quite close enough to attack him in the hardest braking zone into turn 16. Now the long, seemingly endless 2 left-handers of 16 and 17. Almanza's got great drive. He will lead them at the end of this first lap in Aragon.
And already this leading group of 6 riders are starting to distance themselves, because Peroni leads the second group. He's in 7th place, and already with 7/10 of a second to make up as Morelli was the middle of the racetrack to bend up any overtaking manoeuvre from the 2 IO KTMs right behind him.
Yeah, Cruz has got to be careful. He's not going to get detached from this lead group early on. They now climb up the hill through the right-hander of turn 3, then left through 4 and 5 with Los Carraro on the opening lap.
The start was absolutely fine, by the way. If there was any movement, he was clearly stationary by the time the lights went out, which is all you need to be. And at the moment, he is in position. He's not pulling away yet, and there's a potential swap to the 2 Aspar riders who perhaps need to just work together here at the moment and just make sure they keep Almanza in check.
Further down there, Gorman just taking 13th away from PD. The KTM Moto3 action going on further down in this loop group. Uriarte tapping in that Arte once again. Prix says he's getting himself dragged back into contention here as well. San Melo and Peroni also along for the ride as well.
Yeah, Battelli a big loser, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. He's down 7 places on the first lap. So the Italian who started on the front of the second row is now down in P11. And a nightmare for him. He's in danger of getting detached from this leading group.
And Matsu versus Quiles. We had this rodeo before, haven't we? In 2026, that's how the season started in such dramatic fashion. Such an epic battle those two had at Burram. Almanza has looked mustard all weekend so far. He has not yet seen anybody's rear tyre at the start of this Grand Prix. He gets great drive out of turn 15. There's nothing that Quiles can do in the slips because Almanza's pickup on the throttle out of 15 is so good.
Arte is going clearly pretty good too. He's now in the slipstream of Morelli's KTM. They've had battles around here before, of course, in the Moto Junior World Championship, but it's Uriarte now up into 3rd place. From that long lap penalty still to come, Bianevio will have to serve those. That's going to feed it somewhere into the midfield.
Fastest rider on circuit is Leopard Honda's Adrian Fernandez. They fan out now. You can see their cruise sets on the inside of Carter. That's now on the brakes into that third corner. Fernandez, the quickest rider on circuit, a 157.034. He looks to fight his way through from 8th.
Only now have they given the instructions. So our timing screen is now on your screens on the left-hand side of their names as well. Long lap penalty for Uriarte and O'Shea. So from now, they have 3 laps to serve that penalty. Uriarte now back behind Marco Morelli, who's taken 3rd place back again. So it's Almanza from a pair of Aspar KTMs, then a pair of IO KTMs, 4th and 5th.
Fernandez trying to send it on the inside of Cruces. I think it might have been, yeah, Fernandez got through on Cruces. That's a lovely move. Fernandez is making big headway early on here as Morelli goes the wrong way, but keep an eye on Fernandez on that Leopard on the latest victim as Cruces has got through on, and now I think he has picked up. You get Peroni as well with Carte into the reverse corkscrew. Fernandez on the charge here. Yeah, you got Peroni.
Yeah, and Morelli made a complete mess of turn 7. He didn't exceed track limits because the tarmac's red out there, but as the indication is clearly slower out there, that's why it's not a track limits violation, and Morelli proving the point there by losing 2 places.
Really aggressive, this 3rd lap of 17 from Fernandez. He's up from 8th to 6th, and we know he's the quickest rider out on circuit. As we go, that's Cormac Buchanan. Well, Cormac Buchanan, unfortunately, you know a rider's injured when they're not immediately back quickly back on their feet. He already had a monster high side at turn 17 on Friday afternoon in practice. So Cormac Buchanan, another crash, unfortunately, in the column for the key week.
That's another that he's just had there, looking at how stationary he was. Hopefully, I think he was sort of moving his legs, but Buchanan just takes a couple of bruises this weekend. Unfortunately, this has been a dreadful third lap for Marco Morelli, who's on the photograph. He's got another mistake here through turn 14, went right wide, compromised his front to 15, and all the way down the back straight. So Morelli with a 158.3 on that last lap. He was a second slower than the 4 ahead of him.
On the inside of Uriarte on the brakes in the first corner. That's a lovely move, the textbook first corner move there. You get the drive over that blind crest onto the start-finish straight. And then with that great drive, you just set yourself up for an attack on the brakes, which he did there. Carpe then back through on Uriarte in this top quartet, then just threatening a bit of a breakaway here. As Morelli got scrappy behind them, the gap between Carpe and Morelli and Ryan was almost up to a second.
O'Shea's already been through for his one-lap penalty. This could potentially be good news for Uriarte, this, with the gap opening up behind. If they continue to open that out on the next lap or two, then there's half a chance that potentially Uriarte could serve his long lap and still come out ahead of a lot of those riders behind him. A crucial lap or two now for Uriarte, hoping that this pace is going to be quick at the front of the field, and they can get him comes into the long lap penalty loop. And who's he going to feed in behind? It's Prix sets over to his left-hand side, and Peroni has to go all the way around the outside of turn 9 and feed back into 10. And he's alongside what looks like Battelli there on the NTA KTM, so he'll be in 10th place.
An unfortunate sight there in the top left-hand corner of the screens. Cormac Buchanan being stretched away by the trackside medics. Let's hope the New Zealander is going to be relatively unscathed. Just a little bit wounded and a little bit beaten up after that, what seemingly was a real nasty crash for the Kiwi. Down the hill again, and Almanza has been picture perfect so far, in this Grand Prix. Looking menacing as always in 2nd place is Max Keeler. So now it's a group of 3 with Uriarte's long lap taken. It is now Almanza versus Quiles versus Carpe. The gap back to Morelli, still hovering around 9 tenths of a second.
Costing roughly 2 seconds for Brian Uriarte, so he's got some overtaking to do now in the next few laps, and he now wants this leading Group 2 slow the pace up to an hour, enable him to chase it back on. He's up ahead of Jesus Rios at the moment, battling for ninth.
Fancy that it is still nobody you've been able to get through on the 2022 and the 22 KTM, and that's leading it from Piles. Carte, nobody has regrouped after a scrappy like a couple of laps ago. He's still there in 4th place. He's got Fernandez to cut behind him, although Fernandez has just lost 7th place, lost 6th place to Salmela. We've got Rios, Perone and Uriarte completing your top 10. Uriarte, of course, after his long lap.
The progress there, isn't he? In 6th place, we have seen him come through the field very recently. Silverstone last time out, 19th on the grid, up to 7th place at the end of the race. So this is the kind of territory that Salmela's been in before.
Just that a little bit more next or turn something like that cost him a little bit more pushing the foot now down the hill in the turn 8, wasn't he? On the brakes and they charge down through that reverse corkscrew. They're just maybe trying to put a bit of daylight between themselves and Carpe, who goes a long way around onto the red paint on the exit 11.
Looks like Carpe is on his limit here, just trying to stay with this pair up ahead of him. The top 3 in the World Championship, your top 3 in the Squad Prix. Once again, Almanza is pushing super hard. He's trying his best to break the grid behind him. He's setting up breaking Piles.
We've seen him now down to the turn 8 and down to the turn 12. That front tyre is taking some serious abuse underneath Almanza. Big twitches in the heavy braking zones from the Spaniard. It's not disturbing him though, is it, as he continues to lead this Aragon Grand Prix. Perone's been pushed back now down to 10th place. He's got Hakim Danish, the company behind him, the Malaysian, who's spoken very little of Vader Batama this weekend. His words qualifying off the season, Honda 2 Major, and way down the order in 22nd. He has not been higher than 20th so far this weekend at Batama. He's finding his way back to the pack. With a monster high side, big high side on the exit of going through 16 and 17. That's a cage battler for Rios, so he is out of contention. Big crash that for Rios.
Yeah, you're on the left-hand side of the tyre for an absolute age there, and you've almost got to be patient before you start to feed the power back in, and Rios potentially a little bit trigger happy there. Fortunately, he is back up on his feet, and a lift of the hand to say that he's relatively okay. Just up the road there, ahead of the lap of Honda, Abadja Fernandez, and exit stage right for Jesus Rios.
Yeah, didn't look like he'd done anything particularly wrong there. Maybe just a little bit more speed with a little bit more lead angle. He was on the line. It wasn't like he was wide on a dirty part of the circuit, but clearly flung over handlebars. Nasty one that for Rios. Update for Witherspoon tonight, and Carrara already out of contention in the very first. And Almanza then of Morelli. I was just about to say Morelli has regrouped quite really here because he started a career back towards the top 3. The reason being because he's just put in the best lap of the Grand Prix. Oh man, a 156.675 that from Morelli. I mean, that was half a second quicker than anybody else in front of him.
Race lap record back from Marco Moret. Here he is on the 97 bike, as Quiles, who's done that a few times, he showed a front tyre to David Almanza. Whether he's just letting him know he's there or that's his line, as we see a mistake further back for what must be Salmela on the Tech 3 KTM, because he was running just ahead of Cruces, so he's now given up that 5th place.
And it looks like Quiles' confidence has taken a real knock here from that massive Q2 crash he had at Silverstone. It does not like he's been away for a split second, but he continues to pile the pressure on Almanza at the front of this Grand Prix. Almanza, to his credit, has not looked like cracking at the moment. We know how hard it's going to work to keep this lead. We saw in the last couple of laps big moments on the front he had going in the turns 8 and turn 12. But at the moment he's continuing to make all the front running.
One lap penalty looks like really punishing Uriarte at the moment, because he hasn't made any progress towards the leaders since serving it. He's in 8th place. Of course, he gained a place when Rios crashed, and he also passed Valentin Peroni, but other than that, he's still around that sort of 2.2 second margin to the race leader that he was when he served that long lap penalty, and still stuck behind Salmela, Fernandez and Cruces.
The pace is picking up here. Almanza Quiles and Carpe in the 56th for the first time themselves on that lap 6 of 17. Morelli just marginally back in the 57s. Further down, Perone also doing 56s. So too is Guido Pini, who is in 11th place. Pini started the Grand Prix 11th. That's where he currently sits. 22nd, he is behind Danish, who's occupying that place inside the top 10 points at the moment for Gordon, Vitelli, Kelso and Patama. So Patama has finally, in 22nd on the grid, worked his way up into the points places.
Well, he's quick, but he's been a bit scruffy so far in this Grand Prix. That was another error just in the back. Turn 7, he's not the first rider though to Run to that particular part of Moto and Aragon, but clearly shows just how fast the pace is, how hard they're all pushing out there, because they're really on their absolute limit, setting these high 156s.
Quiles, you just know he's trying to work this out in his brain. He shadowed Almanza for the first part of this Grand Prix. He'll already understand exactly where Almanza's strengths and weaknesses are. Then he'll feel like maybe if he has got the pace, maybe there'll be some doubts about his fatigue. He'll not be able to run his normal training regime over the last few weeks or so with that fractured collarbone.
Key moments here. Ariarte's got himself to the front of this chase group now. He's past Fernandez, he's past Cruces, and he's past Salmello. I think Salmello's made a mistake on this lap because he's gone back from 5th to 8th. So now that Ariarte has got clear track ahead of him up to the top 4, can Brian Ariarte in the 51 fight do anything now to chase this quartet down?
The question will be if he can, just how much he'll be taken out of those Pirelli tyres. Almanza it is that's going to chalk on another lap in the lead of this Aragon Grand Prix. The lead, one of 5 leaders here in an active battle. They're going to go side by side with Quiles on the braking zone into first corner. Quiles though just loses braking a little bit too late. Garbo not able to get on through the lead. Coming out a little bit wide on the exit of turn 1. I mean, it's spectacular to watch. He's not exactly nailing perfect lap to that Aragon, is he, Morelli?
Yeah, the bulk of them are fast though on the 97. Here is the second group then, led by Ariarte, who was a little bit right then, coming to 3 now into the left handles of 4 and 5. Fortunately for Ariarte, the rider really behind him, Cruces, is being attacked himself by Rico Salmello, who's now back into the top 6.
Yeah, Cruces could just do with seeing a checkered flag, having DNF in the last 3 Grand Prix. This has been a good recovery from him after his blips of late, restoring some of the lost confidence. Almanza then dropping down, you can see him there because the left leg going down to the gearbox into this reverse caution. Spectacular undulation here in Aragon. This is turn 8 and 9. Then you go to the long left hander of 10. This is named after Marc Marquez, 8 years ago now, back in 2018. Marquez in search of an 8th MotoGP success here later on this afternoon.
Cruces has been beaten up a bit on this lap because we saw him lose that place to Salmello, and Fernandez took him at the back of the picture as well into the reverse corkscrew. So Cruces has now lost 2 places on this 8th lap. He now runs 8th.
He's just looking so strong, so managed to be leading into game in that 2nd place. You have to give an enormous amount of credit here to Almanza because he has done a sterling job making the front running throughout this Grand Prix so far. Almanza, the biggest time he's led in the Moto3 World Championship, so this is not alien territory for Almanza, but in his previous 14 times he's led Grand Prix, he's only been able to get the job done twice. Those times this season, once again, Quiles just showing Almanza his finger. Almanza will hear that KT behind him, know exactly who is on his rear tyre as they now power out into the final field, a short drag to the finish line. That is lap 8 of 17 in the books then. Almanza Quiles Carpenter, well, he's split by less than half a second.
Turn 1, but Carpe was also looking to try and pick up some pieces that open up there. Remember, of course, I don't think you need reminding, certainly Alvaro Carpe doesn't need reminding that he is still chasing a first Moto3 win. Of course, with Silverstone last time out, he's now been 2nd on 6 occasions.
Yeah, he's the rider in Moto3 history. Won't thank me for reminding him this one. With the most podium finishes without breaking his victory duck. He's taken that to distinction away from that Aragon a few years ago. Carpe though looking strong there in 3rd place, looking to make sure that he doesn't lose. 2nd in the World Championship to our potential race winner here, Almanza. Massive second group, isn't it? 3rd of that, just out of your picture. Ariarte, Salmello, Fernandez, Cruces, Danish, Perrone, O'Gorman, Pini and Batelli, all involved in that huge fight for 5th down to 13.
It would look at this stage as if Ariarte can forget any hope of chasing down this top 4. They're still doing very low 57s. Top 3 all at 57.0s, a 57.1 for Morelli, but a 57.6 for Ariarte, leading that second group. He's now 3 seconds off the race lead. The top 5 riders in the World Championship are your top 5 at the moment in this race, but only 4 of them look like they've got any hope of victory.
Down the hill we go into turn 14. Almanza 2 full flat lengths clear of Quiles. Hasn't given anybody behind him a sniff about dragging him on this near 1,000 metre back straight. Harry Almanza is so good at putting up the acceleration grip on that KTM out of turn 15. Quiles once again now will just start to that inside line, let Almanza know that he's there. Here is this epic fight raging for 5th place. Ariarte at the front of it.
That was Cruces. He was putting some manners on Salmella there, going into turn 16.
So they're not having that though, back through all the way out through 17. The next behind them is Danish on the 13th, the opener. The outside, KTM, top four, flashing your picture up ahead, 2 6 foot. So look at the inside of Rico Salmella. So we've got rookies in this group, 7, 8, 9 for the moment. We've got another rookie, 11, in the form of Casey O'Gorman, who's now getting himself into this battle too.
I saw there a little speck on the distance down the start-finish straight, a very lonely 14th place at the moment for Aussie Joel Kelso. He's 3.6 seconds back of the telly in that big group for 13th. And then Joel Esteban's 3.3 seconds behind him. Good news for Aussie fans overnight, I'm sure you've seen it. We've got our first sort of CGI look at the new Adelaide circuit, which will join the calendar in 2027. Exciting times for Australian MotoGP fans as once again Max is so good in the hard breakings of Judas has been close without ever looking like he's going to threaten a move.
Once again, Marco Morelli taking his own line through 7. He once again jumped over the curve. This time Keeler's doing it on the way around turn 10 and now up to the gentle left curve of 11, which is essentially straight on motorcycles down towards turn 12. Oriate now looks like he's finally broken this chase group. He's pulled sort of half-second clear now of Cruces, who's now back through on Fernandez, but Oriate still those 3 seconds away from the leaders.
Things happened to Joel Esteban. He was running close to the point scoring place. See his name just gone tumbling down the entire tower. We've got no yellow flags out on circuit, so whether there's been a run-off somewhere for Esteban at the front, no, that's Almanza that still leads. We're into the second half and now of this Aragon Grand Prix. That's the tactic, isn't it, from Keeler? Just try and stick alongside Almanza with a braking zone for 16. Almanza will know. He'll look at his pitboard right now to his left as they power over the finish line. Here we'll see how the Bugattis in that group will be more than aware that it is just Keeler's, Carpe and Morelli. But again, here comes Keeler's then. Keeler's has decided to attack. Keeler's then has decided to attack. Start of lap 11 of 17 into the first corner. First time in this Grand Prix, Almanza is now the chaser.
For how long will he be the chaser? I was hoping he could ride on board with Keeler. It's to wonder whether he was taking the limiter down the back straight, whether he was choosing to stay behind David Almanza. That looked like Keeler's had chosen the moment. He'd been waiting long enough, started lap 11, feel ready to not only pass Almanza, but go through and break away.
He's done it again. He has now led every single Grand Prix so far this year. What a record that is for Keeler. He made that look so easy, didn't he? Like it was taking camera for baby. Keeler then at the front of this Grand Prix. Oh, he had a moment there though. He had a big moment on the front end, dropping down into turn 8. So he's trying to make a decisive breakaway. We've got a big warning there. Maybe it's time to get a plan B.
And of course, when you make a mistake like that, it completely compromises you through the left-hander of 9. It puts you on that tighter inside line, which will punish you all the way around turns 9 and 10. But he's regrouped somewhat, has Max Keeler. So Almanza's just got to be a little bit careful here that he doesn't allow Keeler to break away, because we know how good he is and how hard he's been attacking on the front end. Has he been attacking a little too much, Almanza?
Esteban's points hopes took a big blow with a 202.4 on that last lap, so he clearly had some run-off somewhere, which dropped him down to 15th to 22nd. Back at the front, David Almanza, what have you got? Alvaro Carpe, what have you got? Marco Morelli, what have you got? Because they're in familiar territory here, aren't they? Trying to chase down and work out a way of defeating Max Keeler. He so desperately wants an Aragon win on the CV. He came so close here last year, just denied the checker flag in a thrilling finish against David Munoz, but then he leads over the line. A completion lap 11 of 17. Keeler's 57. Couple of things putting Almanza on that last one. Now Almanza, well, in successive laps, then he's been picked up on that one down to the first corners. Almanza the one who's just starting to favour some trolley work here. Keeler's the previous lap, and now Carpe on the current lap have picked up Almanza. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, Almanza, what a move that is. That's great, that's aggressive. Yeah, Carpe didn't really like that one, did he, at all? 3-3. Almanza seizing what little piece of tarmac there was.
Yeah, Alvaro Carpe is thinking, David, have you seen the rider ahead of us? Max Keeler is the track 28, who's leading the World Championship by 85 points. Let's not give him any extra assistance. Almanza, clearly he wants to be the rider to chase after Max Keeler, but they've given him half a second.
Yeah, and now Carpe has a look over his left shoulder just to make sure that it is only Morelli that's in this league. You can't do any favours for Pino. You can't do any favours because he will accept them gleefully. Half a second that little melee between Almanza and Carpe Costin. Let's have a look and see what Keyless' advantage is now as we move into the second split on this current lap. Just going to come through it now. Yeah, he's taking another 10th out of them, so 6/10 of a second is the advantage Keyless has. Almanza and Carpe are just going to call this one off. They'll call the truce here, because otherwise Keyless will just check out.
The problem they're going to have now is that they're not going to benefit from the maximum slipstream from the 28 KTM of Keyless out of turn 15, so he's not going to get gobbled up down this back straight either. 6/10 of a second it remains through the third sector, but there is no real benefit to any kind of slipstream for Almanza from there.
Well, this is clearly, as you can see, visibly the biggest lead that any rider has established in this Grand Prix so far, and we're giving it to the standout star rider of 2026, Max Keyless, who has already done a bunch of winning so far this year. Almanza is going to be breaking late on this time around going into the first corner, because on the previous two laps it's been picked up by both Keyless and Carpe. Keyless over the line then, 4/10 towards his advantage. Can Carpe once again attack Almanza on that one down to first corner? As a look, you could just see there how out of shape Almanza was, how hard he was braking to make sure he held on to that second place.
Yeah, Keyless recognising the moment there, straight back down into the 156s, a 56.8 for him. So was his teammate. Credit to Morelli too. I mean, at 97 bikes, second of the Aspar machines in 4th place. He also got himself into the 56s last time around.
So Almanza going super defensive, as you knew he would do. He left his loop braking as late as he dared there in that first corner, having been mugged off by Keyless and Carpe recently in that particular part of the section of the course. Yeah, Keyless, well, he didn't feel that long ago. It was only on the last lap he was 6/10 of a second clear. Keyless once again charging a little bit hot down in that reverse corkscrew.
All credit in the world here to David Almanza. He has jumped back on to the rear tyre. Big lap from Almanza. He managed to win that sort of temporary battle with Alvaro Carpe, and Carpe will be glad that he did call it off and sit behind Almanza, because the 22, the pole sitter, is jumping back on, and now it's Morelli on the attack in 4th place. He now takes Carpe for 3rd.
I think Almanza just sticks faster down that straight. He's so good at getting that KTM out of turn 15. And he's lighter. He's a lot smaller than Max Keyless, with one of the taller riders in Moto3. So, I think Keyless has made a mistake. Keyless has got it wrong and going downhill into turn 14, but he's out of nowhere. I mean, at this part of the circuit on the last lap, he was 6/10 clear, and now it looks like he's put a mistake down here at 14, and Keyless loses the lead. Here we go, into 14. Yeah, he's really wide.
He's struck him down a couple of times, hasn't he? Because we saw that moment into turn 8. He went slightly wide through there as he was trying to break clear. This top 4 have now closed right together again, as Morelli now runs 3rd, and maybe he fancies a crack at a first Moto3 victory.
Well, now there's nothing between the 4, and they fan out 4 abreast. Who's going to win the battle on the brakes at the first corner? It's Keyless. Morelli then now makes an Aspar 1-2, hung out to dry there by Morelli was Almanza, who now drops back down into 4th place. Almanza started this lap 14, leading. He's now back in 4th.
Oh, the fortunes are fluctuating quickly as now Morelli goes wide, which is now going to compromise Carpe. Is he going to see the moment and attack? Yes, he is. 83 on the inside of 97, and now Carpe up in 2nd place again.
Once again, all playing into the hands of your race leader, Keyless. While these 2 are bashing fairings, while these 3 are bashing fairings. Almanza's going straight through into turn 7. Oh, out of shape and wide. Really wide goes Carpe. Needs his pass to get back in the circuit. He's not careful. He's going to drop across the nose of Almanza into the reverse caution, but the battle raging here between Almanza, Carpe and Morelli is an open goal for Keyless.
Oh boy, he's made life difficult for him. He doesn't need any help as Max Keyless, but mistakes and overtakes galore behind Max Keyless, and the soonage as you know it, as he now comes through the second sector, his lead is 9/10 of a second.
Yeah, and Max will try and punish these 3 to the max now, because he just cannot give Max Keyless any kind of upper hand. Almanza is then somehow has got himself back into 2nd place after this melee with Morelli and Carpe. They drop down into turn 14. That was a lot cleaner this time around. But from Keyless, Uriarte looking comfortable. In fact, he's in a very lonely 5th place now as Uriarte. He's got himself well clear of that big second group that still features Perone 6. Gordon's got himself up into 7th place, probably back in 8th, rather. Salmela Fernandez inside the top 10. Points to Vitelli, Pini, Danish, Kelso and O'Shea as it stands right now.
It must be a sign for Almanza under that 22 infection. They're thinking, I've already had to do this once. I've already had to chase down a near second lead of Max Quiles to get back in touch with him. He's now going to do it all over again. Another 56 for Quiles, 56.9. He was a second faster than the trio behind him as they were busy squabbling and making mistakes.
And we saw Carte right off the road at turn 7 on that last lap. He was back in the 58s. So yeah, the damage has that damage too much to overcome in the final part of this Grand Prix, losing that second on what could be a decisive 14th lap of 17 here in Aragon. Corona's going to drop one position further down the order. Penalty's come the way of Valentin Corona. He has to drop one position further down the order.
Been any other flags around, so perhaps make contact with someone as he's been making moves. Almanza's had a big first sector on this 15th lap of 17. He's just taken a third of a second back off Max Quiles, so he's found the second or even the third lead here. How's Almanza on the 22? He's still trying to chase back down old Becker Quiles.
This is the lonely fifth place right now for Riarte. That's some rescue job after his early long lap penalty. Yeah, causing contacts is the reason why Corona is going to drop one position. It's been a pretty hefty old battle, that second group, for much of it. So Corona will have to yield. He's in that big battle. Casey O'Gorman, what a ride by the Irish star. Now up into sixth place on the 67-658 squad records machine. O'Gorman has once again showed that he's got the potential to be one of Honda's top dogs in Moto3 right now.
That equal the best result of his Moto3 career if O'Gorman can hang on to that. And Almanza, well, he's cut the gap in half already on this lap, from 8 tenths to 4 tenths now. Back to Max Quiles. There will be 2 laps to go when they come out of turn 16 and 17 in a moment. Morelli trying to do a job for himself, even though it would indirectly help his teammate if he does go through on David Almanza. But Quiles hasn't got this, so not yet.
He hasn't. Cruz has fought back on O'Gorman. Cruz has got himself back up into 6th place. They can forget about 5th with Riarte long gone. Up the road, Almanza's just putting his best up at the Grand Prix. He is giving it his all, just as he knew he would do, looking for back-to-back podiums for the first time in his career, looking for the 24th different rider in Moto3 to win back-to-back races. A 56.811 on that last lap by Almanza saw him claw back half a second to Quiles.
And they're broken Carpe did a 57.3 on the last lap. Morelli, the fastest rider of the top 3. Carpe now losing half a second, so he's over a second behind the leader, but he's 7 tenths back of Morelli in 3rd, so the 83 now looks set for a lonely 4th.
Yeah, running out of juice and running out of grip, it looks like, for Carpe. That's a shame because he's been right in the heart of this victory battle. Is now then, as he forward comes through at the front. Quiles it is that's still leading down into this 8 and 9 complex in front of the mass banks of fans that have been queuing since about 6 o'clock this morning to get the best vantage point through the reverse corkscrew. Quiles then through the long left-handers of 10 and 11 out wide. That's no problem, that's not illegal at all. It's only the green paintwork you need to worry about. Battle further back is raging. Once again, Corona somewhere got himself back up in the 6th. Sam on a 7th. Cruces, who was 6th at the start of this lap, now been tempted back down to 8th. O'Gorman, who was 6th, is now down in 9th.
Peroni looks like he now has dropped those places. His name has been yo-yoing all around the order, but he now runs it. So Salmela now leads that second group in 6th ahead of Cruz. Says, what kind of gap has Quiles got? It's a 1/3 of a second, so it hasn't really come down any further since the start of this lap. But Quiles will probably feel he needs that sort of advantage coming out of turn 15 on the final lap to put himself out of slipstreaming range.
Into these final 2 long left-handers on 16 and 17, as it just building up to another monumental finish, a monumental climax between Quiles and Almanza. Morelli looks like he's just running out of bit of pace later. Last lap on the way, and his successive fastest lap this Grand Prix for Almanza. It's Quiles versus Almanza. We've seen this story played out before on many occasions already in 2026. The gap on the line just over a 10th of a second.
He's asking all the right questions, is David Almanza. Fortunately for him, though, Max Quiles generally has all the answers. Quiles slightly wide, was he there through turn 3? We're now into 4 and 5. It's a very short braking zone into turn 5, so this is not an opportunity for David Almanza, but plenty are still to come.
Looks like the rally might have to be waiting to pick up some pieces here if he is to become the first Argentine ever to win a Grand Prix in Moto3. We're looking back then from Quiles' KTM to Almanza. We're dropping down now into turns 8 and 9. This is where Almanza has been strong, but he went a little bit hard there on that front end. He has pushed and pushed and pushed that quali front tyre to the point where he's begging for mercy, isn't it? Was he in that little bit too much, because it looks like he's lost drive on the exit of a late crash for Rico Salmela when he was fighting for the top 6.
Yeah, this might just be enough of an advantage here for Quiles. It's back out to a third of a second, so it cost Almanza 2/10, but that's a lot at this stage of the race. Is he close enough to have any hope of slipstreaming Quiles down to turn 16?
You really can't see Quiles flopping his line from here, can you? He has made a mistake like previously in this turn 14. This time around, though, it is supremely clean. Clinically clean, that from Quiles, and surely he is going to take yet another victory as he steamrolls towards Moto3 World title success in 2026. Almanza is running out of time. Almanza has fought a great fight. He's going to come up just short, isn't he? Well, 3 weeks after surgery to repair a fractured right collarbone. I'm sure there's been plenty of pain for Quiles, but so much to gain for the teenage Spaniard as he wins once again in 2026 to continue this unbelievable domination of this year's Moto3 World Championship. Back from injury with an amazing bang. He set this fastest lap of the Grand Prix on the last lap. He is just different gravy, isn't he, Max Quiles? A 1:56.818 on the last lap does hold off David Almanza, who dominated the weekend. Fastest in all 3 practice sessions on pole position. Almanza has to settle the second. It's a podium, his first since the Dutch Grand Prix in Assen for Marco Morelli. A double podium on Hunter for Aspar. Carte ran out of pace late on. He's 4th for the Viriarte, an excellent 5th for Viriarte after his long lap. Top 6 for Cruces, that's on right after his 3 successive DNFs. O'Gorman, Perone, Pini and Fernandez in your top 10. Points for Vitelli, Danish, Kelso, O'Shea and Esteban, who came from 22nd late on. But Max Quiles, there is just nothing that knocks this young kid out of his stride. 22 days ago, he was lying in the gravel trap in Q2 of the British Grand Prix at Silverstone in agony with a right collarbone smashed to pieces. Fast forward 3 weeks, and once again, he is your victor in Moto3. How does he keep on doing it?
Beating Max Quiles in practice, beating him in qualifying is one thing, beating him in the conquest of a Moto3 race is altogether another. And David Almanza, for all the good things he did this weekend, all the good things he did today, has found that Max Quiles in Moto3 in 2026 is just way too good. 7th win of the season, a 10th of his career now for Max Quiles. And bad news, unfortunately, has just reached us for Joel Esteban. He's lost that final points position for exceeding track limits on the final lap. We also have an investigation coming. We saw Rico Salmela drop out on the final lap. It would appear it was in a collision with his own Tech 3 teammate, Valentin Peroni, because they are under investigation.
And Peroni already had to drop 1 position in that Grand Prix for instigating contact at some stage. Well, it's a 10th career win for Max Quiles, 10 and counting. He becomes just the 7th rider in Moto3 history to win 10 or more Grand Prix. Sticks his name in a club which features David Alonso, Romano Fenati, Juan Mir, Jose Antonio Rueda, the reigning world champion, Dennis Foggia and Jama Masia. He's just the 13th rider now in Moto3 history to claim 20 or more podium finishes. The stats don't really do justice, do they, to the talent of the 18-year-old Spaniard, who I'm sure is going to be carving up Moto2 next year when he makes the move up with Aspar next season. This is the late drama that involving Salmela and Perone. This is in the turn 7. They're right on the rear tyre, aren't they? As Prix says, Salmela coming out the wrong side of it.
It's racing, contact in the end has ruled Salmela out. I have to say, in Moto3, I've seen a lot worse, but the stewards will make their own decision on that. Peroni, in the end, come across the line, is 8th place with Victor Steiner, who for Netflix Drive to Survive viewers will know that he's had a history of having to deal with feuding teammates. He might have a couple more to deal with today.
Max Quiles lost the Grand Prix here in Aragon last year by at half a tenth. He was not going to make sure that lightning struck twice. What a ride, what a day for Aspar with two riders on the podium. Keyless, your winner, Marco Murray third. Let's get the thoughts of their boss, Nico Terol with Jack.
Yeah, Nico Terol just running away from him. Facts now. You'll have to come back to me. Nico Terol has clearly got his running shoes on today. He's just sprinted away from me to go and celebrate.
He's got plenty to celebrate, to be fair, with Max Keyless, his best lap of the Grand Prix on his very last lap. He had to deliver that because Almanza really was pounding on some serious pressure behind him as he sought back-to-back victories. But he is becoming a new superstar in Spain, isn't he, Max Keyless? He is a very close ally, a training partner of both Marc and Alex Marquez, and he celebrates in front of the 73 and 93 grandstand. They know talent. Those fans are very, very knowledgeable. They know that they've got another superstar in the making on their hands. The unstoppable, the irrepressible Max Keyless.
So the Aragon wall in the background and trying to beat Max Keyless at Moto3 must feel like banging your head against a brick wall at the moment as David Almanza, Marco Morelli and Alvaro Carpe found out today. Prix, well, the damage was clearly done on Friday afternoon when he picked up that long lap penalty. He was certainly in that group fighting at the front, but once he served the long lap penalty and came out into the second group, any hope of getting involved in the back of the podium had gone.
Brian Uriarte, that's a really good rescue job from Uriarte. It was always going to be a tough task to keep himself in the podium battle with the long lap penalty to serve. You have to believe that without that he was going to be right in the mix in that podium fight later on.
No further actions been taken, by the way, involving two Tech3 KTMs for a racing incident is the view of the steward, which from the one replay we saw I'm not going to disagree with, so Peroni will keep his 8th place.
Well, we've seen this signature celebration now, haven't we, from Keyless so many times. The stand-up wheelie, as for the 7th time this year. Takes victory. Close, but no cigar for Carpe. Looked like he was just about to gesture there that he just ran out of really grip towards the crucial end of that Grand Prix. Well, that's the first mistake that we've seen from Max Keyless in this entire Sunday Aragon Grand Prix. Consider than that, he was absolutely flawless. He was absolutely faultless. He won't mind a slightly delayed arrival to Park Sherman because he's got himself next to the P1 board once again. And he'll be ready for some more race winning Prosecco as he moves on to 256 points.
7 is now his advantage over Alvaro Carpe. There are 9 Grand Prix to go. And you have to start asking the question of when, rather than if, we will officially crown Max Keyless as the Moto3 world champion. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that it could be in maybe 3 or 4 Grand Prix time, potentially Motegi or Indonesia now starting to look like a likely date for the crowning of Keyless.
Jorge Martinez Aspar can start to leave some Prosecco on ice at their Valencia base, because I think they're going to need it very, very soon, aren't they? David Almanza, well, there's plenty for him to be proud of. He's working in Aragon this weekend. He was the reference rider on Friday. He was the reference rider on a stunning Saturday as he led FP2 and then took a brilliant pole position. But there this way, Martinez Aspar on the left-hand side of your picture, himself a genuine sporting motorsport icon and legend in Spain. What a talent they have on their hands. They've picked so many, haven't they, down the years, and they have found another diamond in Max Keyless. Just brilliant. Let's not forget it was 3 weeks ago he was launching himself into war with that horrendous final corner high side he suffered at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone in Q2. Maybe he was a little bit fortunate to have had the couple of week buffer after Silverstone, just those extra few days to get himself as close to full fitness as possible. But once again, when push came to shove in another thrilling Moto3 battle, he was the one that was doing all the pushing and the shoving at the checker flag. He took the victory by just over a quarter of a second. Confirmation screens there, the Peroni San Melo incident has been declared a racing incident. No further action taken by the FIM stewards.
Yeah, David Almanza's got so much to be proud of, hasn't he, this weekend? First in every session Otte gets the one that would have mattered most to him, the Grand Prix itself. Marco Morelli, third place for him, as he keeps himself very much in the battle potentially to finish runner-up to Quiles in the World Championship. That is a fourth podium of his rookie season.
Yeah, good ride that Morelli. Got himself back into that podium battle after there was a couple of scrappy laps just before the halfway point where it looked like he was going to get sucked back into that big dogfight for 5th place. A big dogfight which was eventually controlled very well by Brian Uriarte. Moto capture Adrian Cruces for CIP Green Power. A very hard-earned 6th place for Cruces. That equals actually his best ever Grand Prix result. Third time he has been 6th with Le Mans and with Balaton earlier this year. And he certainly steadied the ship after those 3 successive DNFs. Jason O'Gorman shining once again. Backing up by O'Gorman. Top on the rider in 7th. Getting the better of Corona. Fini was 9th. Aki Leopard, Honda's 9th and 10th with Adrian Fernandez in 10th spot. At one stage, Fernandez cleared his way back up inside that top 5. He thought he was going to be maybe having something for the podium battle. The Czechoslovak Fernandez was over 12 seconds behind Quiles. Here he is, the Marco Morelli on a double Aspar podium here in Aragon, the Argentine with Jack.
Marco, congratulations, back onto the podium. A great day for the team as well in what was a very intense fight at the front. At any stage, you were able to try and put a plan together.
Yeah, it was super difficult and super hard, but not for the fighting, just for the pace. It was incredible, Almanza and Maximo also did a really good job. As I said yesterday, and as I say during all the season, they have a bit more. We need to find. Of course, I'm happy for the podium and everything, but you know, when you are there and you see the first position, no, I'm not happy. It's normal. No, I think I want to win like everyone, and yeah, but quite well because we was coming from a really difficult weekend in Silverstone where we don't find nothing, just we don't understand what happened, and this weekend made me again to get more motivation and my happiness and ride again as I won. Still we need to find some things. The puzzle is not complete, but I'm quite happy and for the next season. Ya voy!
His teammates are going there to celebrate. Yeah, Silverstone was a hiccup for Marco Morelli, but he is back on the podium. They want the double podium pictures, don't they, for their social media. Marco Morelli then. Marco Morelli's absolutely bang on about what a fast race that was now. Hot the pace was in the front. 18 seconds quicker than the Aragon Grand Prix here last year. 17 laps, the pace a second a lap faster than what we saw here in 2025, which just shows how quick Quiles and Almanza were ahead of him. David Almanza then so close to back-to-back victories. Pole to second though for the Spaniard, he's with Jack.
David, after such a magnificent weekend here in Aragon, I'm sure there'll be a tinge of frustration not to have taken victory today. In those middle laps when Max made the move for the lead, is that the moment that you think he was just able to break clear?
Yes, today we expected more, but well, it was a incredible race. I do my 100%. I managed well the tire in the first of the race. I go to less to more, but well, later in the lap 11 or less, I start to suffer a lot and getting the top 10. I can do very well, but well, it was a very incredible week. We can repeat with the team.
Great ride today, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, when all said and done, when he reflects on this weekend in a cold light of day, it was a brilliant weekend for the 20-year-old. And he does for the first time take back-to-back podiums, so he's starting to add some consistency to his undeniable speed with David Almanza. Just coming up short there at the checkered flag. He did so much of the front running in the early part of that Grand Prix with that hot pace, maybe just a little bit too hot, certainly for his curly tyres underneath him. He gave his all, it just was not quite close enough. He has done it again. He is a 7 times winner now in Moto3 this year. Back fresh off a collarbone fracture at Silverstone. Your Aragon winner, Max Quiles with Jack.
Max, huge congratulations. 22 days ago, you broke your collarbone, and now, 3 weeks later, at just 18, you've won your 10th
Moto3 Grand Prix. How on earth have you managed to do that?
It's so nice. It's so nice to do this win. I think it's one of the most special because it was really hard these 2 weeks. All the team did great job, and this victory is for the physios guys, Fran, Jose, as well my trainer Juan, that he did amazing job with my training, so I didn't lose a lot of muscle, and my nutrition Manu as well, all the team, Carrion, my family, my cats. This was all because of them, so I'm really happy, and yeah, so happy for this win.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, even the Keyless cats have played a part in his recovery from that British Grand Prix collarbone fracture. Well, he was top dog out there this afternoon. I don't know about that. That was absolutely brilliant once again by Max Keyless. He has been, without any question, the cream of a very exciting crop of young talent in this year's Moto3 World Championship. That's what it feels like to win in Aragon. I'm sure at times it was a pretty painful experience, but he is just unstoppable once again, isn't he? Take about Max Keyless. 256 points from his 12 appearances so far this year. Yeah, and he's just pointing to that collarbone that he fractured 22 days ago at Silverstone. Look what it means to the Aspar team. Nico Tirol there with the headset on. Boy, Martinez, Aspar, Vamos was the chant from Aspar. He hasn't got a mic drop, but he's dropping some gravel. Thankfully, he wasn't in it at any point this weekend, because once again, Max Keyless has risen to the challenge, and he has risen to the top step of the podium.
This time he did have gravel in his hand when he broke his collarbone at Silverstone 3 weeks ago, and a celebration not too dissimilar to Marc Marquez back in Misano a few years ago, wasn't it, when he did something very similar after coming back from his own surgeries. Max Keyless is on a similar career trajectory, it feels like, to his mentor Marc Marquez. This is the modern motor master. The first of the few victories around the circuit in his future too. Of course, will take over Moto2 next year with the Aspar team, where he'll partner Celestino Vietti. There's no question that as we go into next year, this man could well be a title threat himself. I'm sure that Argentina flag will give him the top step of the podium at some stage soon for Marco Morelli. For Kevin Almanza, it was 99% a perfect weekend. With that extra 1% was Max Keyless today. Just too good when it mattered. That's the story of Max Keyless in 2026, isn't it? He's led every single Moto3 race this season, and he has now won 7 of them. Absolutely Moto3 races started, of course, with the obvious section of Silverstone. Jorge Martinez Aspar. A belated birthday present for him after the celebration of his birthday yesterday. He accepted the Constructor Prize. 3rd place for Marco Morelli there. He's right in the mix, not only for 2nd in the overall championship, but potentially the Rookie of the Year too. And he's just 7 points now behind Brian Ariarte in their intense rookie battle. Kevin Almanza, he's just 5 points behind Alvaro Carpe now for 2nd in the World Championship, which is no small feat given the injury and illness which has blighted his season. Your winner, 30 Grand Prix starts, and he's won a 3rd of them. Max Keyless is simply unstoppable, and the coronation of Keyless as Moto3 World Champion moves a step closer.
before Max Quiles burst onto the Moto3 scene, leading his very first lap in Grand Prix in Austin, Texas last year. There were just 6 riders who managed to claim 10 wins in Moto3 history. He now makes it a magnificent 7. 10 wins in 30 Grand Prix, 20 podiums in 30 Grand Prix for one MotoGP star of the future. Already he was 85 points clear in the World Championship coming into this Aragon Grand Prix, having missed the action last time out of fractured right collarbone at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. It doesn't look like anybody who's going to break his hopes of being crowned Moto3 World Champion in 2026. Top rides, top efforts by both Almanza and Morelli. Those two within striking distance of Quiles at the checkered flag. But it is a very, very familiar side, isn't it, for Quiles, who has now won more than half of the Grand Prix he's entered so far this year.
This, the latest of them, another glorious Sunday for Quiles, returning from injury, 3 weeks from collarbone surgery, and he wins the Aragon Grand Prix. David Almanza, a very close second, did everything but couldn't quite manage on the final lap to chase down Quiles. Morelli third, from Carpe and Oriate, who of course couldn't recover, ultimately back into leading group was one lap penalty. Cruces, O'Gorman, Perone, Pini and Fernandez all in the top 10. Patelli never really recovered from a poor first lap. Danish 12th, ahead of Kelso, O'Shea, points for each of the grid racing duo, and Scott Ogden takes the final point. The duo Esteban received the 1 position penalty for exceeding 10 minutes of the final lap. Championship standings then, Quiles extends his lead back out to 97 points now over Alvaro Carpe. Makes no difference, 4 Grand Prix worth of points off the road, and there are only 9 remaining. Almanza, 5 adrift of Carpe, the back of the second. Oriate and Morelli in their battle for Rookie of the Year, now they're split by 7 points. Constructors' Championship is of course led by KTM, another maximum score for them. Top Honda, Casey O'Gorman in 7th today, the gap 157. KTM very close now to winning the Constructors' Championship. And Aspar, of course, with a big score today, 41 points scored between Quiles and Morelli. They're now 90 clear of Io in the battle for the Team Championship. Some highlights then. Almanza got into this Aragon Grand Prix unbeaten this weekend, having taken pole position yesterday, starting as he led to go on and leading through the first couple of corners. Patelli and Adrian Cruces, 2 of the rocky qualifiers, had a trick first, Patelli in particular, who dropped out of the top 10. But Almanza, it was Aspar versus Io, with Quiles and Morelli involved in a preliminary tussle with Oriate and Carpe. It's the 51 very long lap penalty. But he did, he came back out at the tail end of the top 10. The only hope of getting involved in the podium battle was gone. That was where Jesus Rios ended his hopes of being top Honda in this Aragon Grand Prix. High sliding coming through the final corner. Short left to half distance, Quiles made his move into turn 1. Almanza aiming for an immediate response, but he had his hands full with Alvaro Carpe, the 83, seizing 2nd place. This battle threatened to hand a gift wrapped victory to Quiles, with Carpe not too pleased with the aggression of Almanza. Pleased either when he lost 3rd place to Marco Morelli as the Argentine moved into the podium spots. Quiles coming through turn 14, handed the lead back to Almanza again as the top 4 blows back up. sooner had he regained the lead, but 3-4 corners later, he would emerge in fourth as both Aspar riders dived up the inside of Almanza, hung out to dry, which opened the door for Carpe once again. The 22 credit, though, he did recover to launch a late challenge to try and deny Max Quiles. Quiles, so often this season, too strong. His 7th win of the season, just 3 weeks after collarbone surgery. Quiles flexing his muscles at Moto and Aragon, moving a step closer to the Moto3 World title.
The final standalone Grand Prix of 2026 brings the world's fastest riders to Motoland. For the Michelin Grand Prix of Aragon, neighbouring the stunning historic town of Alcañiz, this bike-mad part of Spain hosted street race for 40 years up to 2003 before the state-of-the-art Aragon burst onto the Grand Prix scene in 2010. Home fans are expecting another Marc Marquez masterclass. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good afternoon, a very warm welcome back to Motoland Aragon. Welcome back to a circuit which sits close to the medieval splendour of nearby Alcañiz. Small town of just 16,000 residents, about 250 kilometres east of Barcelona, about an hour's drive from nearby Zaragoza. As we get set to continue race day 13 in this year's MotoGP World Championship. Later on this afternoon, in about 2 hours' time, we'll find out whether Marc Marquez is on his way and completing his quest for what would be an 8th MotoGP success in front of his adoring fans here. Especially the 93 fans that are outnumbering most here around this magnificent Motoland circuit. Our first visit here, of course, all the way back in 2010. Marc Marquez was 7 times MotoGP winner here in the past. A pretty cracking start to our race day 13 we've just seen in Moto3. No spoilers here in the commentary box. We will now focus, though, on what is turning out to be a pretty intense battle once again for glory in the Moto2 World Championship, where we're hoping for more of the same drama and excitement and tension and a nail-biting finish we saw to the Moto2 battle here, what, last June in 2025, and then it's on to topple the eventual world champion Diogo Moreira by the narrow margin of just 0.003 of 8 seconds, the closest ever Moto2 finish taking place right here last year in Aragon. Alonso Lopez caused a bit of a surprise here yesterday, his first pole position in 64 starts since Assen 2023. We'll cover off this incoming penalty with Barry Baltus very, very shortly. But Alonso Lopez's first pole in 64 starts in 2023. The 10th different rider in Moto2 this year to pole position in the opening 13 Grand Prix. That's one shy of the Moto2 record in 2022. Matt Burt Lewis in the commentary box talking you through the action. Just off the yard down there. There was a slight tweak in addition to the grid, because not once but twice yesterday Barry Baltus finding himself in hot water. He was due to be starting this upcoming 90-lap Moto2 race in 7th place on the grid, but a 9th place grid penalty for one infringement, and then another 3rd place grid penalty for another. 2 penalties in the same session. Amazing. I don't think I've ever seen that actually before in history. Has dumped Baltus back down to 19.
From the 3rd row of the grid to the 7th row for Barry Baltus, who is one of those 10 different pole sitters we've had this season, but any hope of matching his podium finish of Aragon here a year ago looks remote for Baltus from there. But what a qualifying session yesterday for Alonso Lopez, and if you look at the form from the weekend so far, it wasn't the biggest of surprises. Yes, as Matt mentioned, it's been a long time between TISO watches for Alonso Lopez, but he has been in and around the top 4 for much of the weekend. The big question though for Alonso Lopez in this upcoming Grand Prix, I'll just read you the words he said after Silverstone. He said, "We will have to work on rear tyre consumption." We'll find out just how much work he's done this afternoon.
He was, of course, in the front row of the grid last time out at Silverstone, starting the British Grand Prix in second place. First time he's had successive front row starts in over 4 years. The Red Bull winning the Lozano classes back in 2022. Lopez then fires away from pole position. The Spanish fans were very happy yesterday because we have an all-Spanish front row of the grid, celebrating his imminent move up to MotoGP with Prima Yamaha in 2027. Is Ethan Guevara, the Costa Skira rider. Front rows now in his last 4 appearances. That kind of form is why he has been chosen to partner top that last Gatlioglu in the Yamaha MotoGP effort next year. He's second on the grid with Danny Holgado completing the old Spanish front row. Holgado, his 5th front row of the year, coming after a monumental crash he had at turn 10 yesterday. The 21-year-old might be feeling a little bit second hand today, but when he's been upright on that asphalt, Alex, he has been impressively fast.
He just rode on board there on his way to the grid with Ivan Ortola, and if you were with us on Friday, surely you'll be expecting him to be starting very close to the front. Well, I'm afraid, Ortola fans, he isn't. He had a nightmare qualifying session yesterday, which has put him in 15th in qualifying. That has, of course, become 14th on the grid, but the penalties we've already shown you for Barry Baltus. There's no question Ortola had the pace to fight for victory in this Aragon Grand Prix, but does he have any hope from the middle of row 5?
So you just saw there Lopez on pole position, the 24-year-old from Madrid. 6 from the front row last time out in Silverstone, just one of 3 top 6s so far this year in Le Mans and in Mugello. Here is then the MotoGP bound Ethan Guevara. He'll be one of 5 hot rookies to step into the lines then in MotoGP next season. Not a bad chance for moving up, unfortunately. The fresh off Pirelli tyre experience in Moto2, the new 850cc engineer will coming in MotoGP next year. Guevara second in the World Championship, 42.5 points. He put the 6th behind Championship leader Manuel Gonzalez, but as mentioned, it is the 4th Grand Prix in a row where he'll far away from the front row.
15 points on Gonzalez in the last 2 Grand Prix, even if the 9 points he gained in Silverstone were slightly fortuitous, with Manu Gonzalez celebrating a lap short of the checkered flag. He's not going to do that today. But I mentioned a moment ago the undoubted pace this weekend of Ivan Ortola. We didn't see it though in qualifying. Can he still get up the front from 14th on the grid? He's with Jack.
Yeah, that's why I'm fascinated to speak to him, Lewis, because all weekend he's been one of the fastest 10 out there. Ivan, you've got the pace to win today's race, but finishing from row 5 makes things very difficult. Can you still do it?
Yeah, with the pace we have it, I think in the first laps it will be difficult to overtake for sure, but I will try to overtake as fast as possible without taking too much risk and then put my pace.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Ivan Ortola, the 22-year-old Spaniard. Needs to sort out his qualifying, you feel, if he is to really give Manu Gonzalez some headaches at the front of this World Championship. 7th time this year. Ortola is qualified outside of the top 10. He is in a rich vein of form, though. Sachsenring and Silverstone back-to-back podiums in Moto2 for the very first time in his intermediate championship career. He has podiumed in 3 of the last 4 Grand Prix. So do expect fireworks from Ortola. Do expect him to come charging through from 14.
Expect fireworks too from Danny Holgado from the outside of the front row. Also, the Moto2 world champion in a mentor capacity, and of course in a MotoGP riding capacity this weekend. Just off to the right of the screen there, Paul Espargaro firmly in the Holgado camp.
Well, we know that Ethan Guevara is definitely moving up to MotoGP in 2027. Possibly someone just joining him too. The Australian fires away from the end of the 4th row in 10th. Let's get some thoughts from him with Jack.
Yeah, and just like the last man we spoke to, Ivan Ortola, said another rider with excellent pace, but maybe slightly further down the grid than we expected, which are going to make things difficult. What can you still pull off today, Senna?
Yeah, not ideal. One lap's definitely letting us down at the moment, so that's probably the clear focus from going forward. So, yeah, good pace, and yeah, I need to get a good start and start chasing the good, but also looking after the tyre, because I think I learned from last year. I looked after the tyre well, and I went forward to win the race. So, yeah, that's probably that is the goal today. But I need to get the elbows out more than normal on the first lap to go with the front group, because once you lap into them, I know I can be in the fight.
Have a good one.
Thanks.
McCoy very clear from centre ages, thanks to him and thanks to Jack. Get the elbows out and try and get away as early as possible with that lead group. He said he was struggling in the Grand Prix last year. He was indeed. He was fourth at the checkered flag here 1 year ago.
Colin Bayer there on screen from 6th place on the grid. That's his best qualifying since Mugello back in June. Of course, Bayer got himself into trouble on the first lap in Silverstone when he tackled with David Alonso, who starts right next to him on the grid. Colin Bayer from 6th, talking to Jack.
Yeah, second row of the grid for Colin. Great Saturday for the Dutchman in what I think is going to be a race that's all about looking after that rear tyre, Colin. How are you feeling ahead of it?
I feel actually quite confident. Yesterday was quite decent. It's my first time here, so I'm quite happy to be on the second row. I haven't had a race here yet, so let's see how that's going to be. But yeah, I feel quite confident that we can put a good race and try to get into the mix for the top 5. We're going to fight hard, so let's see.
Good luck.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Colin Bayer. He's due a big result, isn't he? Not higher than 9th in his last 8 appearances since his ref podium. Alongside him is David Alonso, who really does need to steady the ship as the World Championship already slipped through the grasp of the Colombian. No points in the last 2. Major setbacks to the Championship Challenge, crashing out of podium contention in Germany, and then he was completely AWOL, wasn't he? At the British Grand Prix, Silverstone in 21st place. And words of encouragement from Pedro Acosta to Alex Screege, of course, one of our podium finishers last time out at Silverstone. Manu Gonzalez then looking to improve on his 42.5-point championship. Let's get some thoughts from his rider coach, Tom Luthi with Jack.
Yeah, this feels like a big one in the World Championship. A magnificent ride in Silverstone that was overshadowed by what happened with 1 lap to go. How important it is for Manu with some title rivals around him, that he really bounces back and makes a statement here.
I think it was important already just after Silverstone, straight after the race. I mean, there was nothing to analyze, but to analyze, to understand and leave it behind, So Manu was coming fresh to this weekend here in Aragon, and I think this was a crucial point. And now he has done again a good job all over the weekend, and I think, again, he was fully focused on doing the job for the race, working on the pace. Let's see how the outcome will be. Good luck, Tom. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks once again, as always, to Tom Luthi. Well, the British Grand Prix will never be forgotten, will it? By the rider you've just seen on screens there, Filip Salac, who gets bumped up to 9th on the grid after the Baltus penalty. Last time out in that epic final couple of laps, the 24-year-old Czech rider becoming the 64th different Moto2 winner, just a second from the Czech Republic, of course, with Karol Abraham, only the 4th Czech rider in Grand Prix history in any class to win a Grand Prix. 50 was here last year, which was his best result for 2025. So keep a close eye on Salac. Maybe he can be in that battle for the podium once again.
Tyre information is in from Pirelli, and it's near enough a straight shootout. The 2 front tyre options are both variations of the solid front tyre, so not a lot of choose between those, but every rider in the field is on the SCX Super Soft rim.
Should mention Alex Screege, we saw briefly on screens, getting a pep talk from his good pal Pedro Acosta. His first podium in all the Silverstone drama last time out. 91st different rider to podium Moto2. Ford becoming the 13th different manufacturer to claim a podium in the Moto2 era. He was the first podium by a rider, not a Alex or a Boston Squirrel, in nearly 6 years. But actually, since his February Grand Prix, Fabio Gian Antonio took a podium on a speed-up chassis. So, chapeau, brilliant job by Ford and by Alex Screege.
Danny Munoz starts from 12th place on the grid, of course, circuit, but he knows quite well, even though he is on a full-time Moto2 bike for the first time this year, couldn't hear much of the last 2 years, as of Danny Munoz. He did score a World Championship point last year. His best career qualifying came last time out in Silverstone in 5th. This time, though, he has to go from a couple of rows further back.
Well, if he is to make it 3 podiums in a row, which will be his clear intention, Ivan Ortola is going to have to do it the hard way. You can see there his recent form, the last 5 Grand Prix. The DNF in Hungary was a blow to his title aspiration, but since then he has been quite brilliant. The breakthrough victory here last lap, that was for him to win in Brunei. He won also, of course, recently in the Saxon. The front row then here in Aragon, Danny Holgado moving up to MotoGP next season with Ducati. Ethan Guevara moving up to MotoGP next season with Yamaha. It's Alonso Lopez for the first time in 3 years to find himself on a Moto2 pole.
17 laps ahead of us in Moto2 after one of its greatest ever races in Silverstone. Can Moto and Aragon follow that? Alonso Lopez, his first pole in 3 years, ahead of Ethan Zavarro, who has more front rows than anyone else this year. Danny Holgado completes the front row. Manu Gonzalez will be keeping a close eye on the lap count this time from 4th, ahead of David Alonso, who came through Q1, and Colin Vine, who Alonso took out in the first lap in Silverstone. Pepper Keras, his best qualifying since the Austin injury, 7th. Max Scrooge, podium finisher at Silverstone, and Philip Saranch, of course, the Silverstone winner, who also came through Q1. Senna Regis, Joe Roberts, and Danny Munoz only 4th ahead of Yuya Sasaki, who crashed in qualifying, was still 13th ahead of Ivan Otola, who took both sessions on Friday. Celestino Vietti, 15th on the grid, he's Aspar bound next year, ahead of Adrian Huertas, Tyler Osato, and Denis Onchu. Barry Baltus with 2 penalties, which relegate him 12 places to 19th, ahead of Luca Lanetta and Jose Antonio Rueda. Vanden Goldberg, Kinet, and the wildcard Ramirez on the 8th row, ahead of Garcia, Anchi, Parandes, Suritusa, and at the back of the grid in 29th is Tony Arbolino after a clutch problem in qualifying.
His worst ever Moto2 qualifying in 113 appearances, only once in Arbolino's Grand Prix career, and he started lower than 29th, and he was 30th on the grid in his rookie season in Moto3 in Japan back in 2017. Yeah, still not helped by that slipper clutch issue he had in qualifying. Well, we have had 304 Moto2 Grand Prix since the series began back in 2010. Aragon last year was the closest we have ever witnessed. No pressure, fellas. For the sake of will be more than welcome over the 19 laps coming your way in Chapter 13. We'll be turning up to the Apollo Building Moto2 World Championship champion. Can Manu Gonzalez bounce back from the crushing disappointment, the big frustration of the premature celebration last time out of Silverstone when he thought he had taken his first victory since Balaton Park, a victory that increased his world champion. We've spoken to a few connections down in Canada this weekend. They said he's apologised more than 1,000 times. It's history, you can't change it, they said to him. Just keep doing what you've been doing in the first part of the season and all will be good. He has actually responded pretty well so far this weekend from that blunder in the British Grand Prix. Finds himself heading that second row in 4th place. Second row which features Alonso via the most recent winner. Our newest winner in Moto2, Philip Saranch, keep an eye on him, going from 9th and 3rd. And also, of course, we missed not to mention Otola. We know that he has got pretty strong race pace. If he can get a clean getaway, if he can get himself in that lead group early on, well, Otola's certainly a contender. So to Aegis. Aegis, the Australian, very, very confident that if he can get away also in that lead pack, not burn up too much of that Pirelli rubber, but something late on. The riders then come to the grid. Come under starters orders, 29 riders. Here is the fastest of all so far this weekend, Alonso Lopez, who is fair to say does have his issues, occasions with time management. But what a great chance this is to take his first Moto2 podium in over 2.5 years. Last year, 2024, last time we saw him in the top 3. Alonso Lopez on pole. Lights out, we're racing Moto2 here then in Aragon. It's a great start on pole position by Alonso Lopez. He dropped the test of Zavarro, who started second. It looks like Holgado has held on to 3rd place, and he started in P3. There's a perfect start for Lopez.
Gonzalez still holds 4. Vine has taken Alonso further back for 5th. He went up the inside there into the first corner. It looks like a Screech has gained the place at the expense of Angel Piqueras further back.
Good news, all 29 riders making a clean sweep through that tight first corner. Alonso trying to find a way through on Vilas. Aegis getting aggressive further down the field. Otola too.
I think he's in top 10 already. He's Otola. He's up to 10th place. He's gained 4 places. He's right behind Senna Regis and of course Otola's teammate Piqueras. So Otola has made just the start he would have hoped for.
Looking forward to seeing Angel Piqueras in this Grand Prix, of course. He's on a nightmare 2026-2 injury, getting back to full fitness. Looked strong in qualifying, 7th on the grid. Piqueras started. He came through the first sector in 8th.
I think he's lost 2 places since then, though. But Aegis definitely had passed him, but I think Otola was on the inside of it too as they came around turn 9. So that would be Otola up into 9th position.
Here is Lopez then streaking away at the front of this Grand Prix. It was right here last year that Holgado cleaned out his teammate David Alonso. Aspar friendly fire on that one in last year. The screen sets up a move on Aegis. Aegis going to drop across the nose of the forward rider. Well, he promised he was going to be aggressive. And so to Ortola, who picks up the screen into 15. The aggression that Ortola and Aegis promised, they delivered.
That was Ortola taking the Scridge into turn 13. As Scridge tried to fight back, but ended up with Ortola also taking full advantage. So Aegis and Ortola, the two fast riders deep in the pack, on 7th and 8th.
Perfect first lap this then for Lopez, and already you can see that Lopez and Guevara are starting to make a bit of a break here. Every line we go then, Lopez that leads by 4.5 minutes per second. The second back and third then is Holgado. There's no way through. Gonzalez defensive to keep Via and Alonso at bay.
Alonso lost the front momentarily there into turn 1, which has dropped him back towards centre Aegis. Alonso trying to rebuild his confidence this weekend after it took an absolute battering at Silverstone last time out. Came through Q1, and that is why he finds himself in the top 6.
It's gone through. Salach has gone the wrong way on that first lap, down from 9th to 14th. This one, the Screws, they're getting really buffed up. Alex Screws, because he's came over the line in 16th place. He was top 6, wasn't he, in the early part of that opening lap? So, yeah, something happened in the latter stage of that first lap to bump the Screws out of the points.
Borja Gonzalez now, and we're looking back at Via because Alonso has now lost that 5th place to Colin Via, and he's now under pressure from Aegis and Ortola. So at this stage, Ortola already, because of the field spread here, Ortola is already 2.3 seconds off the race lead.
Lopez still looking comfortable at the front of this Grand Prix. There is your world champion leader, Manu Gonzalez, dropping down the hill, tricky braking zone there, slow braking with lean angle, always pushing a bit of a precarious position. Gonzalez there looking strong in P4.
Just having another start there in turn 13. A lap ago he made a move at a switch there. He wasn't successful that time on David Alonso. We're looking back once again then from Gonzalez, who in fairness took a little bit of time to get going in Silverstone, didn't he? Before he then rampaged towards the leading group. So potentially a bit of a slow burn once again for the French leader.
And the big one on that first lap was the winner of that ultra-top lap here last year. As Via goes side by side down the braking zone with Gonzalez, he lifts up the world championship leader. So Manu Gonzalez then drops back down to 5th place. I was just about to mention Dennis Onju, who was a big one in that first lap, 18th to 12th. Of course, he was the victor in that closest ever Moto2 finish here last year.
First start of the race, to Via in 4th place. Set to check on the grid. Never raced here in Moto2 before, so not entirely sure what to expect. But he's made a very good start to it.
Yeah, looking really, really strong. 150.388 is the best lap then from Via. That's your live championship. A lot more water passing the bridge here in Aragon before we find out how much that will change. 33.5 points though is the advantage Gonzalez will take to Bazzano in a couple of weeks' time.
Guevara was ever so slightly quicker in the end over that lap to Lopez, 50.4 versus a 50.5. So Ethan Guevara starting to chip away at the 21 of ahead of it. But of course, he's a very experienced Moto2 rider, and of course, a former Moto2 winner. So might be a while since we've seen Alonso Lopez in this situation, but he's no stranger to it.
It's a good draw here for Alonso because both Aegis and Ortola got right on his blending rear tyre. This is what happened to the squeeze at the end of that first lap. He got squeezed by Piqueras. He has to go on to the marbles. Right off the tarmac, there goes the squeeze. That's what dumped him then down into 16th place at the end of that first lap. He has recovered back up one spot into 15th.
Just the worst possible collaboration for that to happen to you. Because as you saw there, it's pretty dusty and dirty offline, and you just have to be patient. You have to accept that it's gone, just pick the bike up, and then just live to fight another day. We have seen riders over this weekend try to hang it out on the outside and high side themselves.
Down this long back straight, there's nothing that Guevara can do in the slipstream to attack Lopez on the brakes into this turn 16. Holgado at the moment looking in a strong and relatively safe and secure 3rd place. I'm not sure how much longer that will be the case as Via charges back towards the Spaniard. As you were though in terms of positioning that top 3 from the front row, Lopez, Guevara, Holgado. So a 3B lap from Aegis. He has kept within his promise to get the elbows out of it here. 150.491 has dragged Aegis up to 7th place within 2/10 of Alonso.
Absolutely nothing to choose between the pace of the top sort of 8 or 9 in this race. They're all doing between sort of 150.4s and 150.5s. I think a recognition with everybody on the SCX, the super soft rear tyre, a step softer than we had in this race here last year, that they can't take too much grip out of this super soft rear tyre in the early stages, otherwise we'll be in for some very late pain.
Savage has got in the bloody nose in the early part of this Grand Prix with Silverstone, when the man was out of the points. 17 close. Barry Baltus with his two good penalties, getting up 12 places down the grid. We want to go back up to 2 spots. We want to back to down 22nd.
Tough weekend is Celestino Vietti. Mentioned briefly before the race going away. He was confirmed earlier in the week as Spa Moto2 IMC. He's going to have the enviable challenge of being teammates to the likely Moto3 champion Max Quiles. But Vietti on course at the moment to score no World Championship points this weekend, but he hasn't scored many in the last 5 Grand Prix.
He scored 3 points in the last 3. No top 6 in the last 5 since Mugello. He's podium in front of his home crowd. He needs a home boost. And when he goes back home for Mazzano in a couple of weeks' time, because Vietti's form has just fallen off a cliff. We were talking about him 3-4 rounds ago as a genuine title contender. But he has slipped right out of contention, hasn't he now? Coming into Aragon Grand Prix 7th in the World Championship. It's getting even worse because he makes the fourth goal finish here this afternoon. So then, let's go on 19 completed. This from Alonso Lopez. He's just finding a 1:54.457. Quickest rider on circuit though, fastest rider on track. Keep an eye on him. He's come from 14th on the grid. He's just put in a 1:50.347 up into P8, and it's surely going to get better and better. Ivan Ortola on the charge.
He's still 2.2 seconds off the race lead though, with the pretty similar pace that they're all setting up in the top 8. We're on board with ages. Ortola is somewhere right behind us though in the squad 3, and we heard from both ages and Ortola before the race. It's that balancing act of being patient and not taking too much out of your tyre, but also making those crucial, critical overtakes. Ages had half a thought there of coming through on the 80 of Alonso, but he stays in 7th place.
The last point, the last point. Still going to be using the scorching hot conditions. If you just see the lead duo clear through the shot through the Marquez corner, turn 10. Lopez at the moment, well, he stays managing this Grand Prix quite beautifully. Normally you see some early aggression start to hamper Lopez as he has a little bit heavy, let's say, with his right hand on occasions, overusing that probably rear tyre, but so far so good for the pole sitter.
I think we've lost the Silverstone winner. Philip Salac has just toppled down the order, so back down to earth with a bit of a bump for the Czech. You can no longer see his name on the left-hand side of your screen. He started lap anyway down in 16th place, but he has now toppled at the very least to the back of the field.
That's on the yellow flag. I think so. With the Salac with some kind of technical issue. It's coming away the Czech rider. What is not up for debate is there's been no back-to-back wins for the Czech star as we follow this battle between Gonzalez and Alonso through those two left-handers, 16 and 17. Short run over to the line. Is Alonso going to be close enough to attack Gonzalez on the brakes? He is indeed. Lovely, lovely move. Gonzalez tries to tough it out. He'll have the inside line push now for the second corner. Around the outside, there goes Alonso. Well, that's brave. I mean, Gonzalez knew there that if he just stuck to his line, there was nothing Alonso could do to turn in and try and carry through that move 3-3. So a bit of race cut coming there from Gonzalez to hold on to that 5th place. He's having to really tough it out of him. Like the front Lopez, getting quicker and quicker. He's one of the fastest wide on circuit with a 1:50.246.
There's a special cars-themed helmet design for Manny Gonzalez this weekend. He's got a quote on the side of it saying that helmet way too far to give up, and he certainly has no intention of giving up his 5th place at the moment, but it's in danger of dropping them all away from the group up ahead of them. Gonzalez is now 3/4 of a second back from Via, who's starting to cause Holgado some problems.
A 57.597 did dump Salac to the back of the pack, so he lost a good 6 or 7 seconds on that last lap, so clearly some major issue coming the way for the American racing rider. Gonzalez is just somehow still about resisting this onslaught coming from Alonso. Good corner speed there from Alonso. The helicopter shot giving a great shot at that as he went through turn 13 in front of the iconic Aragon wall. Back with your lead then, it is still Lopez by what a good dozen or so bike lengths clear of Ivan Guevara, who just cannot sort of break that bungee cord to get himself to within sort of half a second of your leader Lopez.
Does Guevara have the same thought in his mind that I'm sure many viewers at home do, that Lopez might just take too much out of his rear tyre. He does have a bit of a history of doing that. I guess it's slightly easier to manage your tyre when you're able to run your own rhythm and take your own pace at the front of the race. Another 50.3. It's not fast lap for Lopez, but still faster than anybody behind him. And his advantage is now 0.6 of a second over Guevara.
Alex Scrooge, having been run out for paintwork on the first lap, was doing his best out of the Grand Prix. Still in 15th place, he's trying to find a way back from Huertas. As we now see Danny Holgado, who's been stuck in that third place right from the start of this Grand Prix, started in P3. Oliveira is starting to get a big move on the Spaniard directly ahead of him.
Actually has hit it now, so potentially some technical issues going on with his American Racing Calex. So the number 12 is now out of the Grand Prix, our first retirement this afternoon.
So the highs and lows of a professional Grand Prix motorcycle racer, the ultimate high of that brilliant victory for the first time in his career as Silverstone last year, and then not even anywhere near the podium battle here this weekend. So that's an early exit. Lopez looking really good. So at the front of this Grand Prix with advantage, 9 on 7 tenths. He's only back through the second split on this lap 7 and 19, but has crept up to over 3/4 of a second. So despite this Guevara pressure, at the moment Lopez has all the answers.
Let's give a shout out to further back to Tony Arbolino, who mentioned his poor qualifying, not really his fault. Clutch issues in qualifying. He's got himself from 29th on the grid now up into 18th place. He's just passed Caio Borsato. He's in a group up to Luca Lanetta in 16th, but of course if anyone drops out up ahead, then Arbolino might get still start with some points from this.
That's why TC3 single engine screaming on the red line now, and Manu Gonzalez on fourth down that line, thanks to make so much closer to attack him via lining up a move with potentially, and Holgado, that was really good try out of 17, is going to move to the inside line. Can he attack the 96? And he's not quite close enough. Holgado did a really good defensive job to hold on to that third spot. Ortola once again though has just set the fastest out of the Grand Prix, 150.198. He's been stuck in that P8 for a good 3, 4, 5 laps now, making no more significant forward progress, having started 14th. But if he continues to run that kind of pace, you do feel he might still have something for the podium battle.
I have to give another shout out to someone we haven't really mentioned yet, this leading group, Ortola's teammate, Angel Piqueras, who's very much in this. He's just at the back of this train as you see them coming through turn 7 in the background there. Piqueras himself did a personal best on a 150.3 last time around, faster than the leader on the last lap. Of course, Piqueras was on the front row in Austin, and then the broken femur which dramatically interrupted his rookie season. But we are now once again seeing the Piqueras we thought we'd see this year.
Yeah, said right at the start of this race, looking forward to seeing how Piqueras gets on, looking like he's getting back to full fitness. 7th on the grid, fractured his pelvis and his ankle, didn't he, in that horrific Dakota accident. He'd already made a real strong start to his Moto2 career. This though, on course for his first top 10 and his best result. There's plenty more to come from Angel Piqueras in Moto2. There is Lopez then moving out of the shot down the hill in turn 15. Guevara still there in second place, but that gap still just over 7/10 of a second. Everything that Guevara does, Lopez is just that little bit quicker, isn't he?
Whether Guevara is managing this stage, someone who isn't managing at the moment is Colin Byrne, who wants third place away from Daniel Ricciardo. It's the nature of those final two corners, 16 and 17. If you go in hot on the inside, you leave yourself exposed for the cutback from the rider you're trying to overtake, and Holgado does, at least for now, retain third place.
I can't say that wasn't coming. Miles had a good look at Holgado for a good 3-4 laps now, hasn't he? This time around he made the move, albeit it was a brief excursion into the podium positions. Cracking ride this though by Brian, as mentioned. He has been higher than 9th in the last 8 since his Spanish Grand Prix podium in Jerez. Best we've seen from the Netherlands rider for some time.
He's wide there is Holgado. That might compromise him on the way out of turn 5 at around 6 and into 7. But there's a big queue now building up behind the 96, which includes his teammate Alonso, who was very nearly overtaken by Aegis in the middle of all of that. He's still running in 6th and 7th, but this is now 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th, all in one camera shot.
Still in charge for the pack continues last and 29th up into 17th now as Philip Salach starts to conduct the inquest into why he has had a thoroughly miserable Motorland experience, an early retirement, some consoling embraces from the American racing crew. I don't think there's anything's going to console Salak's right now. That's down to earth with an almighty but still Lopez that is holding Guevara back by 7/10 of a second via. He's had already one little poke at Holgado at the end of this back straight. There's another one coming.
Again, Holgado is a metre or so wide, this time through the bus stop section as we entered this third sector. But something's going to give here because Holgado is a bit of a cork in the bottle here. He's now lost 1.2 seconds to Guevara, and someone is going to make a move. And here is Vaya looking to make that move.
Is it going to be one that we can make stick this time around? No, I think Holgado's going to try and cut the inside line once again this time around. Vaya just about is able to hold the line. He was so aggressive, so late on the brakes there, wasn't he, in a turn 16. Didn't compromise his exit speed as well, so there's no way for Holgado to find a way back through. There's Alonso trying to find a move on the inside of Gonzalez. We've seen this one before already in this Grand Prix. This time around though, Alonso does make it through, and Gonzalez also gets picked off now by Aegis. So Gonzalez trying to tough it out there with Alonso. Got caught nothing with Bradley. Aegis comes through, the two intact teammates now. Fighting it out through 4 and 5. Aegis is at the advantage.
Rear was sliding for Aegis through turn 3, which almost allowed Gonzalez back through. Gonzalez tried to do the same trick he pulled a couple of laps ago when Alonso attacked him and hold the outside line to get the inside for turn 2, but this time Alonso was wise to it.
Moto2 starting this Pirelli era on the night lights in Qatar in 2024. The win on occasion, that's Piqueras making a mistake going into the reverse corkscrew. The win on occasion was Alonso Lopez, winner of the first ever Prix Moto2 race. He has not won one since. This is his 50th Grand Prix since that day. He's not going to back to this either to try and replicate that Qatar success.
That's the one minor concern, it is a very minor concern for Lopez, is that his pace did drop off the top on the last lap down to a 15.8 to Guevara, so the lead is now 6 tenths of a second, but they're not because it's a half race distance, and we're not going to start to get the answers very, very soon as to who's done the best job of managing their route for every time.
The first up on this lap has been the world champs leader Gonzalez. Started for picked up on back Alonso and Aegis in that pretty frenetic first sector. Piqueras' name's tumbling down the timing screens.
He's pulling off by the looks of it. It looks like he was slow and off the racing line, so as Piqueras encountered some mechanical problems.
Well, we saw him run wide, didn't we, going into the reverse corkscrew this very lap. So Piqueras, that's cruel. That's really unfortunate. He was on course for his best ever Moto2 finish, dropping out of contention. Vaya having finally worked his way through. Now Alonso's picking up Holgado on that run to the first wheel. So Holgado's podium hopes evaporating rather rapidly here in Aragon. Vaya having got through on Holgado and with a bit of clear tarmac ahead of him, has got his head down here and some. A 1:54.380, his fastest lap of the Grand Prix on that last lap, was 6 tenths quicker than Guevara in second place, almost 3 tenths quicker than your race leader Lopez. Vaya's got race-winning pace here.
So that was what happened to Piqueras. He wasn't pulling off, he was pulling back onto the racetrack, having gone across the grass. It was another mistake through turns 14 because he did come across the line in 12th place, but 2 key mistakes in half a lap for Piqueras.
Looking really, really good there in that third place. Fully enjoyed this. Rider who will be remaining with KTM in 2027. Holgado's having a difficult time with it, isn't he? At the moment, his highest he got in the Grand Prix was P3, where he started it. At the moment, he's going the wrong way now, under big pressure from Aegis. So go downhill into turn 12. Aegis not close enough to get back through on the Spaniard. Gonzalez in 7.
That's the pressure from Ivan Ortola. Here they are at the back of the train and in danger at the moment with Guevara running up in second for 20 World Championship points. Gonzalez, even if he stays in 7th, that would be only 9 points, and he'd lose another point if Ortola passes him. So potentially a damaging day for the World Championship lead of Manu Gonzalez, who's been outscored by Guevara in the last 2 Grand Prix.
How much damage was done by Piqueras' run off at turn 14. That was a 1:57.171. So he lost the thick end of 6 seconds and got control outside of the top 10. Overline Lopez has gone on the 1:58 from the race leader, keeping himself still over 7/10 of a second clear of Guevara. Guevara must be sick of the sight to see that gap. He's pushing really, really hard on that Boston finish, and he can't reduce the gap to Lopez.
And Aegis will be sick of the sight of rear tyres of that Spark Calex's, because of course he's been spending much of this race staring at the back of Alonso. Alonso's now jumped up the road and past Holgado, which is what Senna Aegis is looking to do himself. It was Aegis on the last lap who was the fastest rider of this leading leading group of 8, but he's still stuck behind the Aspar by Holgado. Is that finally now going to change?
Showing his full wheels getting on that speed through 6 and 7. Holgado are still standing firm. Onji's having a Sunday, not as good as it was here last June, but he has worked his way up from 18th and now up into the top 10 as the third. That top 10 spot is the real can't do this race in the team rider. The team that Aaron Canet, well, Aaron Canet is suffering big start. If you wonder whether Canet's actually going to see out the 2026 campaign, he's 27th in this Grand Prix, 21.5 seconds behind after 11.5 laps. What on earth has happened to Aaron Canet, a serial Moto2 race winner, a serial Moto2 title contender? He nowhere here once again.
And a Moto3 winner here too. And Canet, yeah, essentially 27th adds up to second last. There are only 28 running. Only Xavi Tusa is behind him, and Tusa's actually catching Canet at the moment in that battle, the back of the field. Meanwhile, at the front, but it's still Alonso Lopez with that sort of 6-7-10 buffer over Guevara. Liking the look of Alonso too, up behind Vaya, having cleared his teammate Holgado on the last lap. Alonso dropped himself down into the mid 150s, and he was nowhere on Friday. But what a turnaround speed for him.
Race for Canet has been rather spectacular. He has not scored a point in the last 6 Grand Prix since Catalonia. He's DNF'd in 5 of the last 6. He'll be relieved just to see a checker flag in the 200 position, I'm sure. Takeras is working his way back up through the Ori, just picked off Sasaki on that last lap to bring himself back up into 11th place. Really strong and promising market from Takeras.
Started for third place in your street. With the top 2 still around 6-7 tenths of a second. We have got 7 laps of this Moto2 battle to go, and Alonso Lopez at the moment is managing this one perfectly. But the ball being in mind of every Moto2 rider in this race is the spin from the rear tyre and just hoping that they don't hit that cliff edge and start to drop grip. If they do, they'll start to drop half a second a lap.
2 years since Alonso Lopez found himself in this position. Qualified in the Australian Grand Prix in 2024 was the last time he actually led a Moto2 Grand Prix. He's led for the entirety so far here in Aragon, and he is still keeping that gap around 6 7 tenths of a second back to Guevara. Takeras dropped back to 15th again. Takeras is yo-yoing at the moment.
Ages is through this time. He's been trying to tee that one up for a few laps now on Daniel Holgado. His faded move into turn 13. Holgado looks like he's starting to reverse back down the order again, because Gonzalez is now crawling all over the back of him. But Aegis finally has taken that fit flex.
He's had nothing at all, has he, at the front, Holgado, and he's been going the wrong way throughout this Grand Prix, really. It's been picked off by Vaya. Alonso now Aegis, it could get worse for the 96 as well. Not a given that he's going to hang on to that 6 right now, with Gonzalez and Ortega slinging all over his rear tyre too.
Gonzalez needs every world champion. I mentioned he would lose 11 points as it stands to Ivan Guevara, but that will become 10 now as he takes 6th place away from the 96.
Tell you what, Alonso was jumping all over the rear tyre of Vaya there as well, almost made a move through to Takeras, and now wide at the reverse corkscrew. I just wonder if there's some kind of maybe issues with the gearbox, because Martinez keeps sending him off the road. His last ever game, I mean, that's 2 of his last 3 or 4 laps where he's been doing 157s. Shame that Takeras, because now he's back down in 17th place.
So Alonso versus Vaya then for 3rd place, with Colin Vaya stood on a Moto2 podium already this season when he was on pole at the Spanish Grand Prix. He stood on the podium late last year too when he very nearly won in Portimao. Colin Vaya chasing a first victory at this level of intermediate class level for a Dutch rider since 1990.
Alonso, this has been some impressive comeback by him after an absolutely dreadful, a truly shocking British Grand Prix at Silverstone, where we never saw him anywhere near being a front-running force. If he's going to galvanise his World Championship charge, he needs to start delivering big results. This could be a big payday if he can find a way through on Vaya. We've got just under 5.5 laps remaining. Vaya resisting, making that KTM machine as wide as he possibly can. Now it's all about the drive. Who's got the better drive? Out of turn 15 down this 968-metre back straight. Lopez, he's had that gap covered off pretty much the entirety of this Grand Prix so far. Guevara, try as he might, just cannot get close.
Consider Aegis since moving through. Aragon was slightly wide there, but there's another apex to come through 17, so he might get actually a better exit as a result of that. Let's see how they move down the start finish straight, but he's just not catching this quartet at the moment, despite having cleared Daniel Holgado. Alonso does get himself up the inside of Colin Vire, so did that minor error through the final 2 corners, costing Gonzalez now off at the top of the picture as he now drops to the back of this train.
It's a big mistake driven by the World Championship leader. That is gifting away some vital World Championship points here. He's trying to make a move, isn't he, on Senna Aegis. He's not close enough. There's almost contact here. Almost contact between the two intact teammates.
Oh, it's Vire.
Vire's gone down. Well, while we were looking at a replay of Gonzalez versus Aegis, that battle into the first corner, Colin Vire's hopes of a podium here in Aragon have disappeared in a cloud of dust. That's a real shame for the 21-year-old because he was having a cracking ride. Turn 4's going to catch him out. He stepped out there and then chucked it down the road. Nothing that Vire could do. So a bit of relief there to Manu Gonzalez, who rather fortuitously inherits the place.
Yeah, he's back into 7th place now, but unless someone else drops out, that might be as good as it gets for Manu Gonzalez. But he was so close there, wasn't he? Close to the Vire crack. We didn't see how that played out, but he was clearly inches away from skiffling out his own teammate, Senna Aegis.
Aegis will not realise just how close that was to disaster. You can see now Ortola's got through on Holgado, so Holgado's day just keeps going from bad to worse. I'm not sure how much longer they're going to keep Gonzalez at bay as well. Just keeping an eye on the gap between Lopez and Guevara's. The main line to 2 and 4 and 5 for the Vire crack. Guevara got the gap down to just over half a second through the second split on this lap 15-19, but then Lopez was able to take back a couple of tenths in the third sector. And it's actually worked pretty much over the line, just in the 7/10 between the two Spaniards.
No sign at the moment of Lopez running out of rear grip as once again Gonzalez is struggling to stop that Calyx into turn 1. You saw the rear tyre skipping up off the ground as he tried to screw off the speed, and this time he didn't go as far wide as the previous lap, but again Gonzalez having trouble at turn 1.
Just want to see the checker flag now, won't he, after the miserable 14th place last time out at Silverstone when he thought he had won the Grand Prix. Of course, there was the big contact between him and Holgado. Vaqueras has pitted. He must have had some kind of technical issue there. That was a lovely move from Ortola on Holgado going into turn 4. Vaqueras obviously kind of had some issues which were seeing his batic lap times in a couple of off-track excursions.
Keep an eye on Alonso too to see if he's now getting involved in the battle for victory, because it was a bit of a calling card and a trademark of Alonso in the summer and in the later part of last year, in that he had the superior late race pace, but no immediate signs of him chasing down the two Spaniards up ahead.
That's a shame. That is a real shame. Whatever it is that has ruled Vaqueras out this Grand Prix, it's denied him the chance of a top 10 and maybe better. Maybe he would have had something for this top 6 battle. Looks like Ortola is going to pay dearly for that 4th qualifying. They'll start the Grand Prix in 14th place, but it has been a good charge back through. 14th to 5th is a more than respectable Sunday afternoon performance, but given how strong he was, particularly on Friday, you would expect him much more. Certainly a podium the way he ended the opening day of action here in Aragon.
Gonzalez about to sound the represents but it's been a very eventful and scruffy at times afternoon for him. The answer is yes, as he passes the fast-fading Daniel Holgado. But when Manu Gonzalez finished second back in Assen, he was 57.5 points clear of Ifan Guevara. Put the flag out now, it would be 32.5, 25 points lost in the last 3 Grand Prix. Gonzalez might start to have fears of a repeat of last year.
Yeah, there'll be question marks about his ability to handle the immense pressure of leading the World Championship. He got picked off late on, didn't he, by Diogo Moreira. The crucial result here in that championship chase was that 2nd place by Moreira in that closest ever Moto2 finish to Dennis Onju in 9th. Good ride that by the Turk to get himself back inside the top 10. He's had his problems adapting and adjusting to the Bosca Skura chassis this year. Looks like he's finally got his head around it though. Goes Onju at the front. Here is Lopez down through 8 and 9 we go. Senna Aegis has got a late chapter this morning just to occupy his mind. Looks like it could be back-to-back 4th places here for the Australian here in Aragon.
potentially Motola warning coming too, as Motola's getting the corner of the second level in the first sector of this lap. He needs to put that gap down to under a second. Can Motola yet still make further ground from 14th on the grid, currently up into fifth place, and of course he will still feel he's a fate title contender too, and needs every point he can get.
Not seen much of Alonso Lopez because he's been so darn good at the front of this Grand Prix. Certainly when we have had him on screens, he has been really like he's made any kind of single mistake whatsoever. He has been flat picture perfect so far. Only 24-year-old from Madrid who has given Guevara not a single sniff and not even a glimmer of a chance that there might be a victory here in the offing for Guevara. Oh, that was a moment there, wasn't there? Twitch for Alonso as he was carrying a lot of lean angle on the power though. He was desperate, wasn't he, to carry corner speed through 16 and 17, try and get close to maybe an imminent attack on Guevara. We have got 2 laps to go then here, just over 10 kilometres remaining here at Aragon, and it's still Alonso Lopez that is holding that lead of just over 7/10.
Because Alonso, David Alonso, of course, that is, pushing to the limit because he pulled 4/10 back on Guevara on the last lap. So there might yet be a late stick in the tail for second place here between Ethan Guevara and David Alonso. Alonso Lopez looks safe enough at the front of the field at the moment, with Senaragius in 4th place. Looks far from safe. He lost 7/10 to Ortolo on the last lap.
Ortolo doing mid-150s, which is really, really rapid pace. The only rider quicker than him ahead of him was Alonso with a 150.494. Not given them at least back-to-back 4 spots right now for Aegis. Alex Escree's recovery continues. He's just put himself up into Danny Munoz. That's not a bad result given he was right offline at the first of the turn 16 on that one, dropping down to 16th place, so it's another top 10 in the offing for Street.
2 battles brewing, which will have implications on the World Championship here, because 20 points on offer for second place for Ethan Guevara. He would lose 4 points if he loses that second place to the fast finishing David Alonso.
Well, Guevara's not made a single error in this Grand Prix. The problem is, the rider ahead of him hasn't either. Alonso Lopez is just 6.5 tenths. That's remained the gap. When was the last time that Lopez was less than half a second clear of Ethan Guevara? He has managed this race impeccably at the front as Lopez. What can Alonso do then maybe to snatch away some crucial World Championship points here away from Guevara? He's 20, then could be 16 points for the number 28. Last up on the way then, Lopez leads it on course for his first win since Qatar 2024. His lead 6/10.
I was about to say, Guevara's going to have to brake really late there into turn 1. So we know what Alonso could do into turn 1. Alonso could not get through. Ortona had a crack at Aegis in the back of the picture too, but the Aussie still holds on to 4th.
Guevara's under immense pressure here, isn't he? You just feel like Alonso really fancies this, see if he can get close enough. He knows that there are good overtaking opportunities in coming down the hill, certainly into the reverse course through. Will he maybe make a move here going into turn 7? Guevara goes defensive and tight.
Both catching Lopez on this final lap. It is now under half a second. Alonso Lopez, I think, is going to be quite relieved now to see a check flag as Alonso has to go. This will also help Lopez. There's David Alonso attacks Guevara for second.
You know what, Alonso, he thinks he can still win this because they can see Lopez. He came all the way back to that could be it though. That could be the crucial and decisive moment. I think Alonso just need a little bit more patience there to wait for maybe a chance to make a cleaner pass on Guevara. Look how defensive Guevara is going to go downhill once again into turn 12, because it looks like that reverse corkscrew tussle between Guevara and Alonso has played in the hands of Lopez here, and he can cruise to the win.
Yeah, Lopez has got 2 more corners to go. Guevara wide though into turn 14. That's going to compromise his run into the back straight. And is he now going to be a sitting duck for Alonso?
He should be. They go side by side. You can see there Guevara has a good look to his left-hand side just to make sure he tries to go defensive and cover off the line. Here comes Alonso then on the inside of a crucial World Championship point at stake here. Ahead of these two though, it is going to be Alonso Lopez that takes his first Moto2 victory since Qatar 2024. Motorland is Lopez land here in Moto2 in 2026. A quite brilliant start to finish win for the Spaniard. His first for the Gresini squad. It was his first pole position in 3 long years here yesterday, and it's his first victory in Moto2 since our very first Grand Prix in the Pirelli era. Ethan Guevara just does about hold on to second place How crucial can the final record might those 4 points prove to be? He does take 20 and not 16, holding off David Alonso for third place. Did this aggression though from Alonso cost the pair of them the chance to deliver some late fireworks, the chance to inflict some late heartache on Alonso Lopez? Lopez was blissfully aware of all the chaos unfolding behind him. Guevara does hold on to P2. Aegis is fourth for the second year in a row here in Aragon. Alonso, you knew he was going to have a look on the inside of Guevara into turn 16. He tried this move before, but just running in that a little bit too hot. Guevara knew that if he just checked back to the inside line, the second place, the racing line was his. Nice little tactical move that by Ethan Guevara. You know what it means to him to take that second and those 20 important points. Moto2 is 5th from 14. Good ride by the Spaniard. Gonzalez, the world champion leader, 6th. Delgado facing 3rd to 7th. And his Anju comes through from 18th to 8th. Back in the line by the 2025 Aragon winner. Screeds 9th. Huertas is 10th. Twenty Munoz, Roberts, Sasaki, Vietti and Barry Baltas, despite his 12th place jig penalty. There you go. Question marks, not about his one lap pace here this weekend, but question marks about Alonso Lopez's capability of managing Pirelli tyres over 19 laps in scorching hot conditions here in Aragon. Question marks, the questions which he has a rather emphatic answer to.
Did begin to fade a bit on the final lap, and ultimately we never know whether David Alonso could have fought it in the classified final lap. Ultimately, he didn't, and take nothing away from Alonso Lopez, who did have a difficult end to his life at Speed RS on board of Oscar Squirrel, revitalised a little bit this year, having jumped upon a Calex, and of course he's had his injury problems very recently as Alonso Lopez, because he broke his right hand before Brno and had to miss 3 Grand Prix since his return at Silverstone. He's had a front row and now pole to victory in Aragon.
His first win in 50 Grand Prix. Qatar 2024. Superb performance that by Alonso Lopez. 32.5 points, and there's the narrowing gap between Manu Gonzalez and Ethan Guevara. Is now a 5th successive race without Manu Gonzalez victorious in Moto2. He's looking the road, not for his sake, to a sort of similar theme to 2025, where he was unbelievably fast, picking off wins for fun in the first 7, 8, 9 Grand Prix of last year, and holding on in the latter stages. Players confirmation on the screens. 903 days since Alonso Lopez kick-started the Pirelli tyre era in Moto2 with a brilliant victory. 2 leaders on that occasion on that particular night. Thought he would have to wait so long before he was able to add his 4th Grand Prix victory, especially for the Spanish rider to the by home crowd here in Aragon. We'll find out how much will be affected by the side, because he's going to wreck it and destroy
rear tyre, but he's done it in celebration. The 8th different winner now of this Moto2 season. We had a record 11 last year. Once again, variety is the spice of life in Moto2.
Ivan Ortola, after a superb Friday where he was fastest in both practice sessions and looking right on the money to be in the mix for the win here today. It all went wrong in that Q2 session yesterday where he found himself down in 14th place. That is a great way for Ethan Guevara to celebrate the news pre-Aragon weekend that he's making the move up to MotoGP next year. He will be one of Yamaha's 4 riders next season. Now the star-studded lineup, top-ranked Vasquez, the old winner, 3-time World Superbike champion. Jorge Martin and Ayagura also on Yamahas in MotoGP next year. Jorge had to work hard for it. You can just see the relief that's all over his face, a bit of joy as well. Alonso Lopez.
What are you thinking of the day, this?
I was going to say, has he run out of juice, or has he stalled it and can't get it going again? Brilliant performance that though, isn't it, by Lopez? Absolutely top 4 performance. He showed signs of willing to add his Grand Prix career when he was the front runner in Moto3, and a quite worked out in his 4th battle. He was always one of the sort of taller and heavier riders in the Moto3 battles back in the day. I remember those victories, he pulled the ace on his sleeve at Phillip Island, the brilliant start to 20 years in Qatar 2024, and they're at that 2024 mid-season tour. And a lot of people were tipping 2023 as well. Andre Lopez, who was destined for one place, and that was MotoGP. Maybe that's going to happen at some point in the future. He is still only 24 years of age. That is Lopez, but it's just great to see him back to winning ways after such a long time.
Yeah, classy rider at his very best, and yeah, he's entering Parc Ferme in the same way that the Moto3 winner entered Parc Ferme. We won't tell you who that was in case you're watching out of sequence, but this is becoming a bit of a running theme of the day. This time it's Alonso Lopez who's needing a push into the winner's enclosure in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, a little bit to ponder for Manu Gonzalez. He'll look up at these screens in the intact garage and see that the championship lead is shrinking 32.5 points. This is now the advantage. Of course, this Aragon Grand Prix is our last standalone Grand Prix of the campaign. Everything thereafter into the latter stage of the season is a double header back-to-back situation. The first of those coming up at the Mazzano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli in Mazzano in a couple of weeks' time, and we head straight through the Styrian Mountains for the Austrian Grand Prix at the Red Bull Ring, where, when it's on the back of his helmet, is it the Alonso? Well, that certainly was the Alonso. That was from Lopez. We'll know this on the back of the helmet. It certainly was some show, but from the Alonso here today.
He is back. It's good to see Alonso Lopez back. He is one of the great characters of Moto2. It's a long time between drinks for the 21, that is his fourth Moto2 success. He's currently in the top 10 in the World Championship too, and that's all having missed 3 Grand Prix this year. As mentioned, due to a right hand injury that he sustained just before Brno. So we're not necessarily seeing him right back to his peak level when he was winning races for a relative Follon of Boscoscuro, but certainly the best we've seen from Alonso Lopez in a good 3 years.
Somebody who desperately needed the podium was David Alonso. After that memorable victory he took in that thriller over the Dutch Grand Prix in Assen, it has been a slippery slope for the Colombians, crashing out of podium contention in the Sachsenring, and then a dismal performance. 21st he was over the line at Silverstone. No points in the last 2, so he certainly did need to find a big response. Top riders, classic riders like Alonso is, they always do tend to find something when the chips are down. Today though, it was all about that, as he came through from 5th to 3rd. Right, that ride down Alonso. We'll be hearing from him very, very shortly. Ethan Guevara, I'm sure it's the same for Alonso Lopez. Fair play, because I did make a mistake in that Grand Prix, but neither did you. Absolutely perfect ride that, wasn't it? By Lopez. He's back on the podium with a great ride to 3rd place. David Alonso's the jack.
David, after the nightmare of Silverstone and what looked like a difficult Friday, you've really bounced back today, giving Ethan absolutely everything on the final lap. Just how important a podium does this feel?
Yeah, I mean, what I like the most, I'm very happy because I have much fun. I really enjoyed the race from the first lap till the last lap. At the beginning it was like to each one make its own pace, and then I have so much fun on the overtakes. And on Friday it was impossible for me to brake, and now on the race I couldn't do it. What I like the most is that I was the same completely loose like in Silverstone. The only thing I changed is that I keep breathing. We keep on the line. We don't see around, and I was lost, but I never lose the faith. So well, finally we are here on Sunday, and yeah, this teach me and myself that when I have some problems, if I am patient, I breathe deep, I can fix it up on the weekend. So thanks so much. Also thank all the people like who are pushing for me, a lot of 80s around, so thank you so much.
Super awesome. Okay,
Hope you like it.
I know we didn't like it, we absolutely loved it, David. Always fantastic to watch the Colombian going at it in a Moto2 race. Yet lost and 18th on Friday to some Prosecco on Sunday. Great turnaround by the 20-year-old. still a title contender, and has got a lot of work to do to really push that top three, which is good. I mean, had a real rocky patch over the last couple of Grand Prix. Inside back to win for it has been some winner though for Ethan Guevara, a Yamaha MotoGP ride secured in his pocket, and 20 important World Championship points to boot as well. Guevara with Jack.
Ethan, this has got to be one of the best weeks of your life. Confirmed as a MotoGP rider, now on the podium in home soil, and a very important podium as well as you close the gap in the World Championship.
So I'm so happy for this race. I managed the tire for a race to the last lap with tire for battle with Alonso. I'm so happy and so grateful for my team. Amazing race. This point is too important for the championship. I closed the gap for Manu Gonzalez, but it's time to continue working in this progress. I enjoyed a lot this race. Congratulations for Alonso, because the pace is so crazy. I try to arrive to him, but it's impossible. And I'm so happy with the second position, and it's time to enjoy with the team.
Top job, well done. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was. Here, Jack, another top job by the 22-year-old Spaniard. This was the last corner drama. You just knew that Alonso was going to dart to that inside line. Guevara knew that he was surely going to run that little bit wide. If he just stuck to his guns, and more importantly, stuck to his line, it was going to be Guevara's best result since his victory at the French Grand Prix in Le Mans. He felt like he needed that one, only his second podium in the last 7 Grand Prix. But that was a real good fight, wasn't it? Kept us on the edge of our seat all the way to the checker flag for Guevara and Alonso. But on the day, there was just one rider who was in a different league, in a completely different class. Fair play to Alonso Lopez as he takes his 4th Moto2 success. Yeah, great embrace, full respect between two young warriors who will be side by side in MotoGP next season. Let's get the thoughts. His first win in 2.5 years, and he did it in some style, flag to flag, for Alonso Lopez with Jack.
Alonso, you've waited over 2.5 years for this moment, from Qatar 2024 to now, to have the Spanish flag wrapped around you, to win again on home soil. What does this moment mean?
Yeah, it is incredible, because honestly I didn't expect that, because I know that I have a piece to win, but you know that since 2 years and a half that I didn't win a race, so for me it's incredible. I thought that it was very difficult to keep regular things that I did, so usually I felt very comfortable, so I think that we have a very good boost for the next season, for the next races, so very happy, and I would like to thank you to all the sponsors for supporting me, and all the team.
Yeah, brilliant performance that by Lopez. His first win in 2.5 years. His last podium was at Austin in Texas back in 2024 as well. So he's had to wait a long time to be part of some post-race celebrations in Moto2. But it just goes to show, doesn't it, that you keep fighting, you keep ploughing on despite how tough the times get, despite how tough the moments get. Keep fighting. Good days are always around the corner. Congratulations to all the Untitled Prix Moto2 connections. Because they're hoping that more success might follow in less than an hour's time as Alex Marquez and Fermin Alligair go for glory in the upcoming 23-lap Michelin Grand Prix of Aragon. But it is Alonso Lopez then. The end of 19 mistake-free laps. I mean, he was absolutely perfect, wasn't he, in that Grand Prix. 35 minutes and 4 seconds of poetry in Moto2 from your race winner, Alonso Lopez. A really important second for Ethan Guevara. And Dan Alonso finds some much momentum back into his championship charge.
What a fascinating race in what is proving to be another classic Moto2 season, which of course last year went right down to the wire. The both decided on the final day in Valencia. Something very similar to this year, with the gap continuing to close at the top of the World Championship. 25 points now, as you saw there, to Ethan Guevara in the last 3 Grand Prix. Misano in a fortnight's time. Luca Grassini, who heads up the Moto2 operation down there. Nadia Padovani and the team will watch on. Will accept the winning constructor prize. David Alonso. Well, that podium didn't look like it was coming on Friday, did it? Well, David Alonso took a deep breath and got himself back onto form once again. Ethan Guevara, who has had so much success through his career here in Aragon across the Junior World Championship, the European Talent Cup, Moto3, and now a second place in Moto2. But even he today could not do anything about Alonso. It says in the back of his helmet, Alonso Lopez putting on a show at Motorland Aragon today. Gio Veneda, the Deputy President of FIM, presents the Constructor Trophy to Luca Grassini from the Grassini team. First Moto2 there, a couple of years ago. David Alonso then. Much needed podium in the context of what happened to him at Silverstone last time out. Title career across Moto3, Moto2, there's his 31st career podium in Form 3. Ethan Guevara, it's his 22nd and his 9th in Moto2, his 6th of the season now, as he now moves to within 32.5 points of Manu Gonzalez. But he had to take a backseat today to Alonso Lopez. Said he tried, Ethan Guevara, but he couldn't do anything about Alonso Lopez, who becomes the 8th different winner of 2026.
First winning 50 Grand Prix for Spain's Alonso Lopez. His first since the opening Grand Prix of 2024. Good things come to those who wait. You've had to wait 2.5 years to sample and experience this wonderful feeling of being a Grand Prix winner once again. I'm sure he will enjoy a few big gulps of that hard-earned Prosecco. The Grassini crew are getting a proper shower as well as Guevara and Alonso. Plenty for those to talk about after their epic last corner battle. We're having a good laugh and a joke about it now. Of course, the pair of them both former Aspar Moto3 world champions. Some very hard-earned Prosecco being taken on board by our top three. 8/10 of a second, exactly 8/10 of a second is the winning margin between Lopez and Guevara. And the big title contenders, one important 20 points. That the Prix could be.
A very useful 25 points for Alonso Lopez, who returns to winning ways once again. Ethan Guevara, a very important second. David Alonso back on the podium for the first time since his excellent win in third. Senaragius and fourth after hanging on ahead of Ivan Ortola. Manu Gonzalez sixth in the end ahead of Danny Holgado, whose pace really fell away in the second half of the race. Dennis Onchu, a tremendous 8th ahead of a Screech, and Claire Tax into the top 10 for Ithal Trans. Munoz, his teammate next up ahead of Robert Sasaki, only 2 points for Chilton of Yeti in 14, and Barry Baltus taking the final point at the expense of his teammate Tony Arbolino, who had come from the very back of the grid. Pequeras, who clearly had problems out of his control, green to finish, and Colin Bayer, who might well have been in that battle for victory himself later on, who crashed out of the podium battle. The World Championship lead closes again. 3 races ago, it was 57.5 points. It's been cut by 25 to 32.5 between Manny Gonzalez and and Kamara. Seneragius, he's a further 26 points back in third. Ivan Ortola looming now as a threat, 63 up lead in fourth. Constructors' Championship, Calex of course extend their lead after a victory today. Boscoro in second of course, so the gap only grows by a further 5 points. The team standings, it was 4th and 6th today for Ricky Dynamo Intact GP, whose lead of Aspar is now 87.5. So victory today for Alonso Lopez in the Moto2 battle at Aragon. The main event though is still to come. We will begin our build-up to the MotoGP Grand Prix of Aragon next.
.250 kilometres west of Barcelona in the heart of one of Spain's most rural regions lies Moto3 Aragon, venue for Chapter 13 in the race for MotoGP Glory in 2026. The ancient buildings of nearby Alchemist provide a spectacular backdrop as a passionate crowd look to roar home Marc Marquez to an 8th win on home turf. It's time to race in MotoGP. Aragon, winner of the Grand Prix of the Year. The first time we came here 16 years ago now, all the way back in 2010. 6 Spanish track to host a MotoGP events, 5.0, 76 kilometres, 3.155 miles, 17 corners, 7 right, 10 left, featuring a long back straight of 968 metres. The reverse corkscrew down into turns 8 and 9, the Marc Marquez corner through turn 10, the iconic Aragon wall sitting on the outside of turn 12 and 13 before the lap completed by the spectacular 2 left-handers, third gear all the way through there, 16 and 17. Just over 5 kilometres in length means there's plenty of overtaking opportunities on the brakes into the first corner, and right here, Morbidelli versus Aldeguer in a shootout between the 2 Ducatis last year. It was Marco Bezzecchi who delivered the first ever 144 lap around Aragon that started yesterday's sprint from pole position, but Marc Marquez wasting precious little time to attack the Aprilia star. The home crowd sent into raptures on the very first lap as Marc started to break away at the front. Troy Martin's World Championship lead cut down to 29 points after he took 5th place. What a charge through the pack by Fermin Aldeguer on his return from injury to take a very hard-earned and richly deserved 6th place. Diogo Moreira equaling his best ever sprint finish for LTR Honda. But he remains unbeaten. He remains undefeated on a Ducati in the sprint here in Aragon. Wins in the sprint in 2024, 2025 and now in 2026. Another double victory. Seconds for reigning world champion, the home crowd hero, 33-year-old Spaniard Marc Marquez will fire away from the front row of the grid, going in search of what would be his 77th MotoGP victory. 7 times already a winner in MotoGP here at Moto3 Aragon. This is one of his happiest hunting grounds, only the Sachsenring, where recently he notched his amazing 10th victory in MotoGP, and Austin, Texas, as Marc Marquez won more in his Grand Prix career. Marco Bezzecchi, though it is, that will fly away from pole position. He took third in that sprint yesterday after those fans witnessed more stunning success on home turf for the Marquez siblings. As it was in the sprint here last June, it was Marc leading home Alex. Flag behind pole sitter Marco Bezzecchi. Returning heroes Fermin Aldeguer and Johan Zarco both scored points in yesterday's sprint. Aldeguer back in action for the first time since practice in Assen, where he was next with 6th place, having picked up the Yoga Rivera later on, and Johan Zarco, who had not raced the MotoGP bike since May the 17th, when he suffered serious knee injuries in that horrendous first corner crash with Pecco Bagnaia and Luke Marini. Zarco fighting his way through to 9th. He does have a double-on lap though in this upcoming Grand Prix. Chapter 13 then, the build-up about to get underway. McCovey and Matt Burtley should have been the comedy box. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane, as he so often does. Well, we might have a rather badly damaged left knee after his high-side Q2 crash at the Sachsenring in Germany a few weeks ago, although from those pictures you wouldn't really notice, would you? Because Marco Bezzecchi, with a hop, skip and a jump, found himself into the back of the factory at Prix garage, trying to exact some revenge on Marc and Alex Marquez. Pole position yesterday to 3rd place in that sprint. I wonder if he might just break a little bit later going into that first corner this afternoon.
Yeah, that was how the sprint ended yesterday. Ball was outstarted for Marco Bezzecchi, who very nearly tangled there with Alex Marquez after the sprint had even finished. No harm done in the end. Not a bad day in the World Championship for Marco Bezzecchi in truth yesterday, even if he didn't win the sprint. He did cut the gap by a couple of points to Jorge Martin. The gap is now down to 29. Vez will have his eyes on closing that gap still further this afternoon ahead of his home Grand Prix in Misano to come in a fortnight. Marc Marquez begins today as favourite, and that top 3 in the World Championship here by 33 points could really close up.
4 sprint podiums so far this year for Vez, all of them have ended with a bronze medal wrapped around his neck. Pedro Acosta, this was a pre-sprint blunder where he completely missed his grid slot. Just watch here when you realise he jumps off the factory KTM, starts to reverse backwards, and then keep an eye as he swings his leg back over the KTM. You can just see there he dislodges and boots off a piece of what ultimately turned out to be rather important rear seat error, because he said it was clearly affecting the performance of his RC16 in right-hand corners. Yeah, that's a rather bad miscalculation by Acosta. A bit of a red-face moment. Just watch this rear seat arrow though get a wallop. There you go. And that did have an impact on his performance, although he did a phenomenal job of masking it. Acosta once again the leading light for KTM. He was 4th. I mean, we know this year that it's been a fight really between Prix and Ducati at the front of MotoGP, but once again Acosta was right there in the mix.
Yeah, carrying KTM on his shoulders once again. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a 3-point turn on a grid before a MotoGP race got underway, but we saw one yesterday from Pedro Acosta, who fancies a bit of a crack at the front row starters later on this afternoon, who we're expecting once again to be the 3 to dispute the victory this afternoon over 23 laps. Bezzecchi, Marc and Alex Marquez. Pedro Acosta was the fastest rider on track when the sprints came to a close, so there's every chance in his mind that could potentially go even better today.
Yeah, you might be asking, do you believe you will lose the potential for a reverse gear on that new 850cc machine? This was some late drama. He's always involved in dramas. Frankie Morbidelli. If the dramas we had in MotoGP, we tend to find the 31-year-old Italian right there in the mix. Look, Frankie taking the checker flag down in 18th place. If we believe, it looks like he's going to be a factory Ducati World Superbike rider next year. Is Frankie. Happy memories for him, of course, here in Aragon. He was the winner in our Teruel Grand Prix back in 2020, one of just 3 MotoGP victories for the Italian.
Yeah, it was a sprint that started and ended disastrously for VR46. That was on the last lap, as mentioned. Right at the beginning of the sprint, we lost Fabio Gianantonio yesterday, as I'm sure we'll see shortly. But this was the key moment in the sprint, even if it was in the first 300 metres or so. This was where it was won for Marc Marquez and lost for Marco Bezzecchi, who would have thought at this point he was in very good position to lead through the first corner, but braked too early. Marc Marquez was never going to brake earlier than that. He left his braking a little bit later, as he was always going to do, and zoomed at the inside of Marco Bezzecchi. I think David was surprised about how easy it was into the first corner. That ran Bez out wide to the tune that he lost second to Alex Marquez in the end. But Marc Marquez, generally, when he hits the front in Aragon, he stays there.
And that was the conclusion to his record-breaking 20th sprint success. Nobody has won more sprints than the Spanish superstar, and now he stands alone at the top of our all-time sprint podiums with 36. The last 2 times we have been on favoured turf for the factory Ducati rider on anti-clockwise tracks at Balaton Park in Hungary, and most recently at the Sachsenring in Germany. Marc Marquez has completed the victory double. He really has cashed in on anti-clockwise tracks. This is his domain. This is his forte. Will it remain his fortress here this afternoon?
He is very aware, though, of the Marco Bezzecchi pace that he might have to overcome here this afternoon. Bezzecchi was super fast too in warm-up this morning. It's not always a great guide for what's going to happen in the Grand Prix itself, but we have seen Bezzecchi in the past blitz the warm-up on a Sunday morning and go on to do very similar in the Grand Prix itself. Marc expects a serious challenge, perhaps the strongest challenge he's had for quite some time here at Aragon, and certainly the toughest challenge he's had when he's been riding a Ducati here from Marco Bezzecchi this afternoon. Can Alex Marquez potentially, though, upset the pair of them, starting from the outside of the front row?
He's already done a fair amount of winning on Spanish soil so far this season as the now 30-year-old Gresini racing rider. His last Grand Prix success was in front of his home crowd at Jerez. His last sprint success was in front of his home crowd at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And he continue his golden winning streak on home turf here this afternoon at Aragon. Both Alex and Marc expecting big things from Bezzecchi this afternoon. They feel that based on race pace so far this weekend, the 27-year-old Italian is going to be a firm favourite. The Jello, though, it is. Seems like a long time ago since those memorable post-race scenes in the Tuscany Mountains when Marco Bezzecchi was racking up the adulation of thousands of passionate Italian fans. He has not been victorious on a Sunday since. In fact, last time at Silverstone, that third place, that very hard-fought and emotional third place, there's his first podium since that Mugello success.
To inject some momentum and life back into his title challenge, Marc Marquez, who if he wins today's Grand Prix of Aragon and adds an 8th Aragon victory, it would move him up to 2nd place in the World Championship behind Jorge Martin. How close, though, to Martin in points terms, I guess, will depend on what the 89 does. Here he is, now arriving into the Aprilia box, who got embroiled, not for the first time this season, in an early battle with Ralph Fernandez yesterday in the sprint, which certainly made Pedro Acosta's life easier as he came through to 4th place. Can Martin, though, improve upon yesterday's 5th over double the distance today?
Speaking of 5th, he's had 5 double podiums in the opening 12 Grand Prix so far this season. As the 28-year-old Spaniard, he was 2nd on his most recent visit here in 2024. I'm delighted to say he had a strong warm session this morning with factory Honda rider Luca Mugni. A little bit beaten up after the first lap crash in the sprint yesterday. Let's get the Italian search for Jack.
Yes, that's an ideal Saturday for Luca, but across the weekend it looked like he's got pretty competitive pace. So what's going to be possible today? What's going to be key in this race with the competitive as they are?
Very true. On Friday my pace was not so bad, and also looking to figure it out a little bit. Then Saturday night everything went on the wrong side, but this morning also good again. So let's see if I know to make a good start of the rotation right at the beginning, because that position will make the difference for tire management also, and let's enjoy.
Good smile on your face, no problems from yesterday?
No, everything fine. Yesterday a little bit of headache, but this morning when I woke up I was fine.
ready to rock and roll. Good luck, Luca.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Luca Marini looking to provide a headache for some of his rivals in this Aragon Grand Prix. The good news for Marini fans this week, he's staying on the MotoGP grid next year. Confirmation, as we have expected for some time. He has signed with the Tech 3 KTM squad. The bad news for Marini is that he hasn't got a lot of recent racing experience around Aragon. Of course, that horrendous crash he had in the Super 8-hour test last year meant he did not compete in Aragon here last year, and yesterday he didn't even complete a single lap after some early contact with compatriot Enea Bastianini.
A lot of the entertainment in yesterday's sprint was provided by Fermin Aldeguer as he rampaged up the points positions. We saw a moment ago his move on Johan Zarco to turn 13. Raul Fernandez tried as he might to hold him back, succumbed at turn 12 to the 54, and then on the very last lap, as they came around the Marc Marquez corner, turn 10, Diogo Moreira relinquished 6th place to Fermin Aldeguer, who, like Johan Zarco, of course, is returning to competitive action this weekend after fairly lengthy season. You wouldn't have known it from Aldeguer's performance yesterday.
Another rider who's been on the move and announcing some 2027 news on the this Aragon Grand Prix yet again. No great surprise whatsoever, because this has been in the gossip columns for quite a few weeks and months. He has confirmed he will be with VR46 Ducati in 2027 and beyond. And crucially and significantly for the 21-year-old Spaniard, he has secured a factory-backed, a factory-supported new 850cc era Ducati GP27. It was a cracking ride, wasn't it, by Aldeguer. I'm sure looking forward to 2027 more than most, and a new challenge and some fresh motivation is Fabio Quartararo, who really has suffered so far this weekend. An underpowered new V4 powered Wisdar M1 times the Yamaha giving up 10 to 15 kilometers an hour down the long back straight, and your course certainly not helped when one of those new V4 powered engines goes kaput and starts billowing smoke all around this famous Spanish circuit. No points once again for Quartararo yesterday. Seemingly the end of 2026 and not soon enough.
He's fulfilled more of a test rider role, he said, this weekend than a race rider, as Yamaha have been throwing new chassis, amongst other things, at the problem, and they've got considerable problems at the moment. So do the factory Yamaha squad. So Quartararo from 17th on the grid. Top Yamaha on the grid is Jack Miller, who's a row further ahead in 13th place, and Miller was the top Yamaha finisher yesterday in the sprint too. Came within a tenth or two from taking the World Championship points away from Johan Zarco on the final lap. A fine Saturday from Jack Miller.
That was a belting ride by the 31-year-old Australian. Absolutely extraordinary ride by Jack. It was his best sprint in 60, no points for the hard-earned 10th, but it was his best sprint in 16 appearances. I think he was fourth in front of his home crowd at Phillip Island in Australia. And some unfortunate news, of course, Jack confirming this weekend that he will not be part of the MotoGP plans for 2027. Some emotional farewell message from both Yamaha and the Prima Pramac Yamaha camp as he moves over to what we believe to be a Yamaha ride over in World Superbikes next year. Australia grabbing some headlines already overnight here in Europe as the new Adelaide circuit, computer-generated images we've witnessed for the first time of the new Adelaide circuit, which we hope will join the MotoGP calendar in 2027. First inner city Grand Prix. I have to say, looking at some of the first images, it looks like it's going to be some event, some occasion. Well, the most Grand Prix starts with Ducati, and we'll break that record here today, won't he? Pecco Bagnaia ahead of his 142nd start then on a Desmond Sadici. There was no luck really going his way. It's been another tough weekend. Chronic issues with a lack of rear grip. Wheel spin every time he opens the throttle on that GP26. Bagnaia limping home in the sprint yesterday with a pretty frustrating 11th place. I think it's only going to take something like a win or a podium after this, entirely unlikely to cheer him up. I don't think the Ducati appearance stats are really going to be too much of a bother right now.
If any celebratory cake is headed his way, I don't think he'll be feeling eating it either. If that is Antonio with any bit of a smile in the box, so you might be smiling now as he looks at this. The crash into turn 16 yesterday for Fabio Gian Antonio. You can see already there on his left leg the damage to his leathers. He's now watching the crash himself, and a damaging moment for his World Championship hopes too. Yes, Jorge Martin only scored 5 points himself for 5th place in the sprint yesterday, but Gian Antonio now 46 points back in what is looking like still a 6-way fight for the MotoGP World Championship.
losing the front into turn 16 in Aragon. That's a pretty rapid old get-off there for Fabio Antonio. I'm sure he's got a few bumps and a few abrasions, particularly on that left side. He face planted into the gravel track as well, looking to bounce back strongly then after nil quiet yesterday. Marquez getting himself ready for the exciting lap. He has got massive fan power behind him here this afternoon. He has done winning for fun down the years here in Aragon. 11 previous appearances, 7 times he has been victorious. Who will never forget 2024 on the Brazilian Ducati, his first victory in 1,043 days, going all the way back to the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix in 2021. It was the first time he ever completed a Ducati treble of pole position, a sprint and Grand Prix victory. One of the 3 tracks in his illustrious career. Well, he's been at least 7 times. I've mentioned with the Sachsenring and in Austin. But cool to see him victorious once again. I wonder what lies in store though, because since his injury return, he's done 7th, 1st, 7th, 1st, 7th on Sunday Grand Prix. So I've got a feeling this afternoon's unlikely to be another 7th.
No, he will not be happy if he only manages to just gone through the 9 World Championship points. But he has become a bit more of an unknown in recent times, hasn't he, Marc Marquez? Those results are following quite a familiar pattern. Around his strong circuits, he generally tends to win. Around his weak circuits, he has to try and manage not just his physical energy tank, but also try and manage to get away with as many points as he can. This clearly is a strong circuit for Marc Marquez, a circuit where he can attack, and attack he certainly did at the start of the sprint yesterday. And if Marc Marquez is still going to be in that sort of situation later into the season, where on his weaker circuits, Ducati's weaker circuits, he's going to lose big points, then it's imperative that he scores maximum points when he's strong, like today.
It shows just how serious those recovering right shoulder injuries have been. The crash with Marco Bezzecchi in Mandalika last year, how he had those issues with the nerve pinching at the start of the season. He had the operation after Le Mans. Marc Marquez has appeared in 10 Grand Prix so far this year, just the 3 podiums on Sunday. They have, to his credit, all been victories in Hungary, in Brno and at the Sachsenring. We keep talking, don't we, about how John Zarco's not fully fit, Marco Bezzecchi's not fully fit with that recovering left knee. I think it's fair to say that Marc Marquez definitely falls into that category as well. I mean, just catch your minds back 3 weeks ago, the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, when he struggled home in 7th place. He was caught on Ducati's insider video. Great series you can follow on their YouTube channel, reporting to his crew. I lost control in my right arm. It's pretty clear from those comments, Lewis, and the sort of yo-yoing of his Sunday performances, depending on track characteristics, that Marc Marquez himself is struggling below peak fitness.
Yeah, and you do wonder whether Marc Marquez is going to reach his absolute peak level once again. He, I guess, will fear, like many of his fans will, that perhaps this is him now. This is his new level of fitness, his new 100%. Of course, he's doing absolutely everything off the track to try and build up the strength in that arm. But of course, it's undergone so many surgeries over the years, there's naturally going to be an element to drop off with that. But for sure, as Marc Marquez will whatever he has, the maximum of whatever his physical reserves are, into trying to add yet another victory today and another World Championship this season. Of course, when the circuits go left, as you saw there on your screens, not only is it not putting the same sort of strain and stress and physicality through his right arm, but it is generally where Marc Marquez is close to unbeatable.
Here's Marco Bezzecchi at my pace around the Aragon circuit, just in fuel conservation mode, finding time to rotate to the fans as well. I've seen a few pockets of 72 merchandise in the crowd. There'll be masses of 72 fans next time out as he heads home to the Misano World Circuit with Marco Simoncelli. With Marco Bezzecchi now has risen to prominence so much in Italy, gets his own dedicated grandstand in San Marino. He'll be looking for a big home race boost, particularly looking at the last time he raced on home soil. It was that unforgettable day over in Mugello. There is Marco. Hello Marco, yes, we're waving back to you from our commentary box position here. Has he got anything to topple the Marquez brothers here this afternoon? Mark and Alex, 1st and 2nd in the sprint last year, 1st and 2nd in the Grand Prix last year. What about Pedro Acosta? When he spoke to the media here in Aragon last night, he sounded more than a little bit confident about his chances over the 4-race distance of being in that podium battle. I think if there's going to be a contest, if there is going to be a battle, Lewis, somebody has got to make sure that Marc Marquez hasn't seized the initiative and grabbed the lead at the very first corner.
Yeah, I think we'll know by the end of lap 1 if Marc Marquez is going to have a battle on his hands or not. Will he have a prettier as close behind him as that as we come down the back straight on the first lap? At the moment, it's Jorge Martin, of course, who's saving a little bit of extra fuel by getting into the slipstream of Marc Marquez. It is going to be fascinating because, of course, Bez will know perhaps where not to brake for the first corner, where he broke yesterday. It's that question. He left it perhaps a little too early, a little too cautious of the brakes. So Bez, I guess, will want to brake a bit later. There's maybe a fuel tank, of course, more fuel on board for his going through. You don't want to brake too late, potentially make a mistake and let Marc Marquez through in that sense. So I guess the question is, how much is Marc Marquez in Bez's head after the way he took the sprint into him yesterday? We'll get our answer in just over 20 minutes.
However, that forced that not a bad place to go into Puerto, though, because it tore down the hill in turn 16. You just saw there, Mark, just ever so slightly roll the throttle, because it was rather dyslexia, that climb back up through 16 and 17. So just having to ease the throttle on, just to make sure that he is saving a bit of fuel. Marco Bezzecchi's giving the fans a wave. He's now giving us another wave on board that factory. He looks relaxed. Why wouldn't he be? He was the first rider in history to lap in the 1:44s around this Aragon circuit. It was always, as we mentioned yesterday, going to take something out of this world, something extra special to deny Marc Marquez a little pole position here in front of his home crowd. Step forward Bez, who did deliver not just one 1:44 lap, he delivered 2. Either of those would have been good enough for pole position. And Marc Marquez, as always, was full of respect. He said, I gave everything, I felt I was fast. He was incredibly fast, and there was not a lot of time between him and Bezzecchi. He just said sometimes though somebody just does that job that little bit better. Without that mistake at turn 40 in Q2, would there be a different outcome?
Here's the good Felix Bezzecchi, Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez. While you look at the grid, let's head down to hear from the reigning world champion. Marc Marquez speaking to Jack.
Yeah, brilliant to be joined by Mark here at Aragon. 50,000 fans here today, a lot of them wearing 93 marks. We got the job done yesterday, so the Q3 was that opening corner. That same strategy again today.
I mean, always said yesterday the race is longer, and I guess the sentiment is that Marco has the best pace. He needs all the practice. He doesn't need safety one, but he's riding in a very good way. So during the race, we must understand very narrow. I know that everybody expects that 25 points, but I need to understand well during the race where is Marco Bezzecchi levels, because at the moment he's a bit faster than us.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, great get that, Jack, on the grid then with the reigning world champion and the undisputed maestro of Motoland, Marc Marquez. Well, the message was loud and clear, wasn't it? From the mouth of the number 93. He didn't really reference Alex as a potential threat. He mentioned the name Marco Bezzecchi on 2 or 3 occasions. He's quite right to, of course, point out the strengths, the potential strengths and challenge of Bez. He was fastest on Friday afternoon. He did lead yesterday morning practice. He did deliver that record-breaking pole lap as well yesterday. They know over race pace as well, certainly over the longer race pace. Bezzecchi could pose the biggest threat. I think what should we say, Lewis, there? A bit of cautious and quiet optimism from Mark?
Yeah, potentially trying to calm some expectations. It's not going to work if you're in the grandstand here in the zone. Aragon, without question, they are going to be raising the roof for Marc Marquez this afternoon, and maybe he feels he needs their support. I have to say, it's going to take something very, very special to paint Marc Marquez as an underdog around Moto3 Aragon, but maybe Marc Marquez feels he is a slight underdog going into today's Grand Prix. And what an opportunity for Marco Bezzecchi too. Of course, I think it's from my view that he's banished the demons of what happened in the latter part of the first half of the season with those 2 podiums in Silverstone, given the adversity he was coping with that weekend from a physical point of view. But nothing would send Marco Bezzecchi's confidence skywards quite like beating Marc Marquez at Moto3 Aragon. Remember, Pecco Bagnaia took his maiden victory here by beating Marc in a straight fight at Aragon, and he then went on to win a couple of world championships.
Yeah, that was back in 2021, wasn't it? Epic battle between Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, the 2 current factory Ducati teammates. What a race that was. 7 times on the last lap alone. Those two passed each other. That was one of the all-time classic Motorland battles. As you can see on the tyre graphic, there is no deviation. This is no great surprise whatsoever. Nobody was going to in the searing heat. Ambient temperatures in excess of 35 degrees. That's going to mean sizzling surface temperatures of over 50 degrees. It would have been a punt and a half to have gone through the soft air tyre. So level playing field, medium front, medium rears throughout the whole field. John Zarco, 2 long laps coming his way after his collision with Marini and Bagnaia that first corner in Barcelona, but he came out by far the worst of missing the previous 6 Grand Prix, serious ligament damage in the left knee. For the 9th place in that sprint, for the 2 long laps, he still feels like he might be able to trouble the point scoring places. Not all heroes wear capes for us.
Yeah, well, without question, John Zarco is a hero for what he's done so far this weekend. Yeah, it feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it? The incident in Barcelona, but John Zarco was deemed responsible for it, which is why he's been given the double long lap penalty this afternoon. Yeah, his pace all weekend has been super strong. He was right up at the sharp end in the early minutes of free practice 1 on Friday morning. The first time he'd ridden a MotoGP bike since he was trapped in one in Barcelona a few months ago. The rest would appear to have done John Zarco a little bit of good, in truth, and he's clearly showing that even at the latter stage of his career, which he clearly is at 36 years of age, even with a long injury layoff, the speed is certainly still there.
Just a little bit of housekeeping to cover off, just to bring you, if you are just joining us for the very first time on this race day Sunday, Paul Spargaro, the former Moto2 world champion, a former race winner himself here in Aragon, once again stepping in for the injured Maverick Vinales. Hope from Tech 3 K10 that Vinales might be fit enough after his long-standing left shoulder problems. Might be back to Mazzara next time out. And big news involving one of our title contenders, Prix Aragon, because Aragon was flying from Japan to Barcelona, where he underwent medical checks after a motocross training accident in our second summer break. Unfortunately, Aguirre-san diagnosed with a fractured left thumb, which did require surgery. Aguirre out of this Aragon Grand Prix, missing it for the 2nd year in a row through injury. A setback to his title aspirations. The supercars flat pass seat this weekend have gone to Lorenzo Salvadori. Speedy recovery to Aragon.
Lost 3rd place in the World Championship yesterday with Aragon, likely to lose 4th today. That's where Marc Marquez moves, because he hasn't made that 218 start yet, strictly speaking. That's 15 minutes away, but he does equal the great and late Nicky Hayden on 218 MotoGP starts. Of the previous 217, 7 of them have resulted in Motorland Aragon victory. That is why, even if Marco Bezzecchi has shown supreme pace this weekend, nobody here is writing off the 93.
Yeah, and that appearance, Tally, would be getting close to 250 had he not spent so much time sidelined since that fateful day at the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez back in 2020. Since then, he's missed 30 Grand Prix or more and gone through multiple setbacks, multiple surgeries, but he has made multiple startling comebacks as well. The best of all, completed in Motegi last year, almost 12 months ago, when he was crowned world champion for the 7th time. You're looking at your most recent race winner in MotoGP, a start to finish dominant success at Silverstone for Raul Fernandez. He hasn't really been able to get an RSGP in the same sweet spot. He had it in Assen, Sachsenring and Silverstone, where for the first time in MotoGP he's finished on the podium in 3 successive Grand Prix. Coming into Aragon, nobody has scored more points in the last 3 rounds than Raul Fernandez. So it was rather underwhelming to see him down in 8th place at the end of yesterday's sprint. He did decide, said it in commentary yesterday, when he said on the grid, he didn't feel Dario Brivius on the grid. They didn't feel like they had the pace to go with Marco Brothers and Marco Bezzecchi, whether he would run the medium just to try and get some data, some information for today's Grand Prix. And that's exactly what he said. He said, well, the soft wasn't going to do us any better, so we'll run the medium, get some info for today's Grand Prix. Expect to see Fernandez stronger here this afternoon.
Sounded like aggression yesterday, did he, when he was battling with Jorge Martin. They've had a bit of a running feud through this 2026 MotoGP season. Juan Mir, who has 2 previous podiums here in MotoGP, does the 36, contemplates his race to come from 15th on the grid. Well, we've just been discussing Raul Fernandez, who starts 4th. We can now hear from him. He's talking to Jack.
Yeah, great to speak to Raul ahead of this one. Second row of the grid, you said, was a struggle yesterday, but that knowledge of the medium rear tyre, I imagine, is going to help quite a lot. How are you feeling ahead of it?
I think it's more comfortable than yesterday. This morning we try on a different setup and looks like that it's working. So we have to fun, we have to enjoy, and let's try to have a good race. So yeah, definitely.
Good luck, have fun.
But we hope he will have fun, Ralph Fernandez. Getting amongst the top three who start ahead of him. He will certainly enjoy his Sunday afternoon here at Moto2 and Aragon. So, Mark 93 is my man. Maybe some French fans with split loyalties as they now demonstrate their support of Fabio Quartararo too. So I've got in both camps potentially there in the grandstand. You can also see the blue of Alex Marquez, who certainly has his fair share of support here too. Alex Marquez starting from third place on the grid. He's finished second in both 2020 when he was a rookie, of course, on the factory Honda, and last year on the Goscinny Ducati to Marc Marquez. Is he perhaps the under-the-radar race victory contender that perhaps hasn't been discussed as much? Well, Alex Marquez will be, I guess, hoping to pick up any pieces that may be left on the table if Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi get stuck into each other at the start.
The Sharp fans out in force as well. To see if Pedro Acosta can indeed find his way back to a Sunday podium. Hasn't been on the box on a Sunday afternoon since he had that epic, one of the best battles of the season so far. We saw at Balaton Park with Marc Marquez. He'll be hungry for more success, won't he? Pedro Acosta here this afternoon. He's following the rider who he's replacing in the factory Ducati camp in 2027. And after his little mishap yesterday, you just know that Pedro Acosta is not going to overshoot his grid position. That's a mistake that you only make once in your Grand Prix career.
For the anthem then, that's getting in the way in 1 minute's time. And before then, we've got another factory unit, the 2022 Aragon Grand Prix winner, with an exception 16th place on the grid. No chance really, realistically, for factory to match that this afternoon. It has been a tough weekend for the Beasties. Confirmed as a future Trackhouse Aprilia rider on the eve of this weekend.
51,000. Marc Marquez, as we will take a short pause briefly then, as we get treated to two anthems, not only the Spanish national anthem, but also the Aragonese anthem as well. And motorsport and bike mats, parts of Spain is this rural region, a spectacular landscape that flanks this Moto and Aragon circuit. We'll pause then for the anthem. Fantastic national anthem and Aragonese anthem played quite beautifully there by Ara Malakian, who gets a very warm welcome from the fans here. Fantastic there in front of the packed grandstands. Alex Marquez then second in both the sprint and the Grand Prix here last year. Second in yesterday's sprint. Can he go one better this afternoon? Let's get a thoughts of Vizzini boss Michele Massini with Jack.
Yeah, great to have Michele. We've just heard from Mark on the grid, Michele, who said that besides things to the pace at Marco Bezzecchi, they're still all weekend, but in particular this morning as well. Is the Aprilia man the biggest threat to Alex here?
I think that Mark and Bez will be our first rival today, but today is another story. So same rear tire, but we have to manage in a different way. We have to try to improve in the sector 3, where we have to try to struggle a bit, but I think that we can make a great race like we have to do.
Good luck, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Vizzini boss Michele Massini. That's the big question. Can Alex go one better? Tough challenge. Not only does he have to ponder the threat posed by brother Mark, but he knows as well, because he's spoken about it pretty much since the get-go here on Friday. He knows how strong the potential of Marco Bezzecchi and Aprilia are going to be over 23 laps. What about your world championship leader? 29 points then is the advantage that Jorge Martin will look to advance in this Aragon Grand Prix. I think the 5th place yesterday was a top result actually by Jorge. He said himself he was very, very happy. He's been having a lot of issues with front tyre wear throughout this weekend, so they'll be hoping that they found a happier balance on that RSGP to get him maybe a little bit more in the podium battle.
Yeah, if he finishes 5th today with Marc Marquez winning, he will lose a lot more points than he lost yesterday, double in fact. He lost 7 yesterday, he loses 14 if we repeat that result today. His advantage over Marc Marquez at the moment is 33, so every point precious, even at this stage of the season, with 9 Grand Prix remaining after this one. We are starting to move into the closing stages of this World Championship for the next 3 months. Including today, of course, we will crown another 10 Grand Prix, in every point absolutely crucial, with 6 riders still covered by 59 points.
Just saw VR46 rider Fabio Antonio sticking 46 points behind Martin now in the World Championship. It has already been a fantastic weekend in Aragon for Aprilia. The fastest ever MotoGP lap time. Marco Bezzecchi fighting to another sprint podium. Can he win here though this afternoon? Let's get the thoughts of Paolo Bonora with Jack.
Yeah, as we've heard, is Marc Marquez's pick is Marco Bezzecchi. Can I just tell you, Paolo, how I feel things are going to unfold? As we saw yesterday, Marc Marquez will break the latest of anybody into that opening corner, regardless of what Marco does. Does he then have to settle into his rhythm from there and try and attack later on? Because it seems as though to stop Marco into the opening corner is going to be very tough.
Absolutely, very, very tough. We know that here this is the Marquez track. He knows very well how to manage the first corner here. And it was the topic key yesterday to be in the front in the first part of the race. It was difficult to recover the gap. So today it will be necessary to be at least to be closer than yesterday in the first part of the race, because it will be a longer race. You need to manage the rear tire, to manage the front tire, to manage the consumption. So a tricky race, but we trust both our riders, 100%.
Marco said yesterday he broke just a fraction too early. What will he do different today from the start?
Yeah, only him knows how to manage, because probably there will be a different situation, but we have a strategy to do, and we hope that we keep the 110 later the breaking point today.
Good luck, Paolo.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks as always to Aprilia boss Paolo Bonora. It would be some feat, it would be some scalp if Aprilia were to wrestle the crown away from Marc Marquez as the king of Motoland Aragon. Coming into the weekend, despite the fact that he was disappointing 9th in the sprint and 7th in the Grand Prix at Silverstone, Marc Marquez was a massive, overwhelming bookie's favourite. Some late words of encouragement then from the Bez camp. They will know, not just Bezzecchi, but Aprilia will know, if they can win here at what has been a proven Ducati stronghold for so many years. Front right of the grid then features Alex Marquez fought his way through to second in yesterday's sprint. Does an 8th MotoGP success beckon for Motorland master Marc Marquez? And can Marco Bezzecchi stop the Ducatis? And can he stop the Marquez party? The Aprilia star fires away from pole position here in Aragon. The race for glory, the race for success in the 2026 GP World Championship is going to start shifting gears now. We move into the business end of the campaign. The upcoming Michelin Grand Prix of Aragon, our last standalone Grand Prix on the calendar, as Marc Marquez at his beloved Aragon goes in search of an 8th success here in front of his home crowd. He has had some magical moments here previously. 7 of his 76 MotoGP victories have come right here, including the last 2 where he has dominated on Ducatis in 2024 and in 2025. Can Aprilia's Marco Bezzecchi from that record-breaking pole position here yesterday stop him? Can he stop both Marc and Alex from creating more special moments in front of their home fans? Jorge Martin is your World Championship leader, and whatever happens over the 23 laps coming your way here in scorching hot conditions at Aragon, when we head to Misano for Chapter 14 in this year's World Championship, Martin will still be the series leader. He has an unassailable 29-point lead in the standings heading to the Adriatic coast in San Marino. Martin was 5th over the line in yesterday's sprint. His most recent Grand Prix appearance here in Aragon saw him finish 2nd to Marc Marquez back in 2024. Last season's Grand Prix weekend here in a circuit close to the medieval splendour of Alcanes, a small town of a population of just 16,000, was just all about 2 riders and 2 brothers, as Marc led home Alex in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. There are your most recent winners. This has been Ducati land and Moto3. Just look at that sight. What a spectacular sight that is in front of the Red Army, the packed grandstand, the VR93 grandstand, which is decked out in all its glory in front of the iconic Aragon wall. They are here for just one thing. They are almost demanding that Marc Marquez, the 33-year-old home crowd hero, delivers yet more success. Warm-up lap then about to be completed in the warmest conditions of the weekend so far. This is going to be a physically and mentally demanding 23 laps here in Aragon. The fans are ready. We are ready for race action once again. It's Chapter 13 in the MotoGP World Championship. Marco Bezzecchi, the first and only rider ever to lap in history Aragon in the 1:44, securing him yesterday his 12th MotoGP pole position. Anxious faces looking on inside the factory Aprilia garage. Will Bez dare to break later to fend off an early assault from Marc Marquez and that run down to the first corner? Green flag that has cleared at the back. Already 7 times winner here in Aragon is Marc Marquez. but it's lights out, and we're racing in MotoGP here in Aragon. Who's going to win the race? Down to the first corner. Marc Marquez is going for the same tactic, and he's done it once again. He's braking so late. He's going to go in hot, though, is he? He's going to try and squeeze Bezzecchi out wide as they run through turn 2. Marc Marquez has done the same again. Oh, look at that by Bezzecchi. What a move by Bez, going up the hill through turn 3. The element of surprise on Marc Marquez, they put it right in lead.
Martin comes through too. It's an Prix at 1-2 on the opening lap in Aragon. Bezzecchi was ready for it this time. He knew Marc was going to brake later than he did, but Marc in the end was too tight on the way through turn 2 and lost the momentum.
Got his tactic spot on here as Acosta on the inside of Fernandez. Those two Spaniards good together. Alex Marquez had a real poor start to this Aragon Grand Prix. He's under pressure now from Fabio Di Antonio, 36 for the number 73. Marquez then in third, with work to do here in Aragon.
Yeah, a bit of a nightmare start for both of the Marquez brothers, you have to say. As you mentioned, Alex deep in the pack, but Marc Marquez, I think he'd have settled for having one factory Aprilia ahead of him. I don't think he bargained for 2 being there.
Rocket launch again, wasn't it, by Jorge Martin. Marco Bezzecchi has proven so many times in 2026 when he hits the front, when you give him clear road, he can inflict maximum damage in terms of the championship. Aprilia in dreamland in Motoland, aren't they? A 1-2 potentially at the end of this photo. Oh, Marc has been really aggressive there. Oh boy, does he pick up Martin going down into turn 15. Martin had the check up there big time. So Acosta through as well.
Yeah, that's I guess a sign of just the urgency that Marc Marquez is feeling. He cannot afford to sit behind Jorge Martin if he wants to chase off up the road after Marco Bezzecchi, whose lead is nearly 7/10 of a second in the first lap. And remember, when Bez was in his pomp in the early stages of the season, when he led at the end of the first lap, that was it.
Well, that's only twice on that first lap that Marc Marquez has made aggressive moves on the factory Aprilias. Alex Marquez in recovery mode, takes his way to Juan Fernandez into the first corner at the start of lap 2. So that's Alex then back up into P5. It wasn't a great first lap, was it at all, for the Gresini Ducati rider?
Well, don't start either for Johan Zarco, who's a big loser on this first lap. He's down 3 places now into 12th place with 2 long lap penalties, remember, to come. Don't think Jorge Martin will be too happy with that on the first lap. It was an aggressive move from Marc Marquez, but he got it cleanly up the inside of Martin. But of course, because of the aggression, it allowed Acosta to take 3rd place.
This was aggressive. Look at this. He was coming through there, Martin, by hook or by crook. Martin was on the line, but look at this. There you go. He properly had to check up there. Marc Marquez knows you can't let Bez get into his rhythm. You can't let him get into his stride. So it's now Alex now applying the pressure on Martin. Martin was wide there, wasn't he, going through turn 10. And now as they go through 11, Alex Marquez has got the inside line. So Jorge Martin, who was briefly in second at the start of this Aragon Grand Prix, gets punted then back down now into P5.
Yeah, Bez is into his rhythm at the front of the race. He was 8/10 clear through the first sector. Marc is doing his best to try and chip away at that and keep the 72 in range. But this is a scenario and a situation where Marco Bezzecchi feels at his most comfortable.
Fabio Quartararo had an absolute shocker on lap 1. He came over the line last in 22nd place. He did a 57th lap with Quartararo. He was involved in some incidents further down in some heavy traffic as Zarco goes on the inside and Miller at the end of the back straight into turn 16. With Fabio Quartararo ended lap 1 of factory Yamaha in 22nd place.
Another rider who had a tough first lap was Brad Binder, started 14th. I saw him going off the road at turn 12 on the first lap. That's why he's down in 20th place, down 6 places. Zarco, of course, has the double on lap penalty, which he has now been issued. So he's got the next 5 or so laps to come through the long lap loop twice.
Nothing really going for Diggio at the moment. He's stuck in 8th place behind fellow Italian Pecco Bagnaia, trying to recover some points and some confidence after this heavy crash at turn 16 early on in the sprint yesterday. They're actually on board right now with the number 49. This is through the right-hander of 6. Another right-hander then through turn 7. Then they'll drop down the hill. Lots of spectacular undulation actually. You don't really get a clear view of it around, or with the camera shots, of just how much undulation there is around Aragon.
He's looking really good early on. He's Acosta in 3rd place. He's right behind Marc Marquez, putting a bit of pressure on the reigning world champion. Of course, Acosta was strong at the end of the sprint yesterday, strong at the start of the Grand Prix here because he's vaulted clear of that Alex Marquez-Martin battle for 4th and 5th.
Acosta, he said yesterday after an excellent fall in the sprint, felt like he had something for the podium fight here this afternoon, and he has delivered good on that promise already. There is Bezzecchi in the top left-hand corner of your screen, your race leader, just about to bank it hard left through turn 15. This is where Marc Marquez picked up that second place with that hard move on Jorge Martin. Martin at the moment then in 5th spot. He's got pressure building behind him from Ralph Fernandez.
Felt that pressure yesterday in the early part of the sprint. This is the start then. So Bezzecchi definitely left his braking later for the first corner, but Marc Marquez, as we expected, was just going to brake a little bit later than Bez did. He then goes wide. That puts him on a tighter inside line for turn 2, which enables Marco Bezzecchi to tee him up to then go back up the inside through 3.
Pedro Acosta has just set the fastest lap of this Grand Prix so far. Look, Alex Marquez at the check-up a couple of times there. Really, that's what saw him get swallowed up on that early lap.
Yeah, let's have a look from behind as well, because we saw some sparks there. Was Marco Alex Marquez potentially still with their rider back? Why don't they step down as they came through turn 1? Let's look up ahead. So Marc Marquez goes wide, and the sparks, are they coming from Marc Marquez's bike? Yeah, there you can see the sparks coming from the rear of Marc Marquez's bike. So did that play a role in why he was so slow through turn 2 and 3?
Crucial early moments then for Marc. Gigi Dall'Igna looking on. So Pedro Acosta, a 47.317. Quickest rider on circuit. You're looking at your top 3 from the helicopter shot. Out of turns 8 and 9, Bezzecchi still managing that advantage over Marc at the front by just under 3/4 of a second mark. They're now through the fast left-hander of turn 10, the corner named after him here. Back in 2018, that gap has come down. You just know through that left-hander of 10 how strong Marc's going to be. He took a 10th back on Bezzecchi.
Bezzecchi, of course, on the medium rear tyre, as they all are in this Grand Prix. Didn't run it yesterday. Marc Marquez did. Of course, probably been pushing harder and obviously had less fuel on board yesterday in the Tissot sprint. But one wonders whether the extra information that Marc Marquez and the Ducatis had yesterday on the medium rear tyre could play a factor this afternoon.
You feel already after that stellar start, that aggressive start by Martin, he got himself as high as second. He's all locked into damage limitation mode a little bit here, because you can see some of his main title rivals streaking right the road ahead of him, and he's under big pressure here once again from Ralph Fernandez. And now still 7th, albeit 1.7 seconds behind the 2 Spaniards. Marc Marquez, well, there's 1,000th of a second. This is how tight it is between Bezzecchi and Marc at the front of this Grand Prix. Bez, a 147.252. Marc Marquez, a 147.251. 1,000th of a second dividing the two. I mean, that's not even the width of a brake disc, is it?
And that shows you the level that Bezzecchi is operating at, because we know how difficult to beat Marc Marquez is around this Motorland Aragon circuit. You have to credit Acosta as well for sticking with them at the moment in 3rd place. The next fastest rider, though, behind the top 2 is Alex Marquez, now in 4th place, having won that battle with Jorge Martin for 4th. Is he going to now gradually bring himself up onto the back of the Marc Marquez-Pedro Acosta battle?
Catararo is no longer last. He has taken 21st place away from Lorenzo Savadori, but he's still a second behind the next rider up the road, another Yamaha rider, Toprak Razgatlioglu, who's in 20th place. Further down the points going places, Morera 10th, we've got Zarco in 11th, Miller 12th, Morbidelli, Mia and Bastianini also on course for points at the stage of Grand Prix.
It's taking a couple of tenths away from Marco up ahead of him so far on this lap. But historically this year, we have seen the Aprilia being kinder on its rear tyre the longer the race goes. Marc Marquez would hope that doesn't be the case today, because he has to do the chasing. After yesterday's sprint where Marc was able to lead from the front and do his own thing, this time he has to go on the offensive.
Good reason why they named that turn 10 after that, because he's just dynamite through there. You can just visibly see from the helicopter shot the trackside found how much ground he's able to double back up on Bezzecchi ahead of him. That's the final corner. He'll power the factory Ducati. Over the line we go. It's another big lap from Marc, a 147.170. It's another fastest lap from him. Only 9,000 quicker than Acosta in 3rd place. Acosta once again riding out of his spin on the factory KTM. Marc Marquez on that last lap was 4/10 quicker almost than Bezzecchi at the front.
Yeah, so Bezzecchi's got some extra pace up his sleeve, and he's just managing. Maybe he has to use a bit of it now to get himself clear, because we know, because we saw it at the very first corner, Marc Marquez gets even a sniff of a move on Marco Bezzecchi. He will be through in a flash.
Yeah, that gap is coming down, isn't it? You feel corner by corner. They're going to be coming up to a phase of this Aragon circuit just under 5.1 kilometres in length, where Marc Marquez really does come into his own. Down into 8 and 9 we go, and it's all about your left, your fast left-handers, which is where this is Marquez territory. This is his domain. Just out of your picture there is Pedro Acosta riding the KTM like he's stolen. Once again, another phenomenal performance from Bagnaia tumbling down the timing tower. Pecco Bagnaia's dismal 2026 after a dismal ending to 2025 shows no signs of ending. No, oh yeah, I was going to say we haven't had a yellow flag, but now we do. Pecco Bagnaia looks like he has tumbled out of the top 10.
Zarco's name was tumbling down the order too, but of course that was a long lap penalty. Here comes Marc Marquez for the second time today through turn 15. He attacks a factory Aprilia as they go side by side down the back straight. 93 versus 72.
They touch each other there, didn't they? There was a little bit of minimal contact, inches, centimetres, millimetres between them at 350 kilometres an hour. And now Pedro Acosta around the outside of Bezzecchi into turn 16. How close was that? Heart in the mouth action here in Aragon. Marco Bezzecchi leading going into turn 15. He completes lap 6 of 23, now back in third place. Marquez it is that leads. Acosta in second place. Don't discount Alex Marquez as well as Frankie Morbidelli, another Italian who's tumbling down the timing tower. Morbidelli has crashed out as well, but Marc Marquez then hits the front. Pedro Acosta, look at this, as they climb up through 3 and 4. The KTM star fancies this one too.
Yeah, it's a Spanish Grand Prix in Aragon, but I'm not so sure Pedro Acosta is the Spanish rider they're cheering for. The crowd erupted when Marc Marquez attacked Marco Bezzecchi as they went millimetres apart down the 340-kilometre back straight. Bez did everything he could to hang on to it, but Marc Marquez breaking once again that little bit later.
I think they rubbed. I think there was a bit of contact there between Bez and Marc on the exit of that turn 15. Ralph Fernandez is pitted. Oh, that's a blow. But what a tough week it's been for Superfar track out of Aprilia. Moai Agura out of action with a broken left thumb after a motocross training accident over in Japan. And our British Grand Prix winner, Ralph Fernandez, was the form rider coming into this Aragon round. Well, as you can see on the top left-hand corner of the screens, Fernandez has pitted. That is a huge blow for his championship aspirations.
Bezzecchi at the moment, not with the pace to go with this top two of Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta. Now what's Acosta going to do? Is he going to have a crack at Marc Marquez? And of course, you don't need reminding, nor does Pedro, that he has yet to take a MotoGP victory.
Well, it's been an age, it's been an eternity since KTM were last victorious in the MotoGP World Championship. Was it? They've not had a dry race win in 106 Grand Prix since Miguel Oliveira won about 3 hours up the road at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya in 2021. Their last Grand Prix success was in a wet tie Grand Prix in 2022, wasn't it? Bezzecchi lost 4/10 on that lap, didn't he? Compared to Marc Martin, just said his personal best out of the Grand Prix in 5th. Coming out together now in 6th place. As Ralph Fernandez just starts the process of finding out what's potentially ruled him out of this Grand Prix.
Yeah, concern for Bez now is that he gets swallowed up by Alex Marquez too, who is closing in from behind. Martin's now starting to find pace on his factory in Aprilia. He was lapping as fast as the leaders on the last lap. His personal best on a 1:47.363. He's the second behind Alex Marquez, who's closing in on the back of Bezzecchi.
Flashbacks to the Borough sprint to the Balaton Park Grand Prix in Hungary. A couple of occasions already so far this year where Marc and Pedro Acosta have gone toe-to-toe in some of the best racing we've seen in 2026. We're on board with Acosta, powering through turn 10, now through 11. Down the hill, hard braking into turn 12. Tricky one, this Acosta crashed here on Friday, trail-breaking with a lot of lean angle. You've got to be so precise with that front lever. In front of the VR93 grandstander at the moment are having a very happy Sunday afternoon in the Aragon sunshine. Fernandez has just been told there's a gearing issue on the Supercar track out of Prix. Thanks very much, Jack. What is not up for discussion is that is a huge blow for Fernandez's championship charge.
All then with Pedro Acosta, who closes in as the big mark on the back of the leathers of Marc Marquez becomes ever more easy to read on the back of the 93, who is in the position that he's been in so many times over the years, leading the Aragon Grand Prix, but he has got this one by no means sewn up. I don't think he expected, though, it to be Pedro Acosta who was giving him such a hard time at around about 1/3 distance.
Fascinating battle this, isn't it? Because you just know that Marc Marquez will give everything to hold on to his crowd undefeated record on the Ducati here in Aragon. He'll want to keep the young upstart in his place as well. Behind him his future factory Ducati teammate, who will, the last thing Mark will want to do is Pedro Acosta taking his first victory at his beloved Aragon. This was the moment. He'd already picked up Martin going into turn 50 at the end of the first lap. Now just look at this. Oh, look at that. That's as close as you're going to get. This is all happening at over 300 kilometres an hour. Surely there was a click of the elbows there as they powered down that back straight. And as Secchi tried to hold on to the lead, he got picked up in the braking zone by the late braking Pedro Acosta. That was MotoGP at its closest and at its finest.
Yeah, Marco Bezzecchi continuing to just gently drop back away from this top two. The gap at the moment through the second sector, 3/4 of a second from Acosta back to Bezzecchi. Whether that's Bez just giving his front tyre a bit of a breather, or whether that's just the pace Bez has got, I guess we're going to find out as this race unfolds, because he has to be careful he doesn't fall into the clutches of Alex Marquez. They're just out of picture, third and fourth.
You've got to be careful as well. Acosta, I think he was really flirting with the green there on that run down between turns 13 and 14, which is part of the track limits. So down we go into turn 16. Marc Marquez just trying to put a little bit of daylight, a bit of clear air between himself and Acosta. Those two Spaniards then power out of the final corner. I've just got a sense that Mark had just got his head down on that last lap, and he did indeed. A 47.073 is the fastest lap of this Grand Prix so far. So yeah, Marc Marquez clearly felt, well, that lap 9 was to try and really test Acosta.
Personal best two for Alex Marquez in fourth place on a 47.3, but that just matched Bezzecchi, so he's not really caught him much on that last lap. Martin is struggling at the moment to get any closer to the top four. That personal best Alex Marquez has put him a second clear now of Jorge Martin, who at the moment is on course for a relatively lonely fifth, with Ferdinand Aldeguer some 5 seconds behind it.
Massive shout out once again to Jack Miller, who was by far the top Yamaha in yesterday's sprint. He is upholding a Arta factory honour again this afternoon, circulating in a superb 9th place. He's just about 4 tenths behind Diogo Moreira. Moreira once again is the lead Honda contender. Granmere completing the top 10. Bastianini's 11th. Marini in 12th. Head of Rins, the home crowd favourite. Brad Binder and top out the Vance Gatlioglu 15th. So what a ride by Miller once again. Superb by the 31-year-old from Townsville.
Credit to Acosta too. He has responded to that fastest lap of Marc Marquez. He's very much staying with him. We are in the grandstand here as we watch the We Are 93 grandstand. But it's the 37 that is certainly on the prowl at the moment, as Pedro Acosta wants to spoil the 93 party.
Acosta's doing a phenomenal job here, because he has to be wary, he has to be mindful of running so close to Marc Marquez's rear tyre about front tyre temperature, front tyre pressure issues. Won't want to encounter any kind of issues late on in this Grand Prix as they go maximum lean angle, maximum attack through 16 and 17 over the blind crest we go. Acosta and Bezzecchi. Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta just fired in the exact same lap time. Nothing at all. Nothing to split the two superstar Spaniards at the front of this Grand Prix. A 147.169 from Marc. Pedro Acosta responds with his own 47.169. And not like Mark had this his own way, are they?
Yeah, Marco Bezzecchi was faster than the pair of them on that last lap. Maybe Bezzecchi has just given his front tyre just a little bit of a breather, sitting up behind Marquez Acosta, and is now prepared to push a bit more himself. He was only a couple of hundredths quicker than the two ahead of him, but Bezzecchi now showing signs of perhaps a response to the two Spaniards up ahead.
Easily looking on, thinking, is this a taste of what's to come in 2027 and beyond, as those two will be in red next year, fighting toe-to-toe from the same pit box in that factory Ducati garage. Pedro Acosta, Miguel Oliveira and Brad Binder are only two previous KTM Grand Prix winners. Acosta is just, he's performing miracles right now on an RC16. The next best KTM is Enea Bastianini down in 11th place, but he's 12.5 seconds back of this battle at the front.
To turn 14 we go. This is 15, which has been the Marc Marquez overtaking place of choice already in this Grand Prix. Lap 1 on Jorge Martin, and what, 3-4 laps to go on Marco Bezzecchi. He gets such a good exit though out of turn 15 that any hope Acosta might have of trying to chase down Marquez and pass him into turn 16 has already long since disappeared up the road. We are now coming up to half race distance. We are completing lap 11 of 23, and I think there are still any one of potentially 3 winners of this Aragon Grand Prix.
These are just 2 top prize fighters fighting at the peak of their powers, aren't they? Trading punch for punch here, blow for blow. On that last lap, Acosta slightly quicker than Marc once again. So too was Bez, the front of that second. He's quick, he's really rapid. Fastest rider on circuit, he just can't squeeze back that sort of 7/10 to Pedro Acosta. Alex Marquez at the moment in a rather lonely fourth. He's 1.1 seconds back at Bez, 1.6 seconds up the road clear of Martin. It looks like he might be on course for back-to-back fifth places. Aldeguer with another superb riding for the top 6. Figia, Moreira, Miller and Mir remains in top 10.
Some impressive performances further back though. We're looking at the top 5 in the 147s. We've also got Alex Rins doing 47s in 13th place on the Yamaha, and we've also got the recovering Johan Zarco, who's just passed Paul Espargaro. He's in 17th place, having of course served his 2 long lap penalties.
It's very easy to understand that this is very much Alex Rins' home Grand Prix, because about 4 or 5 miles down the road from this Aragon circuit there's a petrol station which he owns with Rins 42 blazing all over the side of it. Very much a homegrown rider in this part of Spain, isn't it? Good ride by Alex, keeping himself in those points going places. Do you know what I've noticed? Acosta's really good in the brakes down the hill into turn 14. That's where he's able to take back a lot of meters, a lot of time on Marc Marquez. On Marc's rear tyre. Another thing to pass him, but that is where Acosta does look really strong, particularly in that downhill braking zone.
Yeah, Marc's so good again though, as you saw there out of turn 15. Pedro's able to get very close to him through 14 and 15, but then he loses meters down the main straight, the back straight down towards turn 16. This is the main straight now as we complete lap 12 of 23. Personal best for Acosta and Bezzecchi, the top 3 all exchanging 147.1.
Yeah, these 3 are just head and shoulders of everybody else, aren't they, in this Grand Prix. 47.5s further back from both Alex and Martin. Look at this. This is as close as you are going to get in MotoGP. Both riders not rolling out it for a second. Both not willing to give up, not just an inch, not even a millimetre. But Bezzecchi decided that he might have to just roll out of it slightly. Acosta pounced on his outside, but just let's have a listen to this. That's the only word you can use for that. Wow, just wow. That's our reaction to the commentary box as well. Gemma Pinto on the left-hand side of your screen, Mark's her girlfriend, Julia the farm there looking on as well. That is what separates MotoGP riders from mere mortals. Full attack, full commitment, full speed, jaw-dropping action here in Aragon.
There was barely a whip for Aprilia, was there, on the left-hand side of the racetrack, but Marco Bezzecchi was not giving a hint of a lift there until they reached turn 16, and Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta in the end were both able to swoop around the outside of him. Still plenty to play for though for Bez in this Grand Prix. He is far from out of this, but he's not been able to penetrate that sort of 7/10 of a second gap, as Matt mentioned a lap or 2 ago, up to Pedro Acosta ahead of him. He's as fast as the top 2, but is he going to have any extra pace or any extra grip in the final 10 laps to do something about it?
Former Aragon winner Bastianini has just put himself up inside the top 10. He's passed Mir. Marc Marquez, well, he is being pushed to places. I'm not sure he's been on many occasions previously here in Aragon. He's now had to find a 1:46.910, the fastest lap of this Grand Prix, into the 46s halfway through this race to try and break this incredible resistance from both Acosta and Bezzecchi. Fair play to Acosta and Bez. Behind Marc, they both did their personal best laps of this race, 47 flat. I mean, this is an exceptionally hot pace given the hot conditions, given the tyre wear from those Michelin's. I mean, how much longer can they sustain this kind of speed?
Three extraordinarily talented riders and three different manufacturers involved in this too. Ducati leading KTM, leading Aprilia. It looks like the elastic might be snapping though here for Pedro Acosta. He's now over half in a second behind Marquez. Neither KTM nor Aprilia have won around Moto2 Aragon. Of course, Ducati have won plenty.
Yeah, Marquez has won plenty. 7 previous Aragon victories. Can't recall on too many occasions where he might have been pushed at this hard. As he goes through turn 13, we join the massed ranks of 93 fans who at the moment, well, they're getting what they came for, they're getting what they paid for. Another Marquez victory here in Aragon. Has he finally broken the resolve of Acosta, who once again has just delivered more magic, more brilliance on top of that factor KTM. Bezzecchi there in third place. You do feel that this is going to be, well, 0.6 of a second was Mark's advantage through sector 3. Let's just check it in now as he comes over the line to start yes, okay, again, visibly you can see Mark have gained more ground. A 46.9 followed by a 46.7. Back-to-back lap records or back-to-back fastest laps of this Grand Prix. I think Pedro Acosta has fought an unbelievable fight, but it looks like he has been broken.
And Marc Marquez just demonstrating why he is the master of Moto2 Aragon. Just when it looked like he might finally be threatened, he might be toppled here in Aragon, he's just sent a very firm message to Acosta and Bezzecchi. Moto2 belongs to me.
Aldeguer, another exceptional rider. He has been out of action with serious back and neck injuries for the last month or so. Haven't seen him in race action since the Czech round in Brno. Of course, for a top 6 finish. I think a brace of top 6 finishes would have been certainly something that Aldeguer would have targeted coming in this weekend. Gian Antonio in a rather lonely 7th, hasn't been Vidya's weekend. That's all he came into this Aragon Grand Prix saying. In terms of championship, now it was time to go on the offensive. Now it was time to really attack. Unfortunately, a crash in the sprint yesterday in a 7th place today. Damaging weekend for his title aspirations. Ferreira at 8th, or Miller there in 9th place. Jack Miller produced some bullets once again on that Yamaha. He was 10th in the sprint yesterday. Back-to-back top 10s for Miller, it looks like here in Aragon, which will be some weekend.
Huge train here behind the rail, and it goes all the way down to the end of the point positions. Herrera, Miller, Bastianini. Then there's a small gap to a group being led here by Twan Mia, which goes all the way to top pack Bastianini here on screen. It currently holds the final World Championship point. Marc Marquez just pumped in another 1:46. This time it's a 46.9 to extend his lead to 1.2 seconds as Bastianini goes on the attack up the inside of Jack Miller. Miller, though, hanging it out, ticking to the inside line on the way out of the final 2 left-handers. And at the moment, Prima Yamaha holds off Tech 3 KTM.
He's just got something else. He has just something else in the locker, in the pocket, doesn't he, here in Aragon, Mark? 3 successive 146s. Sees him streak away at the front. Some battle this, though, isn't it? Further down the field for 9th and 10th. That's what 2 or 3 times in a couple of corners that Miller and Bastianini have found each other rubbing fairings. And now Aeneas just about to try and show his front wheel once again through turn 4. Top defending this, isn't it?
Jack ain't going to let this one go without an almighty fight. That's unfortunately one of the spectators, one of the early retirements of Ralph Fernandez. And we're now going to see where those problems surface.
That is turbulent. It's an issue that's going to take you out of the Grand Prix. So that's a real body blow for Ralph Fernandez's title aspirations. Looks like this might be game over in terms of Acosta and Bezzecchi's victory hopes. Game on for another Aragon success for Mark. 3 successive 136s, an unrivaled blitz on lap 13, 14 and 15, which have broken the resolve of Acosta, broken the heart of Acosta as well, who was riding so brilliantly, still is riding so brilliantly. There is that sequence of 46s from the number 93. Is he going to be back in the 47? No, he's not. That is now, mark it down as a 4th 146 in a row. Out of nowhere, out of absolutely nowhere, He stole the march on Acosta by 1.5 seconds.
It looks like Acosta at the moment has Benteke covered too for second place. The 47.1 for Pedro Acosta is still very rapid. It's just not fast enough to deal with Marc Marquez today. Acosta 47.1 versus Bez's 47.4, and he's now a second clear of the 72.
And all you can do is sit and watch as a frustrated spectator watch his teammate once again run riot at the front of the MotoGP race. Down and out goes Italian Pecco Bagnaia in that little flip-flop, the change of direction through turns 8 and 9. Unfortunately, that is now a 6 DNF in 13 rounds so far this year for the 29-year-old. He has now DNF'd in 12 of the last 19 Grand Prix.
Home to Misano next, but there's no home comfort at the moment for Pecco Bagnaia, who could potentially be under pressure for 8th in the World Championship soon. Alex Marquez will take a big bite out of that this afternoon, although Alex looks at he's locked in for 4th at the moment. It won't be another double Marquez podium unless something comes ahead. There's an idea though, just how hard Marc Marquez is still prepared to push today.
There's your warning, Mark. There's your warning. Can you imagine if he'd have thrown it away? I mean, all the hard work to get himself into prime position for yet another Aragon success. That's just a bit of a wake-up call for him, because so far in this Grand Prix, he has barely put 8 foot wrong, has he? He's about to get another lap in the books. You can see how low that Ducati squats with the rear ride height device. We're on lap 18 of 23, and for the first time in what's felt like a long time, Marc Marquez is back in the 47s.
A minute there too, going through turn number 1. His lead is 1.5 seconds over Pedro Acosta, so I guess he could afford to leave a little bit of margin out there on the table. Yeah, he's lost a quarter of a second or so through the first sector so far. As you can see top left of your screen, Acosta now 1.3 behind, so another minor mistake into turn 1. So it's still not coming necessarily easily to Marc Marquez, even if it might look it.
Well, Enea Bastianini has been let's just have a quick check at this mistake then from Marc. The helicopter picking him up on the run down into the first corner. It's going to ruffle his feathers too much. What about the onboard? Is that going to be more of an indication of what happened to him? That was a little bit offline. Nothing that's going to concern one of the best we've ever seen on top of the MotoGP motorcycle in history. I was just about to say, for a number of laps, Bastianini has been picking a fight with Miller, and it looks like the fight is finally getting the better of. And there on the last lap actually was in the 547s. That certainly helped his cause to clear Miller to get up himself in the 9. Actually, Enea might have something later on here for Diogo Moreira. If he carries on that kind of pace, Moreira's in a bit of trouble.
Quartararo's had some more problems because he's dropped to the back of the field again, and he's some 5 seconds back from Savadori, who's 10 seconds off the rest of the field. Quartararo was just behind Toprak in that battle for the lower post positions a few laps ago, so he's had some further issues. He is 44 seconds off the race lead, and clearly once again a Yamaha that is not necessarily functioning as he would like.
I bet you can count on one hand the amount of times that Fabio Quartararo has finished a MotoGP race in last place. That's his destination at the moment, sinking without a trace on the factory Yamaha. This is that battle brewing then between Moreira and Bastianini, a good battle as well. Enea's checked out from Miller behind him. What was the gap between the two of them? Fair play to Moreira. He's got the hurry up here. He's been told that Bastianini is closing him down because he's just putting his best lap in the Grand Prix, a 48 flat against a 47.7 from Bastianini.
And we're seeing once again that by quite a comfortable margin, in truth, Diogo Moreira, the leading Honda here this weekend. Yes, of course, Joan Zarco has had 2 long lap penalties, which does contribute to that. He might have been in there with his teammate too without that. But Moreira in 8th place. The next Honda is 3 places and the better part of 3 seconds behind him to Amir in 11th.
Here's how good Zarco has been. 2 long laps, and he's still only 2.2 seconds behind factory Honda rider Luca Marini. In Luca's defence, he probably is feeling a little bit beaten up, a little bit second-hand after he had a heavy crash on the first lap of the sprint yesterday when he actually did tag the back of Enea Bastianini. No fault, no blame attached to the beast. The FIM stewards did have a look at it, but he was doing nothing wrong. It was just a pure racing incident, some heavy traffic on the first lap.
No signs at the moment of Acosta's second place coming under any threat. Bezzecchi looks like he's hit his limit too, on a mid 147 at the moment, 1.4 seconds behind him. Another pair of podiums, another 2 third places is a disaster for him as Bastianini now goes on the inside of Diogo Moreira. Now they will go side by side, elbow to elbow, down the back straight as Moreira tries to defend that 8th place.
Yeah, that KTM was not exactly slow down the back straight, so briefly then Bastianini taking 8th away from Moreira. Just moving for your picture there was Miller, who has got 4 tenths back to Binder. Miller desperately trying to hang on to a rare top 10. Jorge Martin, to his credit, on the factory Aprilia, has just found his best lap of the Grand Prix at 147.356 for Martin. He's probably just going to run out of time here in that battle for 4th place. He might not have enough time left to try and squeeze in a couple of points out of Alex Marquez.
This was the very first corner then. This was the first of a couple of occasions today when we saw Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi side by side with millimetres between them. That early aggression didn't quite pay off for Marc Marquez because Bez was able to secure the lead, but Marc Marquez was just saving himself for a later attack.
Bez could have braked an Alcaniz and Mark would have still braked later than him. It did not matter what was going to happen there. You just knew that Marc Marquez, he made his mind up when he qualified second behind Marco Bezzecchi yesterday morning. You're having it, pal, the first corner in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. A couple of real tasty moves though by Mark on the factory Aprilias into turn 15 here today. Some tasty early battles, but it looks like when all's said and done, Marc Marquez is going to be tasting some more race-winning Prosecco here in Aragon. He is going to be almost 2 seconds clear of Acosta. Take about Acosta. I mean, he is working absolute wonders on that factory KTM. Another absolutely top-notch performance by the Shark.
An 8th second place, though, in MotoGP at the moment is on course for Pedro Acosta. He'll be getting fed up with the second place step on the podium, but I think this is a second which he should take so much pride from. A KTM that we didn't necessarily expect to be in this kind of position coming into the weekend, but they have Pedro Acosta once again to thank for the moment being in a very strong second place.
Yes, and then he came at speed in terms of championship for Mark. He came to Aragon 40 points back of Martin. Look at that live championship picture. He has taken 21 points back on his fellow Spaniard. How many times have we seen big swings, big moves, the pendulum at the top of the standings? Marc Marquez then, really second in the standings, just 19 back of Jorge Martin. Up next is Mazzano, which just so happens to be, we know how good Mark is on anti-clockwise tracks. Well, Mazzano is his most successful clockwise track. It'll be interesting to see how he does fare there, particularly against the factory Aprilias. With Marco Bezzecchi, it looks like for the second Grand Prix in a row, it's going to be a pair of third places as he keeps his title challenge well and truly alive.
Yeah, Bez ran Mark mighty close in the Grand Prix last year in Mazzano, didn't he, after winning the sprint after a crash for the 93, and I think it's going to be a feature, isn't it? It has been so far, I think it's going to continue, of Ducati circuits and Aprilia circuits, Marquez circuits, Bezzecchi circuits, Martin circuits, for both Jorge Martin. Well, Martin's won very recently in a Grand Prix, as that is a crash coming on to the, that's in turn 12, isn't it, for Toprak Razgatlioglu. He's disappeared up towards the back straight there, and any hope of points, unfortunately, has now disappeared for Toprak.
He was in that final point scoring place. He was being hounded by John Zarco. For Toprak. I think Bastianini briefly, I was going to say, I think Bastianini briefly did get his way through on the rail, but is leaning back on the Italian. Some fight here as well between two former factory KTM teammates Miller and Bindon. Miller turning that Yamaha, using the agility on the turning of that Yamaha to just sweep underneath Binder in that final corner. So still a few points at stake further down the order. 2 to go. Marquez, that is 1.7 seconds clear of Acosta.
Yeah, this is 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Moreira, Bastianini, Miller and Binder. Bastianini shaping up a move. It's difficult to know which pair to look at here. We're going to cut back to look at Jack Miller, who is continuing to hang on from Brad Binder. Miller showing that even if his MotoGP full-time career is coming to an end at the end of this season, he has still got plenty to offer.
Yeah, Miller's trying to make his Yamaha as wide as his motorhome with the paddock here, really to try and fend off Binder. Binder gets a little bit hot on the KTM going into turn 7. That's cost him a bit of time. Some battle this, isn't it? Game raging between Moreira and Bastianini. They drop down through turn 8 and 9 where we lost Pecco Bagnaia early in the Grand Prix.
There's two of their former teammates back and just behind them too. Mir versus Rins for 12th place. The two former Suzuki teammates. Of course, Alex Rins, like Bastianini, who we're looking at, a former Aragon Grand Prix winner. He's currently on course for 13th place.
Down into turn 12 we go then. Moreira still keeping the beast at bay. Miller at the moment has Binder covered off in their fight for the final place in the top 10. Mir 12th, Rins 13th. Marini now Zarco with Raskat the Ugly back up into the point scoring places. But he starts the final lap, and he starts surely a lap which is going to secure him more success in Motorland. On course for win number 8 here in Aragon, on course for his 4th victory of the season, and on course to mount a successful defence of his MotoGP World Crown. 21 points is recovering on Jorge Martin here this weekend. He has had to fight extremely hard for this one. This one of the toughest of those 8 victories here in Aragon, but once again he is going to come out on top surely.
He's effectively going to cancel out the points he lost at Silverstone the last time out, but this what's looking like potentially, who knows with what happens with Ayagura injury-wise and with Pavic Gian Antonio and Ralph Fernandez, but potentially boiling up to a thrilling 3-way tussle for the MotoGP World Championship. Jorge Martin, the former champion, Marc Marquez, the reigning 7-times world champion, and Marco Bezzecchi, who has made his point this weekend with another pair of podiums, but he's not going anywhere.
Just look at that shot, listen to the noise. The red Marc Marquez 93 flags. They've been waving proudly since Friday morning. Further back, Bastianini has finally got back through into 8th place on Moreira, but he powers down the back straight for the final time as Marc Marquez powers towards his 8th Grand Prix success in MotoGP here at Aragon. One corner left. He's going to remain on the feet for Ducati here and beloved Aragon as Marc Marquez delivers another Motorland masterpiece. The reigning world champion crosses the line to take yet another victory. All 4 of his Grand Prix podiums in 2026 have been wins. It is win number 77 in his MotoGP career. Marquez takes the checker flag, 1.7 seconds clear of the truly, utterly brilliant Pedro Acosta. A pair of 3rd places goes the way of Marco Bezzecchi as Bibendum waves the checkered flag at the end of the Michelin Grand Prix of Aragon. Alex Marquez, surely he'll be frustrated with 4th. A pair of 5th places goes the way of Jorge Martin, who is now just 19 points clear in the World Championship. Aldeguer, Digia, Bastianini, Moreira and Binder are your top 10. Binder getting Miller late on. Miller, Mir, Rins, Marini and Zarco completing your point scoring places. But how many times have we said this here in Motorland Aragon? The number 93, Marc Marquez, he came, he saw, and he conquered.
He is inevitable, isn't he? Particularly on days like today at his beloved Motorland Aragon. He sees his 2nd place in the MotoGP World Championship. 24 points now, covers the top 3, and it feels like it might come down to those 3 for the MotoGP World Championship. A champion's ride from Pedro Acosta today to take 2nd place, of course equals the best of his MotoGP career, and it doesn't appear as if Marco Bezzecchi is too disappointed with 3rd.
Well, he has done the business once again. Is there ever any doubt? Let's get the thoughts of Marc Marquez's team boss, Davide Tardazzi with Jack.
Davide, Marc was pushed all the way today, both by Marco and Pedro. That feels like a hugely significant win.
Yeah, I think so, because looks like he managed the couple of laps for the race, and then he decided to have something more on his right hand, and he did it. But yeah, he managed in the proper way as a champion. Congratulations, thank you.
It was just yet another masterclass in Motorland for the reigning world champion. 2024 Sprint and Grand Prix win double. 2025 on the factory Ducati for the first time here, Sprint and win double. And in 2026, he completes his 14th Sprint and Grand Prix win double. He loves the Saxon ring, he loves Austin, and he certainly loves Motorland. He notches up his 8th victory, and very, very shortly, he is going to be coming in front of the We Are 93 grandstand. Very, very quickly, let's just go and get some observations. Portavath and Pedro Costa's crew chief, what a ride.
Yes, sensational performance from Pedro Coulter. Of pushed Mark that close around here. What's it say about your man?
Yeah, I mean, he's a legend in this. Just a fantastic weekend altogether. No real mistakes. Just taking his riding to another level. You know, every week we just see something new. So really proud. That's what I got anything.
As you can hear, the party has already well and truly started here in Aragon. This is not a new feeling for Marc Marquez. He's been here on many occasions before, but it's a feeling he will never get tired of. He will soak up every single second. Let's have a listen to this special, special moment. Said it before here down the years, Marc Marquez loves Aragon. Aragon certainly loves Marc Marquez. Unbelievable scenes, what celebrations, what moments these are. Those fans through thick and thin, through all the pain, through all the heartache since he left 2020, they have stuck with their hero. And he is now going to revel in these incredible scenes. Incredible moments. I don't think anybody quite does celebrations in volume and decibels quite like a 93 grandstand at Aragon.
You can hear and feel the passion. It's a privilege to be here, to experience moments like this. I hope you're feeling it at home, wherever you're watching. Of course, we've already seen scenes like this for Marco Bezzecchi when he won at home at Mugello, and of course he has a second crack at a home Grand Prix at Misano next time out, when he will look to respond. But today, Marc Marquez paints Motorland red.
Marc Marquez departs the scene of pure joy, pure adulation from his fans, and he arrives shortly in Parc Ferme. You know what, he might as well just have his footprints marked in Parc Ferme here in Aragon. Jorge Martin, well, he sees that World Championship lead cut down from 31 points pre-Aragon down to just 19, and his closest title rival now is none other than the 7 times MotoGP World Champion, Marco Bezzecchi. 2 third places in the last 2 sprints, 2 third places in the last 2 Grand Prix. He's working his way back to full fitness and full confidence. Great weekend for Bezzecchi. It is your home hero. He has done it once again. And with a little bit of a helping hand from the marshals, he will now go down the back straight once again. The fans on their feet. Tell you what, there's going to be some sore heads and some sore throats tomorrow morning if you're wearing red here today in Aragon. They do just generate and create an extra special atmosphere, don't they? So, he's 33 years of age now, is Marc Marquez, and ties on 18th with Valentino Rossi on the most MotoGP wins gained when you're north of the age of 30.
Plenty more of those in the tank as well.
It really is. Here we go then, down this back straight where we saw one of the key talking points in that Grand Prix. We saw one of the key moments in that Grand Prix, and one of the keys to why we love MotoGP so much. The world's fastest riders on the world's fastest motorcycles, going millimetres away from each other down that back straight early on. A stat which the Costa will not want reminding of, but in that Grand Prix, and one of the keys to why we love MotoGP so much. The world's fastest riders on the world's fastest motorcycles, going millimetres away from each other down that back straight early on. A stat which the Costa will not want reminding of, but
round, and that was why he lost so much momentum through turns 2 and 3. It was not just Marco Bezzecchi, but of course Jorge Martin, who also went through. This was where Marc carved up the inside of Bezzecchi. Factory Aprilia team will certainly know all about Marc Marquez's strength through turn 15. And at one point, they were at around 313 kilometers an hour with millimeters between them on the back straight. MotoGP at its exhilarating best as Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi went side by side. And around a circuit like this, there's usually only one winner, and for the 3rd year in a row, that one winner is Marc Marquez. And the defence of his World Championship, the pursuit of MotoGP crown number 8, is still very much alive. Now, up to Aprilia to respond in Misano in a couple of weeks' time, where we'll move from Marquez home territory to certainly Bezzecchi land in Misano. The Italian fans, I'm sure, will raise the roof for Bez, as the Spanish fans have for Marc today. Spectacular performance from a champion rider. MotoGP victory number 77. As Matt mentioned, if Marc Marquez stands on a Sunday podium this year, he stands on the top step, as he is about to this afternoon. It's very much keeping himself in the midst of this thrilling battle. 19 points he is now behind Jorge Martin, and of course he leapfrogs Marco Bezzecchi today into 2nd.
The massed throngs of red-clad Marc Marquez fans. Let's have a pause and listen to what the top 3 made of it.
Sì, perché lì lo prenoti tu, no?
No, lo prenoto al backstreet, ma mi ero dimenticato.
Immaginavo, infatti quando hai chiuso un po' il gas alla 2, io
Sì.
ero un po' alla tua sinistra, ho detto prova a incrociare e poi ho visto le scintille.
Sì, sì, sì.
Che cazzo è successo?
Così. Guarda.
Oh, vedi. Oddio, Martino.
Un casino di la Madonna.
Oh. Chi è questo? Ah, tu. Bello, se passo lì...
Lo stai appantando, no?
Sì, ma o meno. Oh. Oh. Ecco, adesso mi vedo. Guarda, io qui ho preso velocità e poi vedi che facevo.
Guarda che mi ha fatto Willy, vedi? Mi ha fatto.
Poi dopo cazzo te sei arrivato.
Sì, sì. Yo digo, guau, esta es la mía. Como no me engancha ahora, no me engancha.
Vamos ahí al 47 bien.
Quanto girava? Quanto giravate?
47, ma dopo quando ho aperto ho fatto 46, 8, 46.
E te? Anche te?
No, io c'era tutta la gara in 7.0, 7.2, dopo alla fine un 7.4 credo, ma più stabile che venerdì e sabato.
Molto più piano però che ieri. E che venerdì.
Vamos. ¿Dónde?
Time for the podium celebrations and time for the Spanish fans to show their respect and their affection for 3 of the world's best who delivered a spectacular action at times in that 23-lap Grand Prix of Aragon. Listen to the roar that Marc Marquez will shortly get as he moves into very familiar territory on the top step of an Aragon Grand Prix podium.
Well, the Bendon once again is taking centre stage. What an afternoon he's having as Marco Bezzecchi gets to stand on a podium at Aragon for the very first time. As he mentioned to Jack, an important milestone for him, a circuit he's enjoyed, but perhaps not enjoyed success at over the years. So the Bendon whips the fans outside our commentary box window into a frenzy. Pendulum continues to swing from Aprilia domination at Silverstone. It's Ducati who take top spot here. Marco Bezzecchi gave it a good go, led the early stages before he ultimately could do nothing to keep or rampant Marc Marquez at bay. Pedro Acosta, well, he didn't win right of the race, Marc Marquez did, but he would certainly get, I think, 2 votes in here with Pedro. But the winner, certainly in the hearts of the many fans here in Aragon, and the winner on the day was Marc Marquez. Or does he do it? 8 victories now around Motorland Aragon for the world champion. So yes, he can. They are cheering there in Spanish below us, and he could still retain his MotoGP World Championship. Marco Bezzecchi is going to be one of those trying to stop him, though, and he will certainly remain a major title contender right the way to what we hope will be a thrilling conclusion in Valencia in late November. Bezzecchi notching his 8th podium of the season. Pedro Acosta had to 8th, second place in his MotoGP career, and surely one of the most impressive. But it's Motorland Aragon, which means usually one thing: Marc Marquez on top. The president of the Aragon government hands over another Aragon trophy, an 8th for the great Marc Marquez, whose pursuit of an 8th MotoGP title is still very much on.
It is Marc Marquez at the double once again here in Motorland Aragon. Undefeated in the last 3 seasons when he has come to one of his favourite circuits on a Ducati. But having recovered 21 points on Jorge Martin in the championship battle, Marc Marquez knows that once again there is a cracking opportunity for him to mount a successful defence of that world title, which he won, what, 10 months ago, 11 months ago in the Motegi Mountains, the Mobility Resort Motegi. Not too far away from starting our flyway tour once again, which will begin with the Japanese Grand Prix in early October. Two more European races to come, Aragon and Austria. Well, those are the photos that will be currently trending on social media all around the world, as Marc Marquez has done it once again. It's the 12th MotoGP appearance here in Motorland. He has now won 2/3 of those 8 victories. With an 8th World Championship betting. Motorland Aragon, it's been a weekend of glorious sunshine, at times glorious racing as well. With some heart-throbbing moments, weren't there, in that 23-lap battle. Drama right from the get-go as Marc Marquez had issues with the ride height device. He had to pick his way through on the factory Aprilis of Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi. He was given a real run for his money as well, wasn't he? He really had to earn his keep and earn that win bonus today as Pedro Acosta on the facts for KTM, threatened a major shot. What a story it would have been if Acosta could have taken his first Grand Prix victory in MotoGP right here in Mark's backyard. But up next, European Tour takes us back to Italy's Adriatic coast, back to the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, who picks up the Red Bull Grand Prix of San Marino.
Where it will very much be a Aprilia and Bezzecchi territory. Today, though, it was all about Marc Marquez and his beloved Motorland. Victory number 8 here for him, ahead of the heroic Pedro Acosta. Marco Bezzecchi, a first Grand Prix podium at Aragon for him after a sprint podium yesterday. Alex Marquez, in the end, rather lonely fourth, ahead of Jorge Martin, who ran second on the first lap, had to make do with fifth. Aldeguer, Gian Antonio, Bastianini, Moreira and Binder, your top 10. Bastianini passing Moreira on the final lap. Binder also passing Miller later on for that place to the top 10. Near 12th for Rins Marini, and after 2 long lap penalties, a point to go with the points scored yesterday for Joan Zarco. What a championship battle we're going to have in the final 9 races. 24 points covers the top 3 now. Martin, Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi, with the reigning champion today taking second place. The Gian Antonio takes 4th away from Iagora, who will hope to resume his title quest in Misano in a couple of weeks. Constructors' Championship is really closed up today. Ducati now just 15 points behind the long-time leaders Aprilia. Racing though still with a very strong lead in the Teams Championship. Remember, only one Ducati and Nova scoring today, and no points for Trackhouse, so their lead is 99. Have some highlights, and the intrigue was all on the very first corner after what happened in the sprint yesterday. Marquez looking for a carbon copy as he lunged up the inside of Marco Bezzecchi, but his rear ride height device was still on as he went round turn 2, which opened the door for both Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin to power through. Martin wouldn't stay second though for very long, as turn 15 was going to prove a major role in Marc Marquez's pursuit of victory as he took second. Pedro Acosta also making early moves. He took advantage to grab third. Bezzecchi threatened to break away early on, his lead approaching the second, but Marc Marquez soon got his claws in, and the thrilling action out of turn 15 as the 93 took the lead at over 300 kilometers an hour. They went millimeters apart.